Now make your back straight, lift your chest up, lift your shoulder blades up, rolled back and relax. Align your head, neck and spine in a line. Don't lean forward or don't lean back. Lift your chest up. Once you are comfortable, gently close your eyes. Now join your palms together. Inhale. You can chant with me or you just feel the vibrations. Vakratund Mahakai Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvighnam Kuru me Deva Sarvakareshu Sarvada Om Triambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarukamiv Bandhanan Mrityu Mokshi Mamritam Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hands on your lap, eyes still closed. First, start with deep breathing. Bring your awareness towards your belly. पूरा ध्यान पेट पर. आती और जाती हुई श्वास पर. Slow, deep, long inhale. Slow, deep, long, controlled exhale. Inhale, full belly out. Exhale, draw your belly in towards the spine. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Eyes closed. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Along with your abdominal breathing, concentrate on your chest. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, along with your abdominal and your thoracic breathing, inhale up to the throat. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exhale, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exhale, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and relax. Now, left hand in Agyana Mudra, right hand Vishnu Mudra. First 2 fingers close. Open your thumb, ring, and your little finger. Close your right nostril with your thumb. First, fully exhale from the left. पूरा श्वास खाली करेंगे. Now inhale from the left. Close your left nostril, remove the thumb, exhale from the right. After your full exhalation, inhale from the same nostril, your right one. Close your right with your thumb, remove your ring finger, exhale from the left. Nadi Shodhan. Alternate nostril breathing. Inhale from the left, exhale from the right. Slow, deep, long, controlled inhale. Slow, deep, long, controlled exhale. बिल्कुल धीमा गहरा लंबा श्वास लीजिए. उतने ही धीमे गहरे लंबे श्वास को जाने दीजिए. Slow, alternate nostril breathing. Slow inhale, long, controlled exhale. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Close your nostril, exhale from the second one. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exhale, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exhale, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exhale, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exhale, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fully exhale from the left. Complete your round. Exhale from your left nostril and then relax. Both hands on your lap. Eyes still closed. Don't open your eyes. Shoulder relaxed, chest up. Now inhale from both the nostrils. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold your breath. Hold your breath for 10 count. Last 7. Hold. Exhale. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold your breath. श्वास रोक लीजिए. Exhale. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold your breath. Exhale. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold your breath. Exhale. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and relax. Slow inhale. Long controlled exhale. Eyes still closed. Now everyone rest your right hand on your belly. Inhale, only and only utter the sound ah or the a sound. Inhale. Only a sound or the a sound and feel the reverberation at your navel. Again inhale, फिर से श्वास लीजिए. Now lift your right hand up from your belly. Rest your right hand on your chest. Again, eyes still closed. Inhale. This time, utter the sound O or the U sound. O. Again, deep inhale and only utter the sound O or the U sound. Now raise your hands from your chest. Rest your right hand at your throat. And this time, feel the reverberation at the back of your throat once you utter the humming sound or the M sound. Inhale. Again inhale, फिर से धीमा गहरा लंबा श्वास लीजिए. Now raise your hand from your throat. Rest your hand on your lap. Eyes still closed. Now join all the three sounds together. A, U, M or A, O, and make a Om. 3 rounds. Inhale. Again, inhale. Again, inhale. Now relax. Rub your palms. Once you feel the warmness, do cupping on your eyes. One more, rub your palms. Once you feel the warmness, do cupping on your eyes. Gently open your eyes into your hand. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Tripathi ji. Thank you, Jitenji. Thank you, Sanjay ji. Thank you, Kanendra ji. Thank you, Vijay ji. Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Jai Hind. Thank you. Good morning, Vani.
Morning, Dr. Neha. How are you?
I am much better, much better.
Good, good. Good to hear that.
Thank you, Annie. Over to you. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Finally, दिल्ली में अच्छी खासी फॉग हुआ तो 31st जैसे जैसे आएगी फॉग बढ़ती जाएगी. मैं जहां से आती हूँ गाजियाबाद, उधर तो 100 मीटर्स विजिबिलिटी कम थी, तो सर्दियों का आज क्या बोलते हैं, आगाज हो गया है. Good, good. So now today's day, welcome to week 2. Today we have very different day. We'll start with session on thrive. How do we thrive irrespective of the fact that we all have a very, what do you say, tough life in the sense of balancing life and work. Then post that, we would be joined by Dr. Kirti for coaching for solutions. How do we nurture our undercommands or our colleagues for thinking about solutions, not only thinking about problems, but finding out solutions. And then later part of the day, we would be talking about stress is inevitable part of our daily lives. How do we channelize stress? Stress is something that is now there. How do we channelize it, the negative into positive? That's what the day is all about. To take a session on Thrive, I am joined by my colleague, Nikita. Nikita, are you there?
Good morning, Vani ma'am. Yes, I'm there.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Good to see you. Yeah. Good to see you.
Same here.
So Nikita, when we talk about thrive, why being or thriving has gained center stage of lately? I think that's exactly what you would start with, and why it is necessary for us to take, to think about thriving ourselves. So over to you, Dr. Nikita, for taking us along this session called Thrive Yourself. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I will just share my screen.
You can do a full screen mode.
Yeah, I'm just doing that. Just technology is coming slow today, so
Technology is feeling cold today.
yeah. So yeah, a very good morning to all our BSF Commandants present here. I welcome you all warmly on the Monday morning. And Monday being, a new day for the whole week. So let's start up with a session on Thrive, which is something which all of us needs to develop and inculcate in our daily routine. So if I ask about Thrive and, what is the meaning of Thrive and how can we thrive? So first of all, I like to interact with all my commandants present here today. So as per your information and as per your knowledge of the day, what do you understand by thrive? How can we expect and how can we define thrive as in your terms? Yes, do I have my commandants present here?
Wish to learn something.
Yes, thriving is basically doing well in all aspects of life. Growing, achieving is thriving.
Okay, achieving is thriving.
To prosper or to flourish.
To prosper or to flourish. All right, sir. Who else? So we have something in the chat box as well. Okay, it's holistic development, which Vani ma'am has just mentioned. And as you all mentioned, thriving is all about flourishing. Thriving is all about, achieving something. What another point of view do we have for thrive? What else can be thrive?
Positivity.
Okay, Sanjay sir, positivity can be thriving. All right. Okay. So if we talk about our next 150 minutes of the whole journey of what we are going to learn today in the session, it's going to be upon how should we thrive, right? How should we, as you all mentioned, how should we flourish? How should we grow, right? So growth cannot be achieved only by just having a certain, mindsets and all that, but it is all about how well you're able to understand yourself and your surroundings. So we'll be understanding what is well-being. If we want to thrive, we need to have the right well-being, which is not only psychological in nature but also mental and physical and spiritual well-being. Then we will be understanding about why we should thrive. Why is it important for us to thrive, right? Why is it essential for us to grow, to flourish? Then if we are talking about growing and flourishing, we need to understand the mindset. If we want to grow and flourish and achieve something, what kind of a mindset should we have? Should we have a growth mindset, or on the contrary, should we have a victim mindset? That means, should we victimize ourselves that why does this happen only to me? I am someone who is only responsible because of this and this external situations. Then we'll be going through a wonderful psychological well-being self-evaluation. And then we're going to understand and develop how we can develop the thrive mindset through positive emotions, positive relationships, accomplishments, and further other things. So if I talk about myself, so I'm a practicing counseling psychologist. So my level of perception with seeing this image would be completely different what our commandants is going to perceive this image as. So if I'm going to allow all of you to just understand that what is the context of the image which is displayed on the screen, what do you see in the image and how do you understand that image as? So it's going to be very different in our perceptions. So what do you see and what do you understand with the image displayed on the screen? Yes, sir. And someone was there?
Despite of the negative circumstances,
Mm-hmm.
you have to grow. Never accept defeat.
Never accept defeat. In all the circumstances, you have to grow.
The lotus is surviving and lotus is blooming in all kind of the circumstances surrounding. If it will say we seek there is a dirty water and other kind of things. So still the lotus is blooming and flourishing in all circumstances, you can say.
All right, sir. Absolutely well said. In all the circumstances, lotus is blooming, it is flourishing. Absolutely well said, sir. Anyone else would like to say their perception on the image?
Related with current political dispensation.
How, sir? Can you elaborate?
The ruling party's election symbol.
Ruling party's election symbol. Exactly. That's S.K. Singh sir's perception about the image. Kamal ka phool khilega.
जादू सर चढ़ के बोल रहा है.
That probably shows Singh sir's perception about how much sir is influenced by politics and how much sir loves all these things much. Okay. Yes. Anyone else? Raghavendra sir, you're here.
Is it
I have
related to
already
lotus
explained
leaves?
about this particular thing of blooming of this lotus. This all over. This perception.
Someone may be
I
thinking,
see.
ma'am, that Operation Lotus is in offing.
Operation Lotus is?
In offing.
Right, sir. Right. So that's we all have so different perceptions about the image of a lotus present here. So as Jagir sir said, as SK Singh sir mentioned about everything, Khan sir told us about. So it's basically about a lotus flower, as you all mentioned, which opens its petals one by one and which flourishes, and which blooms in the muddy water. So if we talk about the fact of thriving in respect to the lotus flower, so we feel that lotus is a very auspicious and a national flower of ourselves, which जो हम अपने पूजा में भी इसका इस्तेमाल करते हैं, हम लक्ष्मी जी को लोटस चढ़ाते हैं. So basically in an Indian tradition, it's a very auspicious flower, right? It has high level of cultural values. So if such kind of flower, which is so beautiful in nature, if it can grow in the muddy water, then probably we also encounter a lot of negative and unhealthy situations in our day-to-day routine in respect to our work, in respect to our personal families, in respect to our interpersonal relationships, because there are so many aspects in our life. So it is generally said that we are surrounded by mud. And if we see what mud represents, mud might represent, unhealthy circumstances. Mud might represent the unhealthy interpersonal relationship which we have with our bosses, with our colleagues, and other things. So if we are always surrounded, even especially the post-COVID era, by so many unhealthy things, right? So many disturbing elements in the environment. So we need to take the abilities of a lotus flower and bloom away from all these things and thrive in our unhealthy situations. So if I talk about reflection of your own life, so if I ask a question to all of you, that when you reflect on your life, because we all are coming from a very different family backgrounds, we are all posted in a different terrains. So when you reflect on your life, do you feel that there's anything that can be done to improve things now? So basically if you just go and introspect, and if you go at the अगर हम इसको थोड़ा सा forward की जगह backward situation में डालते हैं, so is there anything that you feel that you could done to improve things now, or you could have handled the things in a very different way at that point of time? If I reflect on my life, or you could have dealt the situations in a very different approach. Do you have such kind of anytime?
Yeah, there is always a scope of improvement. This is all old saying, but when you look back, there are many things which you feel like it could have been done in a better way. I could have we applied different strategy, could have been more positive, could have been more confident in applying my thought or views on ground. So it's always there.
So would you like to share any of your experiences with the same?
That I will have to think out, but there are numerous occasions when things like that come up.
Right. Anytime at your level of postings or where you're posted, you have got any kind of a situation like this?
Yeah, well, like not many times. Maybe there could be things which can't be shared here.
Right.
But of course, even our training days, even our initial days, there were many things which could have I think I could have handled in a better way. Handled in a confident way. I could have defended people more in an assertive way than I did at that time. So there are many such things. I don't exact thing which could be shared here. I'm unable to.
I understand, sir. Yes, sir. Anyone else?
Ma'am, generally we don't compare both the situations. However, we learned some lesson in the past. And we try to assess now in the present circumstances. So there is nothing that we can go back and revert and improve on that. But certainly the decisions taken in that context in past also were having all the bearings of a good process. But somehow by experience, learning another, we have a lot of tools to now gaze and assess that it would have been better that in those scenarios. But I think past all the decisions which ever has been taken, not the bad one, the good one, it had all the ingredients of a good decision-making thought process.
Absolutely right said, sir.
In my view, ma'am, it's a continuous process.
Right.
So whatever is present, there is always a scope for development, whether it is in the field of infrastructure, in the field of amenities, in the field of welfare, in the field of operational efficiency, training, personality development. So with the passage of time, there is always a scope of development. And there are several things which we are doing and which requires to be done for betterment.
If I may be say this, if I may be allowed to say
Yes,
this,
sir, please.
It reminds me of a quote which one of my friends has taught me once. He told me once, and I always reflect upon it. मैंने जिंदगी को जीना सीख लिया जब जिंदगी निकल गई.
वाह.
So this is what I can correlate with Vishal. That we all, in the hindsight, it is very good to assess things.
नहीं, मैं एग्री नहीं करता हूँ. वो
नहीं, आप एग्री नहीं करते हो, जरूरी नहीं कि आप हर जगह एग्री करो, और मैं आपसे बहस भी नहीं कर सकता हूँ. I don't have the energy and wit to argue with you. Let me surrender.
नहीं, जिंदगी निकली नहीं है, उस बात पे मैं इत्तेफाक नहीं रखता आपकी राय से. बाकी कोई
बिल्कुल मत रखो.
नहीं,
वो आपके बहुत अच्छे मित्र हैं.
कोई अरे वो जो भी है, ये निराशावादी स्टेटमेंट है. I don't subscribe in the morning session with that.
Yes, Jagir sir has something to say. Yes, Jagir.
Yes.
मैं यहाँ पे स्पेसिफिकली अपने एग्जांपल तो नहीं दूंगा.
जी सर.
यहाँ मैं एक कॉमन एग्जांपल दूंगा.
बिल्कुल सर.
हमारे बैच में मैंने ये अक्सर बोलते हुए देखा लोगों को, अरे अगर मैंने और पढ़ लिया होता तो मैं यहाँ होता. तो ये जो चीज है, ये है तो इट इज ऑन लाइटर साइड, लेकिन इसका जो आप रिपरकशन देखो है, इसमें बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो जैसे जो IAS बन जाते हैं या जो और ऊपर चले जाते हैं.
जी.
हमने अभी वी आर इन क्लोज इंटरेक्शन विद देम, तो बहुत ज्यादा फर्क नहीं होता. ये सिर्फ हमारे बैच में बहुत सारे लोग हैं जिनमें दे हैड गॉट ह्यूज पोटेंशियल. वो मतलब मेरे को बेसिक ट्रेनिंग में भी फीलिंग होती थी कि ये थोड़ी सी मेहनत करता था, ये डेफिनेटली ही शुड हैव बीन समवेयर एल्स. तो ये जो चीज है, दिस इज अ कॉमन एक्सपीरियंस. हमें सभी में ये चीज रहती है कहीं ना कहीं पे कि यार मैं आई शुड हैव बीन मोर सिस्टमैटिक इन माय स्टूडेंट लाइफ. अगर मैं वो ऐसे करता तो मैं डेफिनेटली कहीं पे और होता. तो ये हमेशा होता है, देयर इज ऑलवेज स्कोप ऑफ इम्प्रूवमेंट. वो जो चीजें अब कुछ लोगों ने उसको बाद में इम्प्रूव कर लिया, and few people continued with the same system.
Right, sir.
So this is a very common thing.
संजय भाई, बड़ी मुश्किल से तो आज सिरोही बोलने चला है और आपने बीच में बाजी मार दी.
नहीं, वो जिंदगी जो बोला उस पे मैं इत्तेफाक देखता हूँ. बाकी सिरोही की हर बात से इसकी प्लानिंग, स्ट्रेटजी, एवरीथिंग आई एडमायर एक्सेप्ट कि जिंदगी निकल गई. I don't buy that logic.
One thing probably I would like to ask all of you here is that as a BSF commandant, how was it a journey of managing your work-life balance in respect to your being on the borders and with respect to giving time to your family, if I ask?
Ma'am, it has been excellent for me, and we have got an opportunity to command, to deal with persons. And our level of motivation and leadership is quite good, because we lead them into battlefield, into operations. We lead them in situations where they have to risk their lives, and we do it along with them. So that aspect has been absolutely brilliant. Regarding family life, so everybody will agree that family has actually suffered because of separation.
Right.
And I was posted from one family non-family station to another non-family station, and my kids are growing up without me at this crucial period. So the pinch is there. But another thing is that the kids from the armed forces background, because of the environment and exposure they get early in their life and the setbacks, if they are properly groomed, they do well in future life also. Because two of my batchmates and two of my schoolmates, basically his father was in the army, and he was with us basically changing schools. And today he's CEO of ITC Infotech, Sudeep Singh, and his brother is again CEO of NIIT, what is presently what yesterday is what NIIT. So these people do excel if they are positively motivated, and operationally have done very well, and have a very good experience in the forces, though I have not been graded properly. That's a matter, that's a occupational hazard and accepted. I had a good time in BSF, yes ma'am.
I understand that, sir, completely. Because staying away from your family must have been, very difficult for you, because you're managing things at the border and you have your family back there. And obviously your kids are growing up, as you're mentioning, they must be missing on certain things, but on the other hand they are learning that how things should be managed in a way, and what things we should understand and inculcate in their personality to groom and to grow and to thrive.
Yes ma'am.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Like my younger brother's daughter, she was crying when her section in school was changed. From a section to some other section, she was shifted. That was not a big deal for our kids. So every second year or third year, they have to go somewhere else and establish themselves there. So वो एक उनकी adaptability जो है strong हो जाती है. They're up to any situation, any circumstance.
Because I remember one of my relatives was working in BSF at a higher post, and when we used to go to their cousin's house, they used to mention, "हमारे पापा तो BSF में हैं और we are very proud of them." I was like, I used to feel that they actually feel that fact, but somewhere down the line they used to feel that पापा बहुत कम आ पाते हैं, हम ज़्यादा मिल नहीं पाते. But कहीं ना कहीं उन बच्चों में they are very proud of what their father is doing, knowing the fact that he cannot give much time to them. So it's actually a moment जो बच्चे शायद इतने अपने parents को express नहीं कर पाते, but somewhere down the line they feel that thing. And कहीं ना कहीं I feel that when you reach back to your family and when you unite with them, you should share your experiences of your professional life with them, so that they should learn from it. जिसको हम ऑब्जर्वेशनल लर्निंग कहते हैं.
मैम एक पुकार मूवी आई थी, उसमें रोहिणी हट्टंगडी किसी आर्मी वाले की वाइफ है, तो बोलती है कि आधी नौकरी उसने बॉर्डर में कर दी और आधी नौकरी बॉर्डर की बातें करने में बिता दी.
सही बात है सर. बिकॉज आप लोगों के पास इतना वाइड एक्सपीरियंस होता है, मतलब बीइंग इन सो डिफिकल्ट टेरेन्स एंड इतनी एक्सट्रीम टेम्परेचर्स में, देन यू कैन probably share so much of experiences with your family members, and that is something of a great learning experience even to us as well, because we don't know how border functions and how things happen there. It is very easy to say, but जो जिधर होता है उसको पता होता है that what kind of situation that person is dealing with. So that is something very great. Anytime your kids have asked you any very different kind of a question regarding BSF, have you ever encountered a situation in your family life, sir?
No, they in fact in the initial years they watch us very closely working in field. When you are living in the campus, it's a way of life for everybody, for your wife, for your kids. Everybody is so closely associated with whatever is happening in the campus that they are totally familiar with almost everything. You talk to them on phone, you are midnight hours, you are getting ready and going to the borders, you are going for something else. Like when we were serving in Valley, so I was fortunate to have my wife that numerous occasions evening time I told her, okay, keep the meal warm. I am coming back from patrolling and we will have dinner. And when I went there, we established contact. There were operations started going on. She asked my on a telephone exchange, what is happening, where ye sab kahan sunai de raha hai. So he used to tell कि they have established contact, और अगले दिन शाम को फिर आता था. So everybody is so trained about everything in this.
Right. So if we reflect, we have so much to think about that we can change and we can improve things now. So if we talk specifically about thriving in our own, personality, in our own self, that it cannot be achieved without, being well. So if I talk about, psychological well-being and holistic well-being, then well-being is not only for our mental health or physical health, but it is something of our physical health, our mental health, and our social well-being. So if we talk about well-being, so if I say about physical well-being, so physical well-being is all about our physiological body. How well are we in our functioning of basic day-to-day routine, like how physiologically we are all right, what is our body talking about, that is our physical well-being, right? That is how healthy we are on a physiological basis. If I talk about being mentally well, right? So mental well-being not only compromises about thinking about our emotional or psychological, but also our holistic well-being. So mental health or mental well-being is also affecting how we think. हमारी thinking कैसी है, what kind of thought process do we have? Do we have a positive thought process, or do we have a negative thought process? Then it also encompasses how we feel, what are our feelings, how do we feel at that particular point of time, and thirdly, how we respond or react. So basically mental well-being defines about how we handle stress and related choices about our healthy routine, right? How are we are able to manage our stressful life, how things and different stages of life are happening to us. So mental well-being encompasses our not only our psychological health, but also how we respond to the stressful situations, how well we are able to think, and how well we are able to feel. And if I talk about social well-being defines upon our interpersonal relationships with our bosses, with our colleagues, with our friends, with our family members. So well-being is basically a holistic term which not only understands our physical health, but physical health, mental health, and social health. How well are we able to maintain our social routine? And if I talk about mental well-being, then I always say in my session that a strong mind can actually tackle a weak body, but a weak mind cannot even tackle a strong body. Agar aapka mindset, if you have a very weak mindset, if you have a very weak mind, how healthy you are physically, you won't be able to adjust in the situations, you won't be able to adapt in the situation. But if you are physically weak, but you're mentally very healthy, you're mentally very strong, you have a very strong mindset, then you will be able to be resilient enough, you will be able to bounce back from the adverse situation. So mental health is plays a very essential role in managing our physical well-being, in managing our social well-being, in managing our spiritual well-being. So that is all about being mentally healthy to adapt in day-to-day situation. So if I ask you a question that why does our mental well-being matter? हमारा mental well-being, mental health important क्यों है in our day-to-day routine? So what are your thoughts about it? Why is our mental well-being important, or why does our mental health is so important? क्यों mentally healthy रहना जरूरी है?
You already told, ma'am, that if you are mentally strong, certainly physical strength doesn't matter. Your emotions, sentiments, and your social well-being depends more on mental well-being rather than physical well-being.
Right,
it
sir.
becomes much more important than physical well-being.
So it is important to have a strong mental well-being to gain your good physical and social well-being. Absolutely well said, sir. Anyone else would like to give their opinion about? Yes, sir, please.
It is only the mind. It is only the mind of a person which drives him to do something. It is only his thoughts which drives him to go forward, to progress. If you don't have the feeling, the mind is not healthy, you are having negative feeling, you are already feeling that no, I cannot win. So you will never be a self-driving force.
Right, sir. So mind basically drives us with all the thoughts and how to, foster your day-to-day routine activities. It is basically the mind which plays the role. Very important, sir. Anyone else? Why
Ma'am,
does...
rightly said, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
A proper state of mind is must, because it will affect your day-to-day functioning. अगर वो proper state में नहीं है आपका दिमाग और it is facing some kind of issues, then whatever you are going to do or whatever decision you are going to take, it is going to affect it. इसलिए वो बहुत जरूरी है कि आप proper mental state of frame में रहें.
So if I talk about being mental health in terms of BSF Commandants, so why is our mental well-being important being in a BSF setup? What is
the kind of responsibility which actually, ma'am, the kind of responsibility which we are holding and the things we do, right from borders से लेकर के administration हो गया, there are approximately 1200 people जो कि हमारे नीचे काम करते हैं. तो इन सब चीजों को देखना, समझना, साथ में अपनी फैमिली को भी देखना. There are n number of issues और factors हैं जिनको कि हम day to day basis पे हम लोग इनको tackle करते हैं, देखते हैं. इसमें operational matters भी हैं, administrative issues भी हैं, your various relations भी हैं, साथ में दूसरे organizations के साथ भी हमारा जो meetings वगैरह होती हैं. तो इतने सारे हमारे role and task ये हैं कि अगर हम proper मेंटल वेलबीइंग में नहीं होंगे तो ये सारी चीजों का असर होगा और इससे हम भी सफर करेंगे और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन भी सफर जाएगा करने.
Absolutely well said, Anurag sir, that it is very important for being mentally healthy, not only for our own self but also for our family members and for the subordinates जो हमारे नीचे हैं, the person who are actually holding the rifle, which they need to be in the right mental state to safeguard the borders, which is very important. And on the other hand, if we talk about thriving, so we won't be able to thrive well if we are not mentally healthy. जैसे कि सर ने बोला that आपका सब कुछ mind ही करता है, mind plays a very essential role. So if we are actually bogged down by the external and unhealthy situations of the environment, we won't be able to be resilient and bounce back from that, and we cannot thrive. If we are mentally healthy, if we are mentally strong, we will be able to sustain our own emotions also, which is very basic in our person who is an Indian, that we would be able to encounter with our emotional state also if we are mentally healthy. So our mental health is very important, not in respects to handling the situations outside, but also with our interpersonal relationships, also with managing the unprecedented unhealthy situations in the outside environment. So that is why it is important to thrive. So if I talk about certain ways to foster our well-being, so the first way to foster our well-being is connection. अगर हमें अपना mental, physical and psychological, spiritual well-being healthy rakhna hai, so we should be connected with people. We should have a high level of interpersonal connection, right? And with connection, I'm not only meaning of making friends, of making a huge group, but as I can understand in BSF, obviously you are away from your family, so your colleagues become your family, right? Because you want to stay connected with them. It is our helping nature which we help other person. Because yesterday also on Saturday, basically I was also taking a session on mindfulness, and where one of our commandants mentioned about a problem of the subordinate where he was going through a relationship issue. So basically he connected with the subordinate and he made him or assured him that nothing will happen. So having a good interpersonal connection, talking out the feelings, venting out the feelings, even with your subordinates, is very important, right? So if you want to foster your well-being, you have to stay connected with the people around you. It cannot just be one person who can get well. अगर आप खुद mentally bogged down हो or physically you're not healthy, so probably connecting with people helps you to move on also. Then secondly, being active, which is none of the less about to say about our commandants, because you're always active, you're always, doing some of the other things. So physical activity is very, very much important, taking care of your physical activity and physical health, doing the activities which is going to make you active is also plays an important role in fostering your well-being. Then the third thing is notice the beauty around you. By noticing the beauty around you, I specifically mean that you need to be mindful again, because we don't notice the good things around us, whether they are good people, whether it is nature, whether they are helpful souls around us. So if we notice the things that are, so we should be, so grateful that we are surrounded with so much beautiful people, beautiful things around us. So you should notice them, you should be mindful about it, right? You should be conscious about noticing things around you. And apart from noticing things, I feel that appreciating the beauty also is very important. If you feel that there's something, which you should pat a back on your subordinate, you should tell the person, that you did this really, really great and I'm so proud of you. So appreciating is also an art which is not available with all of us. Then the fourth way of fostering our well-being is keep learning. As we all have been hearing through our lectures, that learning never stops at any age. Whether we are a young person, a youngster, adolescent, or whether we are in the mid age, or whether we are 60 plus also at the age, we should never ever stop reading, we should never ever stop learning. Because if I talk to you in terms of our biological well-being also, even our brain is accustomed in a way that there are certain lobes in our brain which actually becomes very active if we keep on learning and learning new things. Then जितनी भी प्रॉब्लम्स आपको पोस्ट 60 होती है, जैसे कि पार्किंसंस, व्हाट अल्जाइमर्स, ऑल दीज थिंग्स, हमारे ब्रेन में ऐसा मैकेनिज्म होता है दैट ऑल दीज थिंग्स एक्चुअली जो एजिंग इश्यूज होते हैं दैट रिड्यूसेस if we keep on learning, because it is always being active in your brain. So always keep learning new things and keep on reading. And the last thing is giving nature. You should always give a hope, you should always help other people. Even if we talk about helping our subordinates or helping our seniors or helping anyone, you should have a giving nature. Giving a nice feedback or something is very important. So these are the certain 5 important things which is plays an important role in fostering our well-being. So now if I talk about the concept of thrive, which we all have been learning through the days. So basically, जैसे आपने बोला, अगर हम बहुत simply रखें, so thriving is feeling good and functioning well, right? And thriving also means to live and work within an optimal range of human functioning, जिससे कि हम अपनी goodness को connote कर सकते हैं. We can actually understand growth, we can become resilient, and we can have positive emotions. So thriving is not a concept which is related to growth, which is only related to flourishing, but it is a concept which is related to being resilient. It is a concept of goodness, generosity. We should all inculcate in our day-to-day routine. So apart from all these things which we have learned, now why do you think it is important to flourish, and why do you think it is important to thrive in our day-to-day routine? Why can't we stay in one particular situation and in an optimal range of human functioning? Why is it important to thrive all the time and thrive in an optimum level? What do you think? Why it is important? Yes, anyone?
Ma'am, everybody wants to grow, everybody wants to flourish, and stagnate होने से तो फिर दिक्कत हो जाएगी. अगर आप जहाँ पे हैं वहाँ पे, तो you need to grow. आपको अपने environment को positivity ला करके उसको थोड़ा सा change करना तो जरूरी है. Otherwise अगर चीजें बिल्कुल वैसे ही रहेंगी तो फिर things would not be the same. आप फिर उस organization में या खुद के लिए या organization के लिए या किसी भी चीज के लिए फिर आप वो आगे नहीं बढ़ पाएंगे.
So thriving is important to grow basically in life and to not have a mundane routine. All right. Yes, sir.
Thriving is very important for yourself and for your surroundings.
Right.
You can only give something if you have that.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have, you cannot. If you have good thoughts, you can reflect those. If you have something, if you have authority, you can give to somebody. You can you can exercise that authority and help others. So it is always this is the basic need of every person. If we want to make our society good, if we want our country to grow or progress, every person should thrive. He should flourish. He should grow in his life.
Right, sir. Absolutely well said. Basically, our own thoughts, जैसे कि sir just mentioned that whatever we are having inside us, it comes with the ways how we react and respond to the situation. If we are actually having a helpful mindset, inside us, then we'll be helping the people around us much more. So it is everything which is inside us majorly, which actually motivates us to thrive, which motivates us to move ahead and not stay in a stagnant position. Absolutely well said, sir. Anyone else would like to mention their thought about why it is important to thrive and important to have a growth mindset and not move out of our comfort zone and stay in wherever we are, because it's a comfortable zone. Thriving is moving ahead or moving aside from your comfort zone. Yes, anyone else? आज सबका ब्रेकफास्ट लग रहा है थोड़ा लाइट हो गया है, that you are feeling hungry about it, so that the breakfast is... Yes, Sanjay sir, please.
One thing I'd like to add here, why generally not, because thriving means altering my nature or altering my functioning, which is sometimes maybe against my comfort zone and which may be against the nature also, or surrounding also. To change the surroundings certain time, at certain point of time, people find it difficult because one can change himself, but changing the surrounding is sometimes difficult. So thriving where it is related to the changing of environment, generally people try to take back step. Otherwise, where there is thriving is required, thriving where individual required to change himself, then in that case he may take initiative at any point of time. But where the other factors involved, means surrounding factors are also involved, then people think twice, thrice, even he think many times. Many a time he may be backtrack in that case.
Ma'am, why do we consider thriving as coming out of comfort zone? Basically, whatever we do for betterment. Maybe for timing, short-sightedness approach could be that it may force us to come out of comfort zone. But in longer term, thriving always helps you for a better working environment, prosperity for all, everything good associated with the thriving. The moment you stagnate, you decay. You have to linking it with comfort zone. I don't find it appropriate because it may be for a short duration, short term, but in long term, it's good. You become more comfortable when you thrive, go ahead, move ahead.
So Ajit sir, do you think it is easy to move ahead where actually because going to a zone which is, full of ups and downs is very difficult to have with. So do you think that it is a very smooth journey or what, and you won't have challenges?
At the end of the day, maybe you might have some problem in between, but at the end of the day, at the end of the tunnel, you find a light. Maybe darkness in the tunnel, but at the end of the tunnel, you have a light and you aspire for that and you go ahead along.
Right.
But in this case, I would like further add one thing.
Yes, sir, please.
Say end of the day, that may be a positive change, that there may be certain higher level of comfort may bring into, but the process through which individual have to pass through, if that depends upon how much difficulties he need to go through to reach that end where he can expect some higher level of comfort. If it is too much and the resources doesn't support to pass through that process, then generally he may he may not prefer to go for that.
Right, sir. He may not prefer to do that because obviously it requires a lot of effort on your part. It requires a lot of energy consumption. It is not an easy way of, just bouncing back from the adverse situation. I completely agree with that, sir. So, as if I compile all of our thoughts, so we are all trying to say that it is important to thrive, to grow, right? We cannot stay in one particular situation for a longer duration of time. So if we want to have an optimum level of human functioning, right, we need to move ahead. That is very important. So that brings up to a situation that I like to share, and I would like to hear the expense from one of you, that if this is a situation where it is mentioned that imagine yourself working on a Monday morning, if you're having a really bad day, you have gone for an important conference with a very critical client that your team has been chasing after a long time. The client refuses to offer purchase to your product and doesn't want to partner with your company for the upcoming projects. You are very disappointed. That evening, when you're closing for the day, you find that you have gotten a parking ticket and your car has been towed away. Being really frustrated, you can call your best friend to share your experience, but you are sorted of brushed off by them. What would you think and how would you feel and what would you do? If this particular situation happens to you, what are your deliberations about it? If each one of time you have been doing something and then you have been brushed off by everything, so what if as a person, as if you keep yourself in this particular situation, what do you think you will feel and you will do?
Ma'am, there are different facets in this entire narrative that you have projected before it. First of all, one is the related to client. Other is related to my personal experience, that is personal comfort, yeah, discomfort, whatsoever you can term it as you like. But first issue, if I say the client is whether he is refusing due to some or other reason, if that reason is, if that is addressable, it is very fine. I can address that very comfortably. I can go with. If it is that he doesn't want to be partner, that is his mindset, and he doesn't want to be, meaning thereby you can say he is not at all interested. In any case, he is not want to purchase, or any case he doesn't want to connect to my this thing company. In that case, if he is not interested, I will definitely done away with. No, I will not pursue him further. That I will close that. I will look for other avenues. Secondly, as far as this issue is concerned regarding the towing of car and parking, and definitely that is definitely add frustration to my overall situation. That will be definitely be there. But that if because of certain violation, if it has been taken place, then I'll address it. Or if it is not violent, then I'll contest it. That's it.
All right. Yes, anyone else? Ajit sir.
The situation is totally different, as Khaninder has pointed out. We should not mix up the issue. The issue was my project was cancelled by someone. It was added by something which is not related to it. Maybe I wanted to talk to my friend and share this and reduce my tension. No fault of friend. He might be busy with something else. He didn't know the background why I'm calling back. So let us concentrate on the root cause. Why I'm frustrated? What is the problem? And let us sort out the problem with the client and not with the friend. That is my take on this.
And sir, if
टोटल नैरेटिव कुछ ऐसा बनाया है कि शाम तक वो फील करे कि जो कुछ बुरा हो रहा है उसी के साथ हो रहा है. लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है.
I would think it was really a terrible day.
Right.
And I will think that I feel really pathetic about the day. And I would love to call my colleagues who are at my work to our mess. And we have an evening limited party.
Right.
Where we exchange our
But if he fails to come, we should not blame him for this. This is my take on.
Yes, yes.
Right.
And be prepared for the next day, for the next day.
Yes.
कुछ ऐसा हमें लग रहा है कि आपने वो नरेटिव कुछ ऐसा बनाया है, लेकिन ये काफी हम लोगों की वर्किंग स्टाइल से मिलता जुलता है, तो कुछ बहुत ज्यादा ये डिसअपॉइंटमेंट वर्ड से हमें मतलब सॉन्ग नहीं लगा हुआ है. इसीलिए हम एक्चुअली सोच नहीं पा रहे कि व्हाट वी विल आंसर टू यू, बिकॉज यू आर नॉट अवेयर अबाउट आवर वर्किंग कंडीशन. डिसअपॉइंटमेंट तो पार्ट एंड पार्सल ऑफ लाइफ है, but we have a good association place in form of officers institute. So generally that is our boardroom meeting actually.
संजय, ये तो डेली होता है यार.
ये तो डे टू डे अफेयर है हमारे लिए.
ये तो डे टू डे अफेयर है हमारे लिए. मतलब कोई बॉस आ जाए तो भी हो जाता है, किसी प्रोजेक्ट में दिक्कत हो जाए तो भी, मतलब it cannot be explained. I think Sanjay is very right in saying this.
So Anurag sir, what is your plan of action? What do you actually do in that particular situation?
कुछ नहीं, मैं
Generally we don't care.
Okay.
We go as per our plan, because people, the vehicle will be towed, the people may be disappointed, but whatever you are doing with a larger goal and within the frame, you should be satisfied with yourself that whatever you are doing is correct.
Absolutely, sir.
शाम को बाहर में जाते हैं मैडम, 2 पैक तो लेना ही पड़ता है.
Because there is one more thing.
सर, अपने आप को लाइटन करने के लिए तो everyone has to find out ways and tricks to handle, which is very important. अपने आप को लाइट करना भी जरूरी है, you know, it is very essential.
मैम वही नहीं हो पाते ना, that is the difficulties.
क्यों कलेंदर सर, वो क्यों नहीं हो पाता?
मैम ऐसा है, किसी पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम पे आपको लगता है कि नहीं भाई ये तो बोलते रहने दो, वो एक बार बोलेगा ना, एक को इग्नोर करते दूसरा और ऊपर से एक और आ जाते हैं. तो उससे लाइट होते ही दूसरा और एक ओजन डाल देते हैं कि भाई ठीक है तू इधर ही रहो, इससे हिलो मत.
बिल्कुल.
The bosses
हम लोग की पोजीशन ऐसी है कमांडेंट टाइम पे,
at our drawbacks, at our this thing lapses. They are generally those bosses who are not exposed to the situations in which we work.
Right.
They don't have until unless they serve in those circumstances, they can't realize the limitations of those.
Rightly says.
बिल्कुल मैं बिल्कुल there is no point in describing to them and
yes,
harping upon the things. छोड़ो, फिर अगला देखेंगे. So
वही है, बट ऐसा है बेसिकली मैम, ये होता है कि I 200% agree with Mr. Vishal what he has stated कि basically we are working with some people who are less experienced in our field. Right. So many a time what happened, what they have dictated, that may be slightly not commensurate to the ground situation. So under that scenario, your result, if not up to their desire, they find it very difficult to accept that कि भाई क्यों नहीं हो सकता है, why not happen. So in that case naturally the pressure will always be there. तो इसीलिए मैंने बोला कि नहीं सुना है, ठीक है कोई बात नहीं, इसको छोड़ ही दो, हम बोलते रहने दो, जो करेगा करेगा, हम दूसरा ढूंढेंगे रास्ता. So that is the way we have to find other means and ways to do the work accordingly. That is the thing. So it may be a typical situation for your multinational, but our case is slightly different. So,
yes, sir, I understand.
So that is one issue.
इसमें जो मेरे अंदर जो फीलिंग आ रही है इसमें ऐसी सिचुएशन में,
जी सर,
एक तो जो मैं सोचता हूँ, जैसे गुरु नानक देव जी ने बोला था ना, नानक दुखिया सब संसार. तो सारी दुनिया के पास में अपने अपने इश्यूज हैं, और बहुत सारे इश्यूज हैं लोगों के पास में. अगर मैं अपना और अगर मेरे को कोई अगर इस टाइप की कहीं पे फेलियर होता है या कुछ जख्म है, मैं उसको जितना ज्यादा खोल के देखूंगा या जितना उसको मैं ज्यादा रिपीट करूंगा, वो उतना ही ज्यादा वहां पे मेरे को दुख देगा, उतनी ज्यादा पेन देगा. तो इंस्टेड ऑफ टेलिंग टू सम, शेयरिंग विद सम ऑफ माय फ्रेंड्स, इट इज बेटर दैट आई शुड सिट फॉर सम टाइम. मेरे को शांति से बैठ के आंख बंद करके थोड़ा सोचना है कि व्हाट आर द रीजंस, व्हाट आर द कॉजेस, और उनको फाइंड आउट करने की जरूरत है, इंस्टेड ऑफ शेयरिंग विद माय फ्रेंड और शेयरिंग विद माय वाइफ और समबडी एल्स. तो इस सिचुएशन में तो मेरे को लगता है कि आप बैठ के इंट्रोस्पेक्ट करिए और उसके बाद में you plan your next course of action, that how, why, what are the reasons that the project failed, where we failed and what were the causes behind that. Colleagues के साथ में बैठ के उसको एड्रेस करने की इशू है.
नहीं, गाड़ी टो हो जाएगी, इस पे भी तो इंट्रोस्पेक्शन करोगे. गाड़ी टो हुई है, उस पे क्या इंट्रोस्पेक्शन करेंगे?
नहीं, गाड़ी
आगे से ठीक से पार किया करेगा.
गाड़ी इज नॉट द इशू. नहीं, गाड़ी कोई इशू नहीं है. गाड़ी को अगर उसने टो कर लिया, इट इज नॉट द इशू. बेसिकली उसको जो सेटबैक है, वो सेटबैक एक प्रोजेक्ट फेल हुआ.
सेटबैक ऐसा है कि
गाड़ी का तो 300 रुपए का चलान, गाड़ी का 300
तो
रुपए का चलान होगा.
ये तो जागीर बहुत अच्छा प्लान है.
एक मुझे भी चौपाई याद आ रहा है.
प्रोजेक्ट वाला सेटबैक नहीं लग रहा मुझे. दैट इज नॉट ए
नहीं, कोई सेटबैक नहीं. आप हर समय सक्सेसफुली हो गए, ये कहाँ लिखा हुआ है?
नहीं, सक्सेस नहीं, वो बंदा एक्सेप्ट करने के लिए तैयार ही नहीं है, तो आई लुक फॉर समथिंग एल्स. उसकी क्या सक्सेस फेल हो रहा है?
बीती ताई विसार दे आगे की सुदिले.
यस, उससे क्या लेना देना है?
मन निज मन की व्यथा मन ही राखो कोय, सुनट लई है लोग सब बाट न लई है कोय. बोला जो हो गया बीती ताई विसारी है, आगे की सुधले.
जी चंद्रकांत जी, बिल्कुल एग्जैक्टली सर, एब्सोल्युटली वेल.
वानी मैम भी आ गई स्क्रीन पे. सी मस्ट बी हैविंग सम न्यू प्रोवोकिंग थॉट.
नहीं, मैं सुनने आई थी कि चंद्रकांत सर क्या बोलने वाले हैं और कुछ नहीं. But he has summed up in a very nice way.
Absolutely. So as if we, see in this particular situation, as mentioned by all of us, that probably if we concentrate on this situation about this person whose client has also refused to purchase, then he is very disappointed because of that. Then again, his card has also been towed away. Then he's frustrated because his best friend has also brushed him off. So at that particular situation, one after the other, the setbacks are happening to this person, So if we see about his point of view, he must be feeling very, disappointed, very frustrated. But the other point of time is that looking out for options. That is what we have got to understand from the discussion, that, it's okay that his friends is also brushed off. पार्किंग गाड़ी भी टो हो गई, चलो पैसे दे दिए, वो छुड़ा लिया. बट what are the coping mechanisms? How are you going to cope up further to not let the situation affect your personal and professional life, which is very important. So basically collaborating all the point of view, it is highly important to understand that the setbacks are never going to end. The life is not going to be a smooth race and a smooth line. And whatever setbacks are coming, it is important to have the right coping mechanisms for that, and never cry or never feel about why is it happening and blame your own self also. This is something which we actually often try to do, is blaming our own self, that this is happening to us. And yes, if we see apart from the situation also, what Jaggi sir mentioned, it is important to introspect with your own self also at times, that what is happening with your own self, and understand, and having a good social circle and connection is very important to move ahead. आप अपने आप से बात करेंगे, समझेंगे, but your friends are actually your social support. Actually they cheer you up, they make you feel comfortable, so that is also very important. So at the end of the day, summing up that, having the right coping mechanisms and the base is very important. So that is all what we have said. Anyone else has anything to add on, or shall we move to the next slide?
Not advisable to opening up with all the friends. कुछ तो रायता भी फैला देते हैं, तो select those whom you can trust.
Right. You have a certain bunch of friends and are comfortable, and you should, vent your feelings out, which is very important. So वो तो सिंह सर सबको पता चल जाता है, that person is a go-to person. So that person goes to that one person only to just vent out the feelings. वो तो बिल्कुल सही बात है सर. So, okay, moving ahead to the next slide is our growth mindset. Because, if we want to thrive, जैसे कि हम सबने बोला, we can only thrive with a growth mindset, but with not a fixed mindset. हम किसी भी fixed mindset के साथ आगे बढ़ नहीं सकते. We have to have a growth mindset. So developing a growth mindset is very important. So if I ask you from your point of view, how do you define having a growth mindset as per your, deliberation? What do you define growth mindset as?
Having some tangible targets or able targets to be achieved.
Having tangible
That
targets.
will only certify and verify that yes, there is a certain growth. Effectively.
Okay, sir. All right. Having a tangible target, and so that we can achieve that, realistic targets is a growth mindset. What else can we? Yes, sir.
Add value to the overall situation.
Can you elaborate a little bit, sir, about it?
Means if I can do something, say something, say there is a building which is not in proper shape. So if I feel that I can do something with the available resources to bring it in a better way, to bring in a better shape, so I will do something at my own so that I can improve that, and overall the improvement of the building takes place. So I will add some value to the building, say certain degree of repairing, say certain degree of aesthetic change of aesthetic look, whatsoever I can do. So that way I will add to that particular aspect some value to the aspect, so that look a bit different, and that look to be grown upon, something like that.
All right, sir. All right. Okay. So as if we talk about growth mindset, basically, then it is more or less about that you're willing to learn from your mistakes and you find a value in that criticism, and you're trying to move ahead with that. You're actually intelligent enough to find out the ways to deal with that particular situation in a very realistic way, in a very tangible way, and you're willing to ask questions and admit that there is a problem. Having a mindset where you are just flowing, you are not staying stagnant, you are not, and you are actually moving ahead with alternatives, with solutions, that we call as a growth mindset. So if you see in the screen that there are certain kinds of beliefs present here, like if a person has a current belief that I am a total failure, then what can be the rational belief or the growth mindset to this particular situation? So if there is mention in the current belief that I am a total failure, right, which is a current belief, then how will you rationalize or how will you positively translate this current belief into a growth mindset? What statement will you put it up if a person says, I am a total failure?
First of all, because of certain situation, due to certain development surrounding him or related to him, he may have that feeling. I'll try to understand why he has that kind of feeling, why he possesses that kind of feeling. Number one, I'll try to identify the cause of this feeling. If I can address to that, it is fine. If I cannot address to that, then I will try to provide him some alternate solution. No, okay, fine. Here you are not succeeding, you can do this also, you are having this potential also. Means I will try to explore his, or rather try to project before him about his potential in other field, if not enough in that particular field.
Okay, that is one point of view.
One will have to learn that in all the endeavors, I'm not going to succeed. Certain failures are part and parcel of life. Maybe this time I failed. Next time I'll be succeeding.
Yes.
This mindset should be there.
At times I have failed, but I came stronger.
Right. At times I can fail, but I came stronger. Absolutely.
So the failure is part of growth trajectory.
It is a part and parcel of your growth. Okay.
Yes.
Right. So if we talk about rationalizing this particular belief system that I am a total failure, as mentioned by all of you, that we can rationalize with a growth mindset that it's okay that I failed today, but obviously I learned a lot through this process as well. So that is very important. All right. If the second situation comes up that I feel worthless and dumb, everyone's better than me. If a person has this kind of a belief system, what are the rational thoughts which you can develop with a growth mindset to the person? If a
Stop
person,
comparing. Stop comparing with others. Stop comparing with others. Everybody is individual. Every individual is unique, and every individual is numero uno by his own way. So I'll definitely try to inculcate that. Stop compare with others. You yourself has your own way of doing the things. You are having own potential. You are having own capability, own caliber. So work on that, not work based on comparing with others. That's it.
All right, sir.
That may be related with one odd case or in overall personality of that person. The treatment for both will be different. If on a single occasion he is feeling so there may be comparable data by which analysis you can just derive at a conclusion that why he is feeling alone or feeling so low about that. But if it's overall part of his personality, then their surrounding, the social fabric has to be reworked.
Right, sir. Anyone else would like to give their deliberations on this one? Because we feel that a person has a this kind of a thought process that somewhere down the line means that the person's self-esteem has actually shaken up a lot. The person must have completely bogged down with one's self-esteem and one's self-confidence. So we can tell that everyone's journey is different, and stop comparing yourself with others, because everyone has their own journey. I cannot compare the level of my journey with your journey, because our journeys are completely different, right? So when a person's self-esteem is so low, you should actually make the person feel much more comforting, first of all, and you should tell that, everyone's journey is different. Stop blaming yourself for that. Then life is unfair and all efforts are useless. If someone has the belief system that, our life is very unfair, and jitne bhi hum efforts kar rahe hain, they all are useless. How are you going to rationalize this belief system?
Ma'am, a point from my side, just coming back to the previous one, I feel worthless and dumb. You are saying that everybody is having his own journey. The problem comes when you are in the same journey. I'm talking about an organizations where we have such people, same goal, same working environment. And if you find a person with this sort of belief, then how to bring him out of that belief is the problem. If you're in a corporate sector, if I'm working somewhere, someone else is working somewhere, no problem. We can motivate, we can give some rational logic for coming up from that current state of belief. But when you are in the same department, same working environment, same goal, everything is same. And if you are suffering from this sort of problem, then how to come out of that? How to give a rational belief to overcome this current belief?
Ajit, there are two things to look at it. The first thing is that if a person has such kind of low self-esteem and feels that one person is completely worthless, and the person doesn't have a better intellect, the first thing is somewhere down the line, people are not understanding that person. So basically, the step one would be just listen to the feelings and let the person vent out the feelings. A. B is that you should actually tell the person not to just be stuck in that particular situation and find out alternatives to make yourself better. If you're working at the environment, obviously everyone would be better than you. Everyone would like to work at its best, and if you're not going to improve your own capacities and capabilities, you'll always be, at a stagnant level. So you should actually, first of all, is let that person vent out his or her feelings, because somewhere down the line the person is actually struggling with that also, and the feelings are bottling up. The second thing is the person should find the right alternatives and the right coping mechanisms to work on that person is feeling ki agar if I'm not good at one particular thing, then I should find out the ways to be better, rather than just so that is something which is important to understand. And the third thing is, when a person is so much low, you should actually be supportive to the person, because if we all will be blaming, and we all will be pointing out fingers, that would not at all be helpful. That will actually hamper the situation much more. So having a supportive, even a supportive talk actually helps out. So that's what I can just suggest you, Ajit sir, if you're working in the same environment and you are, having the same kind of journey. So these things should be taken care in handling a situation where a person has so low self-esteem and confidence. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So another thing is, why me? I know God doesn't like me. If someone had a perception that it is always why me and God doesn't like me, a perception like this, how are you going to rationalize this kind of a belief system?
गॉड जिसको पसंद नहीं करते हो ये बिलीफ के लिए बचा ही नहीं होता है पृथ्वी पे। वो लोगों को छोड़ते हैं जिनको कहीं ना कहीं से वो देखते हैं कि रह सकता है, सर्वाइव कर सकता है, एंड ही कैन इंप्रूव अपॉन।
Absolutely.
फीलिंग द लाइफ इटसेल्फ इज ए गुड जर्नी, तो उसमें क्या मिला नहीं मिला वो तो दैट इज अनदर थिंग, बट गॉड डजंट लाइक मी इज नॉट द राइट थिंग। इफ यू आर अलाइव एंड इन दिस यूनिवर्स देन you are lucky that you have a life.
Because God testifies more to them whom he feel that a person can,
yes,
be resilient enough to handle that situation. Absolutely well said, sir. Right, that's true.
इस टाइप की फीलिंग तभी आती है जब आप अपने से नीचे वालों को नहीं देखते हो, आप सिर्फ अपने से ऊपर वालों को देखते हो, अपने से बेटर को देखते हो, जो आपके नीचे हैं या आपसे भी जो कम परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं उनको आप देख नहीं रहे। क्योंकि अगर आपको एक फीवर हो जाता है और आपने ये सोचना शुरू कर दिया यार भगवान देखो मेरे साथ ही होता है हमेशा, तो आप हॉस्पिटल में जाके देखोगे तो एक से एक दुखिया है वहां पे। ये जो फीलिंग है इट इज ओनली बिकॉज ऑफ दैट।
And sir, I think so the best connotation could not have been understood in the COVID times, where when in the second wave we have been hearing every day the news of people dying, every day the relative calling that that person has died or this has happened to us. So basically it has been a very ups and down journey, roller coaster journey in the especially pandemic times. So probably we should actually learn two things from those things: to be grateful and to acknowledge what is happening to us. To have the fact of gratitude is very important. We should actually show gratitude, which we all are missing at certain point of time. हम कभी भी thankful नहीं होते हैं for the things that have been happening to us, but we should be, because there are so much happening and we should जैसे हमने पहले बोला, we should observe and notice the beauty around us. So a lot of things are happening better. So this is the way we can understand. The last is, does anybody like me? Question mark. If a person has a thought process that does anybody like me, then what is the thing going in a person's head?
सोशल मीडिया पे ज्यादा होगा मैम।
जी सर।
He must be having active presence on social media.
Active presence on social media, right?
डिप्रेस बंदा होगा, बंदा डिप्रेस होगा मैडम तभी सोचेगा, ऐसा नहीं तो क्यों सोचेगा।
मैम आपने जितने भी करंट रिलीव्स लिखे हैं, these are the typical symptom for a suicidal tendency, I must say. At any point of time, God forsake, if I am able to identify these features in my subordinates or the team whom I command, it will be my prime responsibility to give a rational belief to overcome these traits. These are serious traits and indicative of a suicidal tendency.
Very true.
Exactly, very true. And however, this is ये feeling तो मैम ये last वाला जो है ये basically it indicates a serious inferiority complex in the mind of individual.
It's a serious problem. One has to introspect if someone suffers from these problems.
It is a serious inferiority complex of the individual कि भाई मेरा जैसा शायद कोई नहीं है।
Rather in forces, we should take it as indicators for measuring the that kind of.
नहीं, ये भी हो सकता है उसका काम करने का तरीका इतना अलग हो कि लोग उसे पसंद ना करते हो, और फिर over a period of time people may start liking him. बहुत ऐसे लोग रहे हुए हैं।
नहीं, you collaborate with all the parameters.
Other feelings.
Don't take it in isolation. These 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parameters are there. current belief
If
system,
that is
someone
so,
really believes on these, it is so.
Not necessary. Any one of these parameter can also be prevalent in one person. Not necessarily जो suicide करने जाएगा.
मैं isolation में बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ.
नहीं,
I'm not talking in isolation.
I also feel अजीत जो बोल रहा है, मैं भी feel करता हूँ, अगर एक सीक्वेंस में देखता हूँ, ये पूरा पैरामीटर सीक्वेंस में देखता हूँ, ये लास्ट वाला फीलिंग है कि भाई मैं तो अब खत्म है, मेरा कुछ रहा ही नहीं.
नहीं, वो समझ रहा हूँ, वो मैं समझ रहा हूँ, लेकिन अगर आइसोलेशन में देखेंगे तो जरूरी नहीं है कि आपको सब लाइक ही करें.
इसके अजीत इज वेरी
क्या जरूरी है कि आप अपने आप को पसंद करो, ज्यादा जरूरी है.
टुगेदर और वो किसी की पर्सनालिटी का पार्ट हो जाए तो सर्टेनली इट इज अ ग्रेट रिस्क और बंदा वाकई सुसाइडल टेंडेंसी में आ जाएगा.
Accepted. No denial to that. But however,
क्या करूं मैं?
People should start liking them. कोई और like करे इसके लिए तो फिर आप पागल हो जाओगे. Then you will go.
So basically, it is important to have sensitivity.
Yes. Attributes है, ये जितने attributes है, अगर isolation में देखते हैं, then it is a different issue. अगर in totality देखा जाए, it is having a serious. I fully 200% सहमत हूँ अजीत के साथ कि ये he is going to just commit suicide. He's just going to commit suicide.
I would not say.
One may not be agreeing, but these things come to mind generally at the age much younger age than.
So basically, it is not about if we think about committing, any kind of suicidal thought, but obviously these are something which are the red flags, and we should actually, get the early intervention techniques if somebody has all of it, right? We should plan out the early intervention because this might be a fact that, a person must be going through a lot of things. So it is important to be supportive to the person who is there and try to understand the mindset of the person. Jagir sir, you wanted to say something. You've raised your hand. You have something to say, sir?
मैं जो कहना चाह रहा था, मिस्टर चौधरी ने ऑलरेडी उसको वो पॉइंट बोला है. ये बेसिकली जैसे अजीत जी बोल रहे थे, अगर ये सारे जो चीजें हैं, नेगेटिव चीजें अगर किसी एक आदमी में हो जाए तो डेफिनेटली इट इज 100% श्योर कि उस आदमी में एक सुसाइडल टेंडेंसी है. लेकिन ये बेसिकली ये जितने भी चीजें हैं नेगेटिव थॉट्स, ये कभी ना कभी हर इंसान के लाइफ में एट वन पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम, ये हमेशा नहीं रहते, ये मोमेंटली होते हैं, कभी कभी आते हैं ये चीज, और वो बहुत लॉन्ग लास्टिंग भी नहीं रहते. ऐसा हम में से कोई भी नहीं होगा कि कभी किसी के लाइफ में ऐसा कभी थॉट आए ना हो.
Majorly, sir, right. It is the intensity, that what kind of intensity the thoughts are coming. Is it really, really strong that is coming, or it is very coming on a very, or not on a very regular basis? So basically, that is important to understand.
Can I just ask one question? Just not much related to this. It just happened to come in my mind.
Please, sir.
Over the years, what we have even the study has gone, that so far as, of course, I totally agree with what Ajit has pointed out, that of all these factors taken in totality, they are really alarming and they are suicidal tendencies.
Right.
Of course, having said that, I would also agree with Jagir that these thoughts in isolation may come at times to all of us, and that's quite natural.
Right.
My question was, why is it that women do have, if you look at the statistics, women have committed less suicides, women folk, and men have committed more suicide? Could there be some genetic reason behind this, or is it that women are mentally more stronger and they're more rational and they're able to understand life in a much better way than men does, or something else?
A very, very valid question asked, Surendra sir, because it is very important to find out. The main reason behind this is basically, when do we commit suicide, or when do we have certain kinds of tendencies and negative thought process where we are bottling up our feelings, right? We are not expressing ourselves, we are not venting out our feelings and emotions. So the answer to your question basically is that why does women have, if you see the statistics, basically they are more vocal about their feelings, right? They vent out their feelings and they express a lot. And if we see as compared to men, you say it as a prejudice or a stereotype, but obviously times are changing. They actually are less vocal and little less expressive. They try and bottle up feelings, and they try on koi baat nahi, you know. Probably they are not too much venting out the things, and they are just bottling up the feelings. And let me tell you, sir, if you bottle up your feelings on a very continuous basis, whether men or women, anyone, I would like to say, the bottle is going to actually just
Burst.
burst out, because at any point of time anyone can have these feelings. So if I would suggest, I tell it to my patients, my clients, everyone, that don't keep the feelings inside you, just talk it out. Even if you feel that it's not of a serious concern, just vent it out, talk to somebody. Because agar hame lagega na ki ye to bahut choti si baat hai, we should actually not discuss with anyone, it might generate into a bigger problem. So this is the reason why we, if you asked about the statistical question, why men do generally do it, because they're less vocal about it. They don't talk out, express more. So even I would just give a suggestion that you should actually generate this kind of ritual in your battalion as well, where you can just, take a session with your subordinates about, chalo aaj man ki baat karte hain, and just talk it out. Not about anything serious, but just let us know about what do you feel, because they will actually, iske do fayde honge. Pehli cheez, they will become really connected to you. So whenever they feel that we are going low, they will approach you from a very different perspective, that you are going to help. Secondly, the feelings that are bottling up would actually settle down. So these are the things majorly, which two things that I would like to suggest that we all should practice with our subordinates in our particular workspace, that we should have a very healthy environment where we can express each other feelings. We should not create that animosity amongst us where we cannot talk. So Surinder ji, answering your question is, the statistics is this: because of ventilation of emotion is lesser in men as compared to women, and because of that,
moreover
we have this.
Moreover, society, generally, and that is actually in India. Now things are changing, but moreover, societally, males are, अगर वो ज़्यादा बोलते हैं या वो ज़्यादा share करते हैं, तो एक टोक दिया जाता है कि लड़कियों की तरह बातें न करो, और and all that stuff. So that in their earlier childhood, they get into that mode. Second, I think females are very good in creating their own support systems. They reach out, they do. I would not say कि males females में ये difference है. मुझे लगता है कि एक reach out करते हैं, wherein males try to think over the problems and brood over it for a long period of time, because societally they are the ones who are problem solvers, they are the ones who are bread earners. So वो सारा का सारा focus जो है वो उनके ऊपर है, and then they think that sharing it with the family would be very difficult, and how they would react. So they are more of a protector to the family that way, and that's the reason why probably I think that really pushes them into not speaking about. And it's actually a natural middle class family structure. I don't know about upper class, but where we are, I think fathers or the males are the ones who are supposed to go in the world and fight it out. And when they come back, they're disturbed, upset, but the whole idea is that they're up to themselves thinking about the problem. Wherein females generally, I'm not saying that we don't work, we work, but the whole idea is we create support system around us. Vishalji, you have a question?
Yes, sir. Vishal, sir, you have a question.
In continuation to what Vani ma'am says, I will agree to her. I will say it in a slightly maybe different way. It is basically because of the society being patriarchal, in which men are when men are going outside, they are more exposed to challenges, different type of people and different aspects of life. Then a lady who is not a working woman, who is not going outside, she is in a very protected environment, she is there. So there is less scope in her case. It's of course for anybody who is going out, making his livelihood, making her livelihood, the challenges are going to be the same for them, and they are going to definitely react in that way, not different from them. It is also there. So basically the social structure which has given the data in favor of women or whatever.
Exactly. And if anthropologist, and from an anthropologist view, we can say, I've already shared it with the cohort that, genetically, it's like, females are more of a nurturer and males are more of a protector and hunters. So that's somewhere or the other, we are wired like that. And for females, one big factor is if they take a decision, they take with, nurturing mindset. वो ये सोचेंगे कि अगर मदर है तो वो ये motherly instinct बहुत strong होगा. You see, in the sense.
I am having a question in this.
Yes, sir, please.
Regard. Is there any study that that is related to all these factors in connection with gender? That is, gender related study कोई हुआ है क्या इसमें? इसमें particular gender is more affected, other gender is less affected. If that is so, why? Why? What is the rationale behind it, ma'am?
That's exactly what we are saying.
Study is basically not only done in respect to gender diversity, but the studies have also been done in other aspects. And if we talk specifically about gender, then the study has done more, about the fact, the reasons behind that. Surinder sir is asking questions about why female are more, even not only why would we say about, suicidal, even if we say about heart attacks also, if we say something about our cardiovascular issues, why women have lesser and why male have a higher rates of, suicidal tendency or cardiac arrest or an anginal pains, because of the facts that we have been discussing here. And not only one study, sir, there were 3 studies which I certainly remember, which has been done last year only, of Harvard School and Oxford School, where there was an experimental research done, where the students, they were not I won't say adolescents, but they were 25-year-old above people, where males and females were done in an experimental setup, and they were actually given a situation where they were told to how would they respond to that particular situation, and the level and perception of males, if I talk about gender and females, were completely different, and the way that males, respond to a situation is very different. Their mindset are completely different from what women actually do. So it has been proven in researches as well, sir, that males generally have a mindset that doesn't involve too much of sharing things up. And if I talk about from my psychology point of view also, sir, in a day, if I talk about my level of patience in a day, if I say about, I see 20 patients in a day, 15 or 16 are girls, are women, and very less are men. So one day I was just going through my own database and I was trying to find out. Then I asked this question to a boy who came to me, and he said, ma'am, I cannot cry in front of you because we are never, हमें सिखाया ही नहीं है कि किसी के सामने रोना होता है हमको, हमें strong रहना सिखाया है. I can share my feelings, but I really want to cry, but I can't cry because it is my system. It is the environment that I have been grown up has, inculcated the facts, nurtured that you're not supposed to cry in front of others because that will show you're a weak person, right? So this is particularly has been done a lot in studies, about the fact that expressive feelings are little lesser in men, but obviously times are changing, and I can see a lot of change in the society now.
Where these are the social reasons. What he was asking, is there any scientific reason, genetic reason for? Exactly. These are the outcome of the discussions.
That I mean to say, is there any scientific reason? Is there any hormonal effect, any chemical effect, any biological effect?
I would say yes.
Yes. I would like to one more thing add, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Before replying to my queries, I'd like to request one more thing. If you have the data, is it how it is related? How all these factors are related to the age factor? How it deviates? How it varies? How there is variation with respect to age? That also, if you add, I shall be grateful to that. Yeah.
So I would quote one study. I don't remember the year. I think it was 2012. and this was done. The difference is, yes, the threshold of pain, pain in the sense mentally and bit on our physically. I'm not saying body strength here, don't compare between. Body strength wise, of course, males have an upper hand, irrespective of the fact. However, if you see females who are very strong body wise, they would have male hormones more. Wherein when it comes to threshold of pain, females fare better than males, in the sense here pain means mental pain also. Reason being, of course, because right from the beginning, we have been conditioned to prepare for, childbirth, prepare for, adjustments in life. And that's inbuilt. That's inbuilt. कि ये changes होंगे आपकी life में. Secondly, our hormonal system is such that goes on into changes. So वो हमें balance out करना आता है यहाँ पे. और वो rightly निकिता ने share किया कि we went it out, or maybe we try to share it with people around. तो वो ये एक factor है sir कि हमारा threshold to take mental pain is genetically far better than a male this thing. ये एक study थी. And the rest आप जो बोल रहे हो कि age का, age I would not be the thing. Let me search it out. Maybe कुछ ना कुछ तो जरूर होगा. I'm sure किसी ने research जरूर करा होगा.
मैम इसमें मेरा और एक query है मैम. As you have
बोलिए.
stated the example that as you have cited, that is basically related to a predictable scenario. That is to a predictable scenario. It is not an unpredictable sort of scenario. Now I am referring what is there it is. It is basically an unpredictable scenario has been depicted before us. Say I am working in a particular project. I am not sure I will be succeeding or otherwise. I am working, so suppose I get failed. Because of that, certain thought process come to my mind. But what you have stated, say, yes, you have been conditioned to bear with certain scenario, which you know very well, that a girl supposed to be mother, and if she will be the mother, then she supposed to passes through the labor pain and other things, those process, those biological process, that is there. Now what my question is basically, this is an unpredictable scenario, and in case of unpredictable scenario lead to the thought process like this. And in that case, is there any scientific reason behind why this type of thinking come to my mind more rather than that of a lady, that of a female? I mean to say, why as a male this thought process affect me more as compared to to my counterpart, gender that is female. I mean to say, why? That I mean to say, predictability is not there. Similar situation in that scenario, who will affect more and how it will affect and why it is? Is there any scientific study?
So there might be social factors about it because of personality differences, and individual differences, which cannot be specific towards men and women, but it can be personality differences if I talk about the social and the psychological factors. But genetic factors might be different, in respect to the genetic dispositions. So that are not specific to males and females. There must be studies which might have been done. But if I talk about the social and the psychological factors, that is not specific to male or female. It can be vice versa as well because of the personality differences and the individual differences, which psychology says. And not only that, it can be even culturally very different, because our Indian mentality and Indian cultures are very different from Western cultures also. So scientifically, it might be there because of any genetic dispositions. But yes, psychologically and social factors are obviously there, present there.
सर रिसर्च में एक वेरिएबल को नहीं लेके देखा जा सकता है कि यही एक फैक्टर है. एंड आई एग्री टू डॉक्टर निकिता, क्योंकि जब भी हम देखेंगे तो एन नंबर ऑफ फैक्टर्स देखेंगे. एक फैक्टर को सेपरेट करके वो बहुत ही नीश हो जाएगा. सो मेरे हिसाब से वो जनरलाइज नहीं कर सकते कि ये एक फैक्टर निकाल के उसी का ही इफेक्ट देखें. So, but yes, your point is valid. Let us just search if we have got some studies or not. We can do so. I mean, we have an option of doing it. Let me do that for you and share it. No doubt, no problems about it. Nikita, can we take a small break?
Yeah,
of
I
10
was
minutes?
about to say that we can take a small break for the tea and coffee for our commandants. Then we can
Yes.
join after some time.
Yes, so we take a small break of 10 minutes. We resume at 11:18.
Currently looking for that, ma'am. Thank you.
I could get that.
All right, everyone, welcome back from the tea break. I hope you all had your tea break. So now we would, understand a very next concept of the workshop today. It is basically based upon a very basic principle of thrive only, right? So when we are talking about thriving, okay, when we are talking about flourishing, it is very important to understand a very important concept called victim mentality, right? When we are thinking about thriving, we sometimes there is a barrier in the process of thriving when we start victimizing ourselves, right? So what do we understand by the term victim mentality over here, right? I'll just give you a gist and then we can start our discussion on the same. So basically, victim mentality, I would like to say, is when you start blaming others, for your own actions, and when you don't take responsibility for your own life, right? Just say, for example, if something bad is happening to you on constant basis, as we were taking example of that person who was brushed up by his friends when he wanted to talk, whose car was towed away. So if we take example of this, where a series of unprecedented and a series of negative events are happening, we start victimizing ourselves, we start blaming others for that. So basically that is called a victim mentality, right? So what else deliberations can you give upon victim mentality, and then I can just start with the lecture. So as per you, what do you understand by victim mentality? Anyone else? Ajit sir, you would like to give any deliberations?
Ma'am, the typical example of victim mentality, though it may be a bit out of place here, the
Right.
present Delhi government
Right.
plays this card very well. He's the best person to learn the victim mentality card.
Correct, sir. So basically, as Ajit sir mentioned, basically that is blaming others for your own actions. Now, my point over here is that sometimes what happens that, we become hyper vigilant, right? With people around, and we start reacting to small things also in a very big way, right? We start making things so much big, and we start reacting, and we are very much being aware of when people have bad intentions, and we are still reacting on those things, right? So basically that is what we call as a victim mentality. But I would like to say that to be or not to be a victim is our own choice, right? It cannot be put it in any other way. It cannot be done in a way that people will probably will learn us over the period of time. But to be and not to be a victim is completely our choice, right? We completely have full autonomy over it, that whatever actions are happening around us or whatever things bad are happening with us, we should take charge of it and we should start working upon it rather than blaming others for our small things. So in the respect of thriving, where does this victim mentality concept covers is where we start blaming others for our not thriving, for our not flourishing, right? And let me tell you, a lot of people amongst us, have this kind of thought. So now I would like to share that to be or not to be a victim is a complete choice, right? Which I would want to share you all with the help of this case study. So first of all, I want to know that everyone is back after the tea break, or should we wait for a longer period of time because it requires a lot of interaction. Can I have my commandants here? Is everyone present?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your input. So now we have a case study over here, and I want your deliberations on it. But do you have a victim mentality or not? So now there is a person, Sudeep, who had been a great advocate of gender diversity in a firm. Observes that whenever Reena got herself into trouble, she always blamed the old boy network. Sudeep knew that was a poor argument, and none of the other people or women in the company had ever mentioned it. Meetings with Reena were like walking on eggshells, and it was a time where Reena's next appraisal. She still had memories about her constructive feedback given to her. When he said that a specific situation could have been handled more effectively, she went into overtime, started heating argument about his input, and denying any responsibility for the way things have gotten out of hand. When Sudeep persisted and tried to show her that she had not been an innocent bystander in the example he had given, Reena lashed out at him against presenting herself as a victim. After these exchanges, Sudeep would feel thoroughly miserable and felt as he had victimized her. He would end up feeling sorry for her and try to calm her down, and Sudeep wondered how effective this approach really was, as the same scenario could kept on repeating itself. So now the question is that what suggestions would you give to Sudeep?
We should keep on trying.
Okay. He should keep on trying.
The problem is with Reena, not with Sudeep. So he should not just abandon his efforts.
Okay. Okay. Can you elaborate a little bit, sir, about the same?
Ma'am, he knows that she will respond in that particular manner. So this was not a surprise event for Sudeep. But certainly the input given by him was not adopted by Reena also, since counseling and all. So either you prove yourself that you are not biased or you are gender neutral and you are in favor of, by doing, by posing yourself as a non-biased person, everybody having a prejudice against the whole lot of the old boys group and all. So it's really very difficult. It's not a situation that odd one case that he will be able to convince her. But certainly he should put more efforts to prove that really he is a gender bias and he can make a change in the thought process of Reena. So his efforts is more required than the Reena's realization of victimization.
All right. So you're trying to say that Reena is playing the victim card and she's trying to victimize herself?
एकदम मैम और वो किस सिचुएशन में सी विल प्ले, क्योंकि एक कंफर्ट जोन जो शुरू में हम लोग बात किए थे उससे वो बाहर नहीं आना चाहती. उस कंफर्ट जोन में उसको सबसे इजी जो लगता है वो वही है जो वो अडॉप्ट करे.
जी. All right. Okay. What other deliberations do we have on the case study?
In this case, I would like to say that Reena should be given a change of job and change of situation, and she should be given an opportunity to show that if she was a victim in such circumstances, she would not, how does she well in other circumstances also. Plus, a counseling should be done to her. And secondly, she should be asked her what she exactly wants and what are her primary tasks. She should herself speak what she actually wants to do, and she should be given an opportunity to do that. Again, if she feels that she is being victimized, then she should be disciplinary action or an administrative action should be taken against her.
Right.
To me, ma'am, it looks like Sandeep is playing a appeasement policy, in the sense though he claims himself to be a person who believes in the gender diversity, he claims, I don't know, he points out Reena at right time, right thing. Still, she fails to mend her ways. Again, he is forced to feel apologetic about it. This shows that Sandeep is trying to appease her despite her all drawbacks and failure, which is not correct in a managerial parlance. So he should rather replace her if she is not mending her way. That is my take.
All right. So he should be assertive. Sandeep should be assertive enough. If she's not mending her ways, if she's not working on it, he should probably replace her. All right. Okay. Anyone else would like to give their deliberations about what should be done in this case and how things should be put up? Anurag sir, would you like to give any deliberations?
Ma'am, it is very clear that Sudeep जो है वो advocate रहा है gender diversity का firm में, और he has been a keen observer also, जो कि first line कहता है इसमें. That he has been he observed that whatever Reena got herself in trouble, उसने अपने वो blame किया है old boy network को. But in the last paragraph अगर आप देखें इसमें, तो Sudeep, he would end up feeling sorry for her, which he should not do. He should not feel sorry for her because उसने उसको समझाने की कोशिश की है, बताया है. He has been a keen observer. और एक बार अगर उसने उनको बता दिया है तो बार बार ये चीज बताने की आवश्यकता नहीं है. एंड जिस लेवल पे है वो, जो मैनेजरियल पोस्ट पे है वो, उसमें ये चीजें बार बार नहीं होती हैं. एक दो तीन बार अगर आपने बता दिए, इट्स मोर देन एनफ. Now he should take some hard and strong decision about it.
Right. So if we talk about that, who is playing a victim card over here is probably Reena, who is trying to, play the fact that, with constant things, she's trying to make Sandeep understand. And then obviously at the end, then also Sandeep is feeling very miserable, which he should not, because obviously he has done his own part. He has actually made her understand and everything. And where he end up feeling sorry, so probably where if we say understand the case study, at the end also Sandeep is trying to keep on working upon it so that the things can be better. But here, if we talk about gender diversity in a firm, or if we talk about gender diversity in BSF or anywhere else, probably a person should not victimize oneself and should not self-sabotage. So basically, at any point of time, if you're trying to cover up yourself with any kind of, things of gender, it is probably not advisable. I would like to ask that in terms of BSF, how well is the things of gender diversity, sir?
Ma'am, isme, before replying to your queries, I am having a queries, ma'am.
Yes,
don't you feel it is, I may be biased, I may be sound a bit biased, but don't you feel that it's a bit practical also, that generally the ladies, whenever they find in an uncomfortable situation, they try to play the victim card, that just because ladies, I am being victimized like that. Don't you feel something like that? Is it my assumption, or do you feel it is something like that?
Again, sir, I would say it is completely individual difference. It is a highly subjective difference, because earlier, again, we come to the same discussion that, women were not allowed to work or whatever, but now everything is very much, gender diverse, and everything is very much working on the equality policy. So obviously, things have changed, the scenario have changed. But yes, if we talk about certain females, who have been trying to play, because it is completely their personality and it is individual difference. If we talk about females or male, it is completely an individual difference about how they respond and react. But obviously, certainly answering your question, playing a victim card is the most easiest thing to do, whether it's a female or a male. But with females, a little bit easier, right? But it again depends upon subjective differences, sir. That is what I'm going to.
Okay, ma'am. Now I would like to add to your this thing.
Please,
Now
sir.
I would like to respond to your this thing. First of all, in BSF, as far as diversity is concerned, now there is female in every sphere of BSF workforce. right from our this thing in the border deployment to the office staff.
Okay.
In both the cases, in all these spheres, you will find. And generally, what happened? I'd like to quote a typical example. I'll take just 1 minute, ma'am. I'll not take much time.
Sure, sir, please.
For example, the Mahila constable has been recruited in BSF, and all those are recruited against the vacancies of a constabulary. Meaning thereby, they're supposed to perform the duty. They're supposed to perform the duty as per the charter of duty of a constable, irrespective of the gender. I repeat, they're supposed to perform the duty as per their charter of duty, irrespective of the gender issues. Now coming to the point, generally, in most of the cases, they do not prefer to go. They do not prefer to go to the border. They prefer to stay. They prefer to work in the battalion headquarters also only. And under such scenario, many a time as the supervisory staff, we need to accommodate also them. And we accommodate also. In fact, not need to, we accommodate also sometimes. But now question arises here. Because of them being accommodated at battalion headquarters, certain other personnel, the male counterpart, who supposed to be accommodated at battalion headquarters and who is in their need, they need to be accommodated. They need to be accommodated, so they cannot be accommodated. Because you have to keep limited personnel at battalion headquarters because your priority is different. Priority is there in the border. So you cannot send them, and because of them, they need to accommodate it. And because of due to that factor, you cannot accommodate any needy people at battalion headquarters. This is where the victim card plays. If you deny them, they may play any kind of card. I mean to say, including victim, including harassment card, so many things. That I am being targeted, I am being harassed, I am being victimized. So many things arises out of this. So here the conflict arises. Here the conflict arises. So this is a typical case where the force like BSF works.
Right.
Where this force like BSF works, in fact, the male counterpart is victimized because of this thing. I feel, this is again my opinion. I may be wrong, but this is my opinion. This is again the male counterpart, rather not the female counterpart, rather the male counterpart, but projection is somewhere, something is different. So this is the situation, ma'am. This is the situation here, the situation that you have narrated. It's a typical, the case that is somehow similar. I feel it is somehow aligned to our day-to-day experience of our working that we generally have to experience. So this is the thing. So I would like to request you now, how do I encourage them? You kindly give me some kind of solution. It may not be a ready-made solution, but you kindly give me, how do I bring them out of the situation, bring them out of the mentality that they should readily go to the border, or they should be aware of their charter of duty, because when they have recruited, when they have appointed, when they come for recruitment, then they are well aware about their duty, that I am recruited in a border guarding force, and my prime duty is to guard the border and supposed to be deployed in the border. So after that, if they take some or other pretext that I am having small child, there may be some genuine issue also. But because of that genuine issue or not genuine issues, the problem is there. So now I would like to request you kindly to give some kind of input through which I can make them aware that, bhai, this is your role and you're supposed to perform this and you're supposed to go this, and without any hesitancy, without any hesitation, they are also ready to go. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. So answering your question, sir, how to overcome and how to handle the particular situation which you are mentioning. First of all, it is very important to be assertive enough and to tell them that, these is the things which should be done and these things should not be done, right? In a very assertive way. I'm not saying in a very harsh or a very soft way. In a very assertive way, the things should be told to them. Secondly, understanding their perspective at that point of time also is very important, because it gives you a way of thought that what are that person's perception, and then you can probably give your inputs that this way you won't be able to succeed in a very healthy environment and in a long run thing. Okay, where a person actually, the best thing is mirroring, which actually works at this point of time, because when you understand the other person's perspective about what the person is feeling, it might be that there are certain kinds of misconception or there are certain confusion. But secondly, sometimes this victim mentality happens where the person actually does it deliberately, knowing the pros and the cons. So in that particular situation where the person is actually trying to do it deliberately and being a victim, whether a male or a female, right, it is very important to first of all be assertive enough to make this person understand this is the right and this is the wrong. Secondly,
Sir, good morning, sir.
so can you please
Sir, congratulations, sir.
mute yourself?
Sir, कब आ रहे हैं सर?
म्यूट कर लो भाई.
अच्छा अच्छा सर.
डीपी माइक बंद करो, म्यूट करो.
DP भाई is managing boss.
डीपी हमेशा डीपी रहेगा, सर्विस बनाओ.
2003 बार हो गया.
Right, it's okay, it's no issues. So generally when certain this kind of situation occurs, you should be assertive. B thing is that you should make that person responsible, that if you are going to continue this kind of behavior, you would be held responsible for it, and these kinds of action would be taken against you. When you know that the person is doing this deliberately, there is no point of being empathetic to them, because then if you are being empathetic at that point of time to the person, you're actually making the behavior much more worse, right? And the behavior will occur on regular basis. So as you all mentioned, in this particular case, you should be telling on the person that these are going to be the consequences, and if you continue to do that, you would have these kinds of repercussions also. So handling a victim mindset and a victim mentality, whether a female or a male, I would understand with a female it becomes a little difficult, if a male is handling, because obviously a little upper edge happens. But whatever it is, whether it's a male or a female, right is right and wrong is wrong, and you need to make the person understand these are going to be repercussions, so you better mend your ways before that. So that is the best way, I believe, to deal with that. I don't know how you actually handle the situations in BSF if this thing happens to you, but yes, if you ask me, the ideal way that should be handled psychologically would be this only, sir. Any deliberations, sir, you would like to give on the same?
Ma'am, not particularly the situation that you have already portrayed about the victim mentality in the forces, particularly with respect to gender wise. I'd like to give a different dimension to it.
Right.
In case of officers, if you have a lady officers, which are very limited in number, they are put through a very close scrutiny by the seniors and colleagues also. Your every action, a female officer's action, it goes through a very close scrutiny. Your works will be appreciated. At the same time, your failures will also be highlighted. There are chances of your failures getting highlighted also. The disadvantage that lady officer faces is once you point out some gray area of hers, she will give an explanation to it why she is not able to do it. Because he's under close scrutiny, and a male guy can skip away, go away, but it is difficult for a female officers right now in our forces to get scot-free either for her achievement or her failure.
Right.
For your failure, if you give an explanation, that is taken as a victim card by others, which is not correct. Because if you are being scrutinized for your every actions, and when you are being asked for your failure and then you give an explanation, and that is being taken as a playing a victim card, this is not justified. This is what I want to bring in.
Because obviously a females, at BSF, what I feel would obviously have certain kinds of limitations, because this job requires a lot of physical and mental energy which a person, whether a male or a female, has to deliver to sustain. And the problem which I feel the female, the people would be facing would be that obviously managing the work-life balance, because with such a rigorous thing, it might become difficult for them, in all the aspects to manage. But I also feel that, that when you are entering into this kind of job profile, obviously you need to understand the pros and cons for that. And yes, an understanding can be meant with your seniors for the same, so that obviously if there is a kind of emergency or something of serious concern, things can be taken into consideration. But obviously there should not be too much of a victim card to be played by anyone, whether a male or a female. And that's what it is all about. So do
Rather, I mean to say the close scrutiny forces them to play a victim card. This is one aspect of it. No male officer is being scrutinized so closely as a female officer.
So, sir, if I ask you, what is the reason behind that? What is the logic?
The simple reason, it has been, they have been newly recruited. They have yet to get adjusted to the environment, working conditions. That's all. With passage of time, they will be at par with their male colleagues, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. So the males also are closely scrutinized? If
not only in BSF, man, if you see that after intervention of Supreme Court, even in the Ministry of Defense also, the women officers get some respite. So be the thought process or societal prejudice against the gender. BSF या उसका कुछ उससे लेना देना बहुत क्लोज और ब्रॉड तो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस तो नहीं है इसमें कमांड में, तो आई कांट कमेंट ऑन दैट. बट जो यूनिफॉर्म में लेडीज के साथ जो ट्रीटमेंट है वो अनफेयर है, ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी ऑब्जर्व किया हुआ है, नॉट इन आइसोलेशन बट इन टोटलिटी. और इस आईएमए में इंडक्शन से लेके 60 कमीशंस ऑफिसर्स के रेगुलर में उसमें उनको रिप्लिकेट करने में सब जगह कोर्ट के इंटरवेंशन से ही रिस्पाइट मिली है. एज ए सिस्टम वी आर हेल्प मेंट नॉट टू गिव एनी स्पेस टू अदर जेंडर इन द यूनिफॉर्म. पुलिस को चल जाता है क्योंकि यहाँ पे वो मेंटल टफनेस नहीं है, आपके पॉलिटिकल इक्वेशंस एंड ऑल, इफ यू आर मैनेजिंग वेल यू कैन कम अप वेरी ब्राइट एंड हैव ए गुड कैरियर. बट यूनिफॉर्म सर्विसेज में जहाँ पे डिसिप्लिन, एक्ट एंड रूल्स है, जहाँ पे फिजिकल बर्डन या एक फियर ऑफ अननोन हमेशा प्रिवेल करता है, वहां पे पीपल फाइंड दैट दे आर नॉट सूटिंग दैट जॉब, क्योंकि बहुत प्रोटेक्टेड लाइफ इन्वायरमेंट में मतलब जीते रहे हैं, वही जो नर्चरिंग वाला जिसको हम लोग कई बार कर चुके हैं, तो शायद इट में बी वन ऑफ द रीजन. लेकिन फोर्सेज एज सच डिस्क्रिमिनेट डेलिबरेटली नहीं करती है, सोसाइटी तो 100% करती है.
That's true, sir.
Ma'am, इसमें to add to that, I do not know the observation of the Supreme Court. Of course, I have not gone through it about the ruling of Supreme Court, ma'am. But one thing is there. Maybe it sounds a bit unfair sort of thing at certain point of time. But considering the work compulsion in uniform job, because the job is very well defined in uniform. You have to accomplish a particular task, and for that a particular individual is needed. For example, in police, there say case has been registered. Today it is investigation not completed. Tomorrow it will be completed. But in our case, we have to guard the border, means person to be stand over there. We cannot keep it vacant. So in that case, irrespective of male or female, my priority is here. I have to send her to the border. So generally, there is certain kind of maybe so many factors. I do not blame the female folk in that case. I am not blaming, but because of certain factors or certain compulsions, generally it has been observed that they are not very eager to go to the border to perform the duty. Because of nature of duty, it may be, and because of other factor, maybe. But yes,
sorry to bother you. Sorry to disturb you, sir. Can you please mute your mic? You are talking to someone else. I would request you. I'll do. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, sir. Please continue. Yes, Chaudhary sir, please continue. You're muted, sir. Sir, kindly unmute yourself. And sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Please. I mean to say the victim card. Victim card is an issue, definitely. Whenever you put pressure, generally come out with some or other excuses. That has been observed. Yes, over a period of time, as my friend Ozid has stated, it may be over a period of time that may be come out, that problem may be sorted out in period of time. But yes, as on that, I feel there is some problem related to this. There is some related to this. Victim in some or other way, it has been projected. And if it is victimized in the security
नहीं,
forces,
वो conditions ऐसी है BSF में कि वो they are not coping up. Otherwise तो
yes, agreed.
Victimization नहीं है.
They are not
Conditions
coming up,
बहुत tough हैं और हमने बगैर planning के इनको recruit कर लिया है. Just to fill the numbers. And the situation on ground infrastructure and other facilities are not just facilitating them to do their in a proper way. So everybody try to keep the house in order and family in order. So that the easiest way they are finding it to just give an explanation of everything what Ajit has told in the beginning. So explanation is not taken in a right way, I think.
Right.
Male counterparts are also facing the same problem, but they don't have families there to look after. And the female as a BSF soldier has more responsibility than the male one. Because they have small children, they have family, they have in-laws, they have parents. So
that is the issue, ma'am. What I would like to highlight, which I fully agree with Sanjay. One more issue that I would like to highlight here, meaning thereby our job condition is such that our job can say during night a person stand alone. It is a total isolated place, total remote place. You have to stand alone and you have to perform the duty, say ambush, you have to perform the duty of whatsoever, but the duty assigned to that. They will be stand alone. And it is not very easy, ma'am. As a female, can you imagine, ma'am, a female is standing alone in the Indo-Bangla border or Indo-Pakistan border.
Right.
And her counterpart or her partner is standing about 300 meters from her. 200 meters away from her. So in that case, how she will function, it is a different, altogether different game. So because of that, without understanding the dynamics of the duty, most of these people enter into the force. It is very easy to claim male or female are equal. I agree.
Right.
But there is certain biological and physical difference are always there. It is always there, and you cannot overrule it.
Policy decision has been taken. Individual का कोई दोष नहीं है. Job opportunity के लिए कहीं भी वो जाएगा. The policy makers, those who have thought of and planned and inducted, they should be more careful. ऐसे नहीं होता है. Practice जिनके ऊपर आ रही है. You are having different views, लेकिन जो policy बनाने वाले वो तो numbers के पीछे अभी भी कि only 3.75% women are uniform. So what about those things? कितने infrastructure उनके लिए dedicate create किए गए, कितना budget allocate हुआ है, कितना उनको हमने counseling की है और बाकी चीजें दी हुई है. That is nothing on the record. All has been managed within the given resources. There is no separate budgeted allocation for them. Only asking is that you have to secure the environment, you have to get them protected from everything, you counsel them, you make them a good soldier, or the commandant who is already ill-equipped as far as resources and budgeting goals.
Yes, Ajay sir, you wanted to say something? Yes, you've raised your hand. Ajay Tiwari sir.
Yeah. Actually, in our organization, any constable is supposed to perform duties on border at least initial 10 years. In the case of lady constables, I am associated with the recruitment of first batch of lady constables. Till date, I am closely monitoring them, observing them, their performance. They are outstanding, no doubt. But एक tendency आ रही है victim card की. Organization protect करने के लिए कुछ facility देती है. और जब मुझे पता चलता है कि इस फैसिलिटी को मैं अदरवाइज भी यूज कर सकता हूं तो ये गलत है. अब मैं इसका एग्जांपल देता हूं. Ladies,
वो मैं नहीं बोलना चाह रहा था. Although he's telling that I did not want to say, yes, they are using the facility rather to exploit the organizational weaknesses. That I did not want to say.
Yes,
let me.
Yes, sir.
Any lady constable, like any Government of India employee, she is entitled for 6-month maternity leave as well as 24-month child care leave for 2 surviving childs. तो शुरू में क्या होता था, जब लेडी कांस्टेबल इनिशियल स्टेज में ही जब बच्चे उनके होते थे तो शुरू में ही वो अपने 24 मंथ के CCL को यूज करती थी न्यू बॉर्न बेबी को टेक केयर करने के लिए। बाद में कहीं से ये फीलिंग आ गई कि अगर लेडी कांस्टेबल शी इज कीपिंग हर चाइल्ड विथ हर and she is lactating mother, we are bound to keep her at battalion headquarters because we cannot permit a child to stay at border. At the same time, we cannot separate a lactating mother from his child. अब क्या हो रहा है कि इनिशियल इनके मन में आ गया है कि जब तक बच्चा 5 साल का है तब तक चाइल्ड केयर लीव नहीं लेना, दूसरे बच्चे को फिर 5 साल तक चाइल्ड केयर लीव नहीं लेना है, 10 साल हो जाएंगे, 8 साल हो जाएंगे, उसके बाद दोनों के लिए चाइल्ड केयर लीव है, उसके बाद उसका इस्तेमाल करना है। तो दिस इज मैनिपुलेशन। ये चाइल्ड केयर लीव यूज करना है सिविल की तरह नहीं है। सेम कांस्टेबल, लेडी कांस्टेबल जो पुलिस में है वो यूज करती है चाइल्ड केयर लीव को, क्योंकि उनको कोई रिस्पाइट नहीं है। इफ दे आर लैक्टेटिंग मदर आल्सो, उनको बोला जाता है आप अपने रिलेटिव को साथ में रखिए, लेकिन आपको ड्यूटी पर आना पड़ेगा, बीच में आना पड़ेगा। हम उनको हेडक्वार्टर में रख देते हैं। हेडक्वार्टर की ड्यूटी कंपैरेटिवली बहुत ही इजी है, फिक्स 3 घंटे 4 घंटे करना है और घर में आना है। तो यहाँ मैनिपुलेशन हो रहा है, ये नहीं होना चाहिए।
That's true. So that's true. बिल्कुल अच्छे सर। That's completely, I agree to that point also. Things should be completely, equal to all, which is important to understand. But again, the system functions on its own pace and its own level. So that is something of a different concern. But yes, it is very, I would say, I'm very enlightened to understand that, now our commandants have, such a progressive approach about everything and obviously been understanding system. But yes, what I also personally believe is things should be kept little, equal for each one of us to practice efficiently. Things should not be too much more towards any of the ends of the gender. But again, system works on its own pace, so we can't contradict on that. But yeah, it is great to have our understanding commandants so that you are, understanding each and everything pretty certainly. Okay, so now let's move to the point that about victim mentality, that there are certain things which needs to be understood very firmly, that if you have a victim mentality as a male or as a female, whosoever, so there are certain ways to overcome the victim mentality. If you feel that you yourself or other people have this kind of ways through which they play, the first very thing is stop blaming others. So if you have a victim mentality, obviously the person who has a victim mentality would blame others, obviously, and not blame oneself. But it should be psycho-educated to them very firmly that if you are going to blame others, this is going to hit back hard to you only. So you need to understand that pretty well. Second is be compassionate to yourself. If you feel that at any point of time that you're using a victim mentality card, you need to understand that you need to be compassionate to yourself. Why I'm saying you need to be compassionate? Because a victim mentality person actually somewhere is portraying that because of some kind of insecurities with self. या तो वो बहुत ज्यादा अंदर से the self-esteem is completely shaken up, or the person is not able to understand his or her own capacities. So अपने लिए compassionate होना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है for overcoming your victim mentality. Just understand and acknowledge your strengths and your weaknesses at the same time, to be compassionate about yourself, that yes, I can do that, and these things are good in me and these things are bad in me. This is a very straightforward thing. Third is practicing gratitude. बहुत जरूरी है. I'm sorry. So practicing gratitude basically again means that being thankful for what you have. If you will not be thankful for what you have, you will never be able to overcome this victim mentality. जैसे कि हम सुबह से अभी तक बात कर रहे हैं about showing and seeing the positive side, we have so much to be thankful of, but what happens that हम अपनी अंदर की insecurities और अपनी अंदर की mental issues को अपनी mental victim mentality के through play करते हैं. But if you start practicing the art of thankfulness, art of gratitude, every day you get up and in the morning and at least you should chant the prayer of gratitude. It actually helps in overcoming a victim mentality. Then the fourth thing is resist the self-sabotage. Where you feel that you are actually sabotaging yourself, that you are actually behaving, or the thoughts or the pattern that you're holding back and preventing you from doing, So you should resist doing that. Because obviously self-sabotage refers to those behaviors only or those thought patterns that hold you back and prevent you from doing what you do. So it is very important for resisting those thoughts and those behaviors which are holding you back for not doing it. And how can you do that? By being compassionate to yourself and knowing the strengths and weaknesses of yours and accepting and acknowledging them is very important. Then forgive and let go. What happens that we actually never take this policy of forgiving and forgetting. We actually keep so much inside us, and we not only forgive or forget, but we keep grudges. So the more you will keep the grudges about your past experiences or certain kind of people, you can never move on, because every person will commit a mistake, whether it's your boss or a subordinate or a colleague. You have to start forgiving that person and letting off go. If you will not be able to do that, you cannot overcome the victim mentality. Then build self confidence. Somewhere down the line, a person who is playing a victim mentality card, as I mentioning, is lacking self esteem and self confidence. And if a person is lacking self esteem and self confidence, that probably says that a person has less self confidence and is insecure about certain things. So building self confidence is very, very much important to overcome your victim mentality. Then finding a source of your learned helplessness. If a person is showing the signs and symptoms that of that person as a victim mentality or playing the card of victim mentality, you should find the source that is leading you to learned helplessness. What is learned helplessness? Learned helplessness is a concept of a psychologist of Martin Seligman, where he did an experiment with certain kind of dogs. So उसमें क्या होता है that through the experiment the psychologists understand that the dogs are leading to learn helplessness because they are getting constant failure in their day-to-day routine. They are actually learning to be helpless. So if this is happening to a person who is showing victim mentality, find out the source, that where is it coming from, what is the source of that, do a particular analysis of that which is leading you to be so helpless. Then the last thing is challenge your
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am. Can you elaborate that the example of dog, how it is related to this
Okay.
thing?
So what happens is that there is a study of learned helplessness by a psychologist called Martin Seligman. So what is the experiment is all about of learning helplessness? So what happens there? The psychologist takes a series of dogs, right? And then they train the dog to do a particular task, and they train every dog to do different kind of task. So at the end of the experiment, the psychologists observed that the dogs who are constantly failing in doing a particular task learn to be helpless. And when a very simple kind of a task is also given to them, they're not able to do that. Why? Because with the constant number of failures they have done of not doing the task, they have learned a concept of being helpless. Even that task is very easy, and something like a cakewalk, a person actually is not able to do that. So the psychologist took the conclusion that with a series of unsuccessful events or unsuccessful work, a person even can't do a simple work because he or she has learned the helplessness. So that was the experiment of Martin Seligman with dogs, because most of the psychological experiment have been done by dogs, rats, cats. So this was an experiment, and the end of the conclusion of this experiment shows that when a person actually plays a victim card, I am just trying to join the dot. If a person is trying to play a victim card, that person might have in their past or history learned the things of being helpless. That is why he or she is not even able to do a simple task. So if this is happening, you should actually psychoeducate the person to find out the sources of that learned helplessness. That was the experiment all about. So this was a concept which was psychologically done with dogs. So I hope this is clear to you. Karenduji?
It's okay.
Yes, sir. So that was the thing. So it is important for you to find out the source of your learned helplessness. Then the final thing is challenge your perceptions. See, perceptions are something which all of us would be have different thought about it. I might perceive a situation in a different way and you might perceive a situation in a different way, but if you are having or playing a victim card, challenge those perceptions that you are thinking about, challenge those thought patterns that you are thinking about, and try to work on it on your own. And I would like to say that if in BSF or wherever is your workplace or your workstation, if you find somebody playing this kind of a victim card, or you find that someone of your close is actually wanted to overcome this victim mentality, you could help them by these things, that you should tell them by challenging their own perceptions. And when they introspect, they would actually get into a conclusion and find out that yes, there are certain things which is going wrong. So till here, do you have any questions or do you have any deliberations to give so that we can move on to the next part?
Yeah, Dr. Nikita.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt here. Actually, Thrive is a topic. I think Thrive and psychology is a topic that any amount of time will be less to cover all of it. And the discussions and deliberations are so highly charged and insightful here. But unfortunately, we have a series of sessions planned for them, and I would request you, if we can take in questions post this session. If anyone of them have any other doubts and questions and discussions they want, and we will be just directing them to you, and you can help them out, because I'm sure that you have you'll have the answers, or at least the insights, or how to work about
Okay, how much time do I have, Tanvi?
Actually, our next coach is already there, Dr. Nikita, so we'll have to,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. So anyone has any questions? Because then I would just like to go to the end. I actually wanted to do a very important psychological assessment, well-being assessment, but no issues. I can put it in the chat box also, then you
Yes.
all can do. So do anyone has any questions? All right, or anything to share? So probably with the end note, I would just like to say that with thriving, we all should understand that how do happy people look like. Happy people are very approach life and energy and zest. They take everything with full energy. They are completely presently focused. They have humor like a BSF commandant. Since morning, I've observed that बिल्कुल हम बिल्कुल humor के साथ पूरी discussion कर रहे हैं, which is very important. Then highly adaptable. A person who's highly adaptable actually is a very happy person. A kind and a very optimistic person is a happy person. So on that note, if I have no questions, we would like to just wind it up the session. And I would like to say thank you to all our commandants for being here and completely engaging in such an interesting conversation of thriving. So first of all, thank you so much of all, and Jai Hind, thank you so much for your inputs. And we are done with the session.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank
Nikita.
you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So everyone will be taking a 5 minutes break, and we'll resume with the next session on coaching for solutions. Welcome back, everyone. We will now resume with the next session for the day. I see Dr. Kirti has joined in. Okay, yeah, Dr. Kirti, thank you for sharing your slide. So before Dr. Kirti takes you through the next topic, which is coaching for solutions, I'd like to briefly introduce her. Before that, Dr. Kirti, can you just switch on your camera so that I can just confirm that we can see you on screen? Yes, yes. Hi. I see you on screen, Dr. Kirti, now.
Yes.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah,
Hope I'm properly audible.
Good afternoon. I'll take just a minute to introduce you before we can give the stage to you for your session on coaching for solutions.
Sure, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. So everyone, Dr. Kirti carries with her more than 10 years of experience which ranges from training on communication skills to soft skills and behavioral skills. She has done her post graduation in English and a PhD in communications. She has attended several faculty development programs with prestigious institutions like BITS, Ministry of Human Resources and Development, and MNIT. She also has to her credit many research papers on topics like ethical values in business and its importance in 21st century. She is currently working as a trainer at Amity System of Communication Enhancement and Transformation, AUR Jaipur. So for the topic, over to you, Dr. Kirti.
Thank you, Tanvi. Thank you for such elaborate introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. Let's just begin with the session. So after this lighter note about happy people, let's now talk about how we can make people happy by coaching them for their solutions of their problems, of course. A little lighter topic, but not very, lesser important, because it's more important being looking at the authority that we all have. When you actually command people, you are in your leadership domain, you actually go through many opportunities wherein we actually have to coach people for solutions. So to begin with, I just need to check, is my screen visible?
Yes, Dr. Kirti, you can just put in on full screen mode.
Oh, isn't it full screen? Give me a moment.
You'll have to do enable editing, and then only it will go on full screen.
All right, let me stop sharing for once. Thank you so much. I'll just do that. Here on, let's just begin talking about coaching for solutions. So yes. So this is the next 70 minutes that I am assigned to, wherein we would be talking about the definition about what is a coach, who is a coach, the differences between coaching and mentoring, and of course, what's your coaching acumen. Then we would also be talking about leadership and coaching, because that's something that we often actually have to interchange our roles in. Then getting back to the main topic, how we can actually coach people for the solutions of their problem. Moving on, we would be talking about clarity. I mean, of course, because there are 5 different domains that we need to discuss. So that's how we clarify a problem, partnership with ownership, seek contrary data. So these are actually the steps that we have to take towards, coaching people for the solution of their issues. And then further, we would be looking ahead about what further actions that we can have. Okay. So I guess my screen is stuck somewhere. So to set up the construct now, I would like to hear from you what comes to your mind when you hear this word coach. What comes to your mind? Can you please raise your hand and let me know what actually you talk about, what you actually think about when you hear this word coach? What comes to your mind? You can raise your hand and answer, and you can definitely write in the chat box. What's your idea of a coach? Anyone? Okay, yes, sir. Singh, sir. Singh, sir, you need to unmute yourself, please.
Yes,
thank you. Yeah, wonderful.
In coaching, we generally give basic techniques and tools to enhance the abilities or to learn the skill that is required for that profession or game or anything. So in my sense, the coaching is a very much initial stage of engagement with any of the budding star or entrepreneur or professional or player, anybody. So by going under coaching or to be coached, he acquired the skills, abilities, and other techniques to learn the basics of that.
Definitely, sir. Actually, yes, coaching actually helps people to acquire the basic skills, and being a coach, you guide people. But what else? What else? What else is there when we talk about a coach?
Other than learning the physical form of coaching, he gives him mental robustness to overcome the problems and obstacles, and that coach also give them a sense of satisfaction that by doing these things which has been taught, they will be able to achieve their goal, their aim or task.
Yes, definitely, sir. A coach actually, strengthen people to achieve their goals. Wonderfully said, sir. Yes, sir. Jaggi, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, coach himself is a perfectionist. He whichever field he is chosen for, he is himself a specialist in that field, and he trains the people how to play that game or how to do that the task. Whereas a mentor is not a perfectionist. He is not a trainer basically. He just he motivates the people to do something. But how to do that? He is not telling that. So coach is also a sort of mentor, but mentor is not a coach.
Okay, that's thank you, Jahangir,
No,
sir.
but I think coaching is more intense than the mentoring, because your association in coaching is more than the mentoring. So coach can't be mentor and mentor can't be coach.
Okay, yeah, noting that down. That's actually the next point that we need to talk about. So I guess this thing is not supporting me very nicely today. So
yes, coaching. Yes, the coach definitely. SK coach is a mentor. Coach is also a mentor, but in his specific field. Whereas mentor may not be having a specific field. He is a mentor. He can be a mentor for any player of any game.
Mentor generally they hone and polish the skill, but the basic skill has been taught by the coach. So mentoring is important. I'm not saying that mentoring is not important, but mentor has a different role than the coach. In my
मेरा मानना है कि मेंटरिंग में साइकोलॉजिकल टच ज्यादा होता है, whereas coach में फिजिकल टच ज्यादा होता है.
Before the onset of this workshop, we would like to clarify that this coach is not the physical coach. So these days, if you hear, there are coaches, the life coach or mentor. So uska basic difference पूछ रहे हैं. यहाँ off field वाले coaches की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं. One of the International Coaching Federation says that coach is somebody who, basic difference between a mentor and a coach is that a mentor is somebody on which the mentee is dependent psychologically. He would just look back and see whether the mentor approves or disapproves or says a solution. We go to a mentor and ask for a solution. Wherein a coach has a very different mindset. He would make the coachee independent. He would make the coachee take decisions. He would, through his questions and inquiry, would help the coachee to come up with a solution. So a mentor will give a solution, wherein a coach will help the coachee to come to a solution on himself or by himself. So that's a basic, that's one of the key difference between a mentor and a coach. Over to you, Dr. Kirti. Sorry,
Thank you. It was wonderful. It was wonderful. You summed it nicely. That's what we were coming up. Because when we talk about the physical coaches, like the football ground that we just saw this picture, the coach doesn't play. He make their team play. So he actually tell them how exactly it's done rather than himself doing the task. So that's what the role of a coach
Ma'am, your first picture which you have shown is a little bit deceptive.
Oh, yeah, I would now agree.
You're right. So,
Yes.
so if I have to make an analogy of our scriptures, I would say Dronacharya was a mentor, wherein Sri Krishna was a coach. He told Arjuna that this is what it is, and Arjuna at the end of the 18th chapter he says, "I could not, remember everything. Can you say it again?" And the coach says that, it was in a different I was in a different tangent, you were in a different tangent. And then there was another part of Gita, which we understand as Uddhar Gita. So anyway, let's not get into that. So difference between a coach and a mentor is, as Dronacharya was the mentor, wherein Sri Krishna is, of course, the universal coach. So over to you, Dr. Kirti, to build it up.
Thank you. And of course, Vani, you rightly build it up. I don't think that we have to actually talk about it now, but since it's here, we can debrief all the points. We can just look at it because the specific characters of a coach are that he cultivates trust, evokes awareness. That's very important because that's psychological awareness about the self that the coach has to actually, impart for the coachee. Cultivates learning and growth. That's one of the key role, and listens actively. That's part, because without having this understanding of what the coachee is going through, we cannot coach someone. Remain focused, of course, that's the key to any leader, mentee, coach. That's something that we actually have to that's the quality that's for everybody. And of course, coach maintains a mindset that is open, curious, flexible, and coachee-centered. It's always coachee-centered. It's never coach-centered. What a coach is going through, what a coach thinks, it's not about that. It is about what coachee exactly needs to do or cover up. So of course, that's the basic difference here. Now, of course, Vani has aptly mentioned the difference between coaching and mentoring. So let's move on. Let's not actually devote more time over that. Now, that's not there in the handbook. So quickly, I mean, at the very onset of the session, I have just brought this small quiz activity for you. I would want you all to write your responses. You've got 5 minutes to do that, and then we would be talking about that. I would really want you to actually write your response, submit your response without giving, extra thoughts to it. So whatever is the first thing that comes to you, you can definitely mark that response in the boxes. You can use a plain sheet of paper to write your responses on, and then we would be actually calculating the scores. So 5 minutes, please, and then we will be talking about it.
Page number, ma'am?
It's not there, sir. It's not there in the reference Outlook. Okay. I guess we can solve it with the screen. Yeah. I guess we can now move to the next page. I take it as yes. Okay. Okay, it's almost time. I guess by now we are all done with it. Give me a thumbs up if we are. Excuse me. Yes. Are we done with it yet?
Yes, ma'am, done.
Oh, great. So here I do have the scorecard wherein there's a little calculation that we all have to do. So you can actually assess your marks. You can total your scores accordingly. So another 1 minute, I guess, or 2 minutes.
Ma'am, due to some technical problem, I could not see the this thing slide fast part. That is 1 to 7.
Okay. I'll just get back to it, sir.
Please, ma'am.
Oh, I guess it's visible now.
Yeah. Now it is visible.
Okay. So Dinesh Pal sir, 39. Okay. These scores are for you. 36. Jagir sir. Okay, great. These scores are for you, and of course, that's
yes.
your basically inputs. You can actually preserve it for you, and we will surely be talking about it in a while.
Yes, 3. Do you serve as a role model? Yes, 3. Do
okay.
Communicate your strategy.
Party search and the answer, great.
As a basis of establishing objective. Yes. Do
all right, Vijay sir. Okay, we've got scores from lot many of you. Thank you. Okay.
Alternative approach or solution that you can consider together to do your work.
So Chaudhary sir, can we move to the next slide?
Just a minute.
Okay, sure.
8, 9, 10. Do you focus your attention a minute?
माइक तो ऑफ कर ले भाई.
Do you give specific feedback?
That's the calculation that's constantly going.
Desire, goal, and outcome rather than simply restricting them. Do you always follow up on coaching discussion to make sure progress is possible? Yes, ma'am, it's okay.
I got it, sir. Okay, so now we can actually calculate our scores. Okay, skipping. I guess we've got totals from lot many of you. So this is the scoring. Now, of course, when our scores are above 42, we are actually high on our coaching skills. But I mean, if it's somewhere beyond, 20, so we are low. Yeah, we are low on the coaching skills. So that's basically something which we actually, keep on chiseling between our behaviors while, sorry. Okay. Justling between our behaviors being a coach or a mentor. So since there is a slight overlap, so when our scores are around, like SK Singh said, it's 43. So it's somewhere, I know, based on the situation, based on the requirement, you be a coach or you be a mentor. So that basically is where we stand. So we now know whether we are more of a coach or a mentor. So with that, let's move on and further talk about it. Okay, Ajay Tiwari. So somewhere around 41, that's a wonderful score, actually, to be very honest. Now, since we have already talked about coach and mentor, now is the time that we talk about coach and leader. So what comes to your mind when you actually think about these two terms? Now, how is a coach different than a leader? And of course, we have differentiated between mentor and a coach. Now a leader comes into roles. So what you think? What's your opinion about the difference between leader and a coach? Over to you. You can raise it.
Coach is not a part of the team, whereas the leader is a part of the team.
Very aptly summarized, of course. Yes.
In case of leader,
and what can take?
In case of leader, his follower is expected to be known about his mind, about the goal. In case of coach, he assumes that they are not aware. That's why he's giving them input. But in case of leader, generally it is feels yes, they are aware, and that is why they are doing according to his plan. So that is the basic difference in leadership. In case of leadership, he assumes that the person team work with him is aware about the thing, how to do and what to do. Right. And in case of coaching, he assumed that they are not aware or partially aware, and they need to be apprised accordingly.
Okay, right. Chaudhary sir, here one update again. We are not talking about the physical format only. We're also talking about the psychological. So there is normally, no set goal that's going on in the coach's mind most of the time, because psychological issues are something that, an individual face or experience. Right. Of course, when we talk about, we are actually referring back to the picture that we have used at the initial slide, but that's something which actually, follows a set plan, something that the coach actually wants their team to follow. But here there is no team. There are individuals mostly who are actually, being coached for certain issues or problems or, a situation that they're going through. So even the coach do not have any set plan for it. What the coach rather does is they actually guide the person how exactly to follow that trait, or how actually, to reach to the solution. So that's what we actually are looking for. So in that journey, being a leader, what do we do, or how do we help individual, or what would be our role when we become a coach for the very same individual, for the very same problem? So that basically is what here we are talking about. So yeah, anything that comes to your mind, keeping that in mind. So how we can differentiate in individual cases a coach from a leader. How would we differentiate?
In case of coach, ma'am, the goal is decided by the leader. But in case of coach, the leader already goal has been decided, and he's supposed to tell the participants how to do and what to do and where to do. That is,
Yes.
But in case of leader, he is aware what that is what his goal is. But coach is not the deciding factor of goal. He is just a facilitator. He is a facilitator. He will act as a facilitator to reach the goal.
Yes, yes, a very apt term, facilitator use. That's of course fits perfectly for the behavior role of a coach. Yes. Anything else that
individual can be coached to become leader?
Yes, wonderfully, sir. So how can we do that? I mean, being a coach, if we are to actually coach somebody to become a leader, how or what aspects we need to involve that there?
So the qualities of leader he has to learn. Leader who come front, having the responsibility, accountability factor, credibility quotient, and a bonding, trust, all the ingredients he should have to become a leader. For getting those,
and how would we
be coached by anybody, or he can acquire that skill from his own also.
Definitely right. Yes, sir.
कोच एक पर्टिकुलर ट्रेट में या पर्टिकुलर फील्ड में एक्सेल होना चाहिए तो वो कोच के लिए ठीक है, बट जब हम इसकी बात करते हैं लीडर की, तो बहुत सारी क्वालिटीज में बैलेंसिंग या एक्सेलेंस होना चाहिए, तब वो लीडर के बतौर उसको मान सकते हैं।
जी, और सर हम कौन सी ऐसी क्वालिटीज देखते हैं जो कि लीडर में होनी चाहिए, जो कि कोच में कहीं ना भी हो तो चलेगा? मतलब क्या बेसिक डिफरेंस होता है क्वालिटीज में, कैरेक्टरिस्टिक में? जी, आई गेस त्रिपाठी सर। ओ जी सर, विशाल सर। जी सर।
To me, a leader inspires, and he's part of the objective. He's also a part of the team, and he's as a member for achieving the goal as you are. Whereas the coach, in case of coach, it is not necessary he is part of achieving that goal or objective. That's the difference.
Of course, wonderfully put it forward. Yes, the coach need not be a part of the problem, wherein the leader being the part of the problem, आप मतलब या फिर situation में या team में रहकर lead करता है या फिर direct करता है कि किस तरीके से आगे मतलब he is an example setter. So that's what is the basic difference between a coach and a leader. So when we actually check the different roles, so लीडर के लिए एक्सेलेंट रोल मॉडल हो सकता है कोच, बिकॉज जैसे कि सर ने बिल्कुल एकदम ठीक कहा था कि कोच एक लीडर बना सकता है, बट देन लीडर मस्ट मॉडल द वे. लीडर एक टीम के शेयर्ड विजन को इंस्पायर करता है, एंड ऑफ कोर्स द लीडर इज वन हु चैलेंजेस द प्रोसेस, बिकॉज he now leads the way, he now sets up an example for the entire team to follow. And when the leader sets up an example, they actually enable others to act. Wherein when we talk about the coach, they confront where there's a lack of progress. They confront, they face it, they challenge it, and they tell the solution. They do not actually have to follow the same path. They direct an individual to help finding out the path. So of course, being a coach, the role of an individual is to express confidence in the individual's ability. So being a coach, I have the confidence in the coachee, and then when my coachee actually attempt successful milestones, I appreciate, I admire. So being a coach, I don't have to walk the same path and set up an example. I really direct them, I actually guide them, and then when they get success, I appreciate and admire. And we, of course, celebrate that success. So that basically is the difference between a coach and a leader, wherein a coach guides the individual to actually, find out their own path, find out how exactly they can actually, reach the desired results. There's a slight overlap because a coach can also be a leader. So there are certain qualities because both of them are actually, helping individuals to reach their final goal. So there are certain areas which are actually, overlapping. So can any of us highlight what these areas are, wherein the characteristics of a coach and leader highlight? What similarity we have? Sir, Singh sir.
Motivator.
Motivation, yes, definitely. Both have to actually. Coach, Sanjay sir has written, coach is making and grooming a leader, wonderful. And leader and team members are being coached to perform their roles by a coach. Yes, definitely, sir. Because that's something which one actually helped the other to become. So वो इनका interconnected जो areas है. But when we are talking about what are the similarities, can a person be a coach and a leader at the same time? और अगर जी जी सिंह सर
अभी इशू नहीं
जी
हुआ
संजय सर संजय टंडन सर, I guess you have raised your hand. सर आपको अनम्यूट करना होगा आपको. जी सर.
Definitely, ma'am. A coach must possess all those attributes which are required to make a, because ultimately leader is somebody coached by a coach, and he is going to look upon coach in order to perform all his tasks as a leader. He is always going to look up his coach only. So probably all those attributes which are required to make a leader out of a person, definitely a coach has to possess all of them.
Definitely, sir, definitely. And that's very rightly said. So without having all these characteristics, you cannot actually, guide somebody. So that's something that overlaps in both these fields. So from here, let's talk about the next idea that we have. That's that solution mindset. That's, you can refer to page number 20. There's a quiz given. So let's quickly raise it. Sir, you have raised hand. I'm sorry, I just missed that. One of you have raised hand. I'm sorry, I just.
Madam, this regards to that coach and leader.
Sir.
Motivation, though I will go a little bit extreme on an extreme side.
Definitely, sir.
For a leader, motivation is a must factor. But for a coach, a slight obsession part will also be there to make his team obsessed to get something. That is the objective of the coach.
And sir, could you throw some light about what sort of obsession are you, referring to? Any example or anything wherein you say that, okay, this is the situation, yeah.
Like yesterday's World Cup final. The coach was a leader, that he motivated the team.
Right, sir.
But a slight part of obsession was also required to win that World Cup. Motivation is not will be the limited factor in this particular type of cases. You need some sort of obsession also. And it is my opinion, ma'am.
Okay, here I would, Ji Sanjay sir. Ji sir.
I'm just in a nutshell. I would just quote an example that 26 years back we were coached. We were coached to become leaders in their times.
Right, sir. Right.
Do I need to repeat?
Yeah, I guess I just said that 26 years back we were coached to become leaders. Apart from that, if you said anything, I'm sorry, I missed. There was network glitch.
Ma'am, even 26 years before also we were leader, maybe at
He is born leader.
True, sir.
We are always leader as usual, and I slightly differ with my friend Sanjay. We were not even coach at that time. We were leader at that time, and we are leader at this point of time also.
Definitely, sir, definitely. But my actually question here is, are we still a leader, or have we also, took up the role of coach for the people, yeah, that we lead?
मैं जो लीडर और कोच का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है, थोड़ा मैं हल्का सा स्लाइटली आई डिसएग्री, क्योंकि ये इनेट और इनहेरेंट क्वालिटी भी होती है दोनों के ट्रेट में. एक्वायर्ड क्वालिटीज नहीं है. आप पॉलिसिंग और ये सब सीख सकते हैं, बट अगर कोई लीडर इंग्रेडिएंट ट्रेट्स नहीं है तो यू कांट कोच हिम. यू कैन कोच ए फॉल्टी लीडर. ही विल बी अ फॉल्टी लीडर or a leader who will do more harm than good.
Right, sir. I do agree. I do agree that, but yes.
So I don't agree that if somebody is not player, he is not having innate ability to become a player, can be coached to become a good player. I don't agree with that. First, you have to that skill set to be a good player or leader or coach. Then only you can be given skilled or honed or polished.
Of course, I do agree here that a person has to have certain innate qualities to excel.
So our government job related assessment, they don't choose the leaders. They choose the intelligent people among the lot. So I slightly disagree with Sanjay Tandon here. The mechanism is not to select the leader. The mechanism is to eliminate others who are not deserving that post.
In addition to that, ma'am, a leader need to have certain quality of a coach, because at certain point of time he need to give the input. He need to coach his members how to do the things. Although generally it is assumed that they are aware, but still there may be doubt. To clarify that doubt, he need to act as a coach in that case. So a certain point of time, a leader may act as a coach, but coach cannot be a leader. In any case, coach cannot be a leader. Leader may certain point of time may act as a coach. He may give some input. He may require to give input.
At this point of time, I'm reminded of one of the historical event, and I think that's how a coach and a leader differs. So when Chanakya vowed to create a leader to overthrow the king of Magdha, he was looking for somebody who could take his mental forward. And then Chanakya, after Krishna, I think Chanakya is one of the greatest strategists that we have ever got. And of course, anybody who's a strategist is compared to Chanakya. So Chanakya, while going through one of the villages, he saw Chandragupta doing, enacting a play, not a play, but sitting like a leader and then doing some judgments pass कर रहे थे कुछ दो लोगों का जैसे एक राजा होते हैं. And Chandragupta was barely I think 14 or a teenager, 14, 13 age. Now that's what a coach is. Coach does not believe that anybody has a quality. Coach believes that everybody has an innate quality. And then he took Chandragupta Maurya under his wings. And we all know that what Chandragupta Maurya achieved and what Chanakya achieved, that he coached 3 generations. Chandragupta Maurya, I'm forgetting the other one, and then the later part. So 3 generations of that dynasty was coached by one person, that was Chanakya. So what did Chanakya didn't had leadership qualities? I think he had better leadership qualities than any of the thing. But what he wanted was that he didn't want to lead. So that's the difference between a coach and a leader. Coach doesn't want to lead. Coach doesn't want to be the forefront. They're mostly into a mindset wherein they want to create or nurture more leaders. Now that's what Dr. Keerthi is trying to say, is that a leader can be a coach, and that can be a lethal combination. If a leader is also a coach, then that leader would create more leaders, much better leaders than himself. एक कोच और एक लीडर में डिफरेंस एक और है, वो है the ability to let it go, the ability to let go the power, जो generally leaders में नहीं होती. Leaders want to retain power, leaders want to retain followers, क्योंकि अगर वो followers नहीं होंगे तो वो leaders नहीं होंगे. एक basic definition of leader है कि anybody who has followers is a leader. We are not debating whether good or bad, ugly, but anybody who has a follower is a leader. But the idea is what kind of leader, that's a different discussion altogether. But यहाँ पे एक leader और coach का difference क्या है, और combination कितना lethal है, कि जैसे say for instance मैं अगर BSF में हूँ तो मैं एक ऐसी position में हूँ, और मैं जब BSF छोड़ के जाऊँ तो मेरे साथ जितने लोग हों उनको ऐसा train किया जाए कि वो मेरे से better, जब भी उनको leadership position मिले, they would be far better in terms of leadership quality. That's what a coach leader is. That's exactly what the difference of coach leader is. Am I insecure as a leader? No, I'm not insecure as my leader is. Leadership में एक बहुत बड़ी problem आ जाती है insecurity की, और हम पहले भी बात कर चुके हैं. एक coach leader कभी insecure नहीं होगा, वो तो चाहेगा कि मेरी जगह better बंदा आए. That is the transition from a leader to a leader coach. That exactly is the transition. हम as a leader क्या हम उस level पे जाना चाहते हैं, नहीं जाना चाहते? ये एक seed workshop से probably we are trying to draw your attention that this can be one of the way by which you can probably think about. Jagir ji, you have a question, and then we have Khanendra ji. I'll take it.
Ma'am, before Jagir tells something,
yes,
may I add?
Please.
Ma'am, say if inherent talent would not have been there with Chandragupta, Chanakya would not have been able to
exactly.
coach or
very correct.
Say keep show leadership and
very correct.
Get height to him.
Very good. Very
so
correct.
What Sanjay Singh was telling, if some talent is required, basically what he meant, unless until it is there in an individual, maybe in any given sphere of life, be it a sporting event, be it in management, be it in forces, so certain inherent talent is required. If it is not there, so nobody say it may be the most effective coach or maybe any given leader cannot honor that skills which was lacking even at basic level.
Exactly. I agree to that. Definitely. I was just building on it, Chandraji, and thank you for pointing it out. मैं उसमें एक और चीज ऐड करूंगी सर, टैलेंट होना तो जरूरी है ही, लेकिन विलिंगनेस भी हो. काफी लोगों के टैलेंट होते हैं लेकिन टैलेंट वेस्ट होता है. They don't want to do things. They don't want to assume that responsibility. Why? They might have some fears of not doing it. मैं क्यों करूं? मैं क्यों इतना सरदर्द लूं? They're good, but they don't want to do it. So I would say talent is also important, but willingness to take that risk or assume that responsibility is also important. So yes, I definitely go by what he was saying, but मेरा ये था कि difference between क्या एक coach leader हो सकता है, एक coach अगर leader नहीं भी हो सकता लेकिन एक leader coach जरूर हो सकता है. That's what my question was. Jagir ji, your interest.
Yes, ma'am. मैं actually आपने जो बोला बिल्कुल I agree. I fully agree. SK संजय ने यहाँ पे he disagreed with Mr. Sanjay Tandon. Here again I differ with Mr. SK. I agree with Sanjay Tandon and I fully disagree with Mr. SK because if the leadership only the inherent qualities, then the very objective of this course is there's no requirement of this course. This is SK, and there was no requirement of our basic training and so many courses that we are going through. It is, I will go back to the basics. On the very first or the second day, I had said, these are the circumstances, the causes, why that person to become a leader. I still not agree that there is any born leader. I don't agree with this. This is an extreme statement. There's no any born leader. These are only the circumstances, situations, and the causes which drive him to become the leader. Thank you.
Obviously, आपका statement थोड़ा extreme है कि
Ma'am, I should be given chance to defend my argument.
हाँ sir, बिल्कुल
मैम मेरा हेरिडिटरी या इनेट से जेनेटिक कोई क्रोमोसोमल और कोई लीनिएज क्लेन से रिलेशन नहीं है. फर्स्ट डिस्क्लेमर इज दिस. Anybody, circumstances can talk to anybody, and those who are willing, as you have said, will only learn from those circumstances. And if they learn and they cope up with that situation, they go to a next level, and over a period of time, they can go up to the peak of leadership. So my only take was that if you have been given a post or uniform, rank, badges, or vehicle, or any, not in uniforms, BSF, even in political dispensations also. And by taking charge of a ministry or by taking a post, if you are feeling that you are leader, then that was my argument. You are not.
Yes.
That was only my argument. Ma'am, nothing more, nothing less.
Ma'am, I also support. Ma'am, I also.
अगर किसी को, if somebody is not having the inherent leadership qualities, if he is given training, he will become a negative leader. My dear, leader is a leader. He may be a negative leader or a positive leader. If masses are following that person, he is the leader. And if we take the example of forces, what we have been taught that if the commander dies, then the next junior, he will take over. If he also dies, then the third next junior, he will take over. So there is nothing like that inherent or
Jagir, war succession plan.
Ma'am, if you permit, I would like to intervene. Mr. Jagir. I would like to intervene with Jagir.
And the other thing is the
अरे भाई ट्रेनिंग से सब लीडर नहीं होते हैं.
मेरा ये तो बोल रहे हैं. एक चीज है, नंबर 1, you are
सीखना ही कोई नहीं चाहेगा, क्या लीडर होगा? 27 साल में किसने क्या सीखा है? इस देश ने 75 साल में क्या सीखा है? छुपा है क्या? पॉलिटिकली करेक्ट होने के लिए स्टेटमेंट मत दीजिए जागीर जी, मैं भी आपकी बात समझ रहा हूँ.
शांति बनाए रखो इसके भाई.
नहीं
you are again going to the context that
नहीं एकदम राइट ऑन द कॉन्टेक्स्ट टू पार्टनर. मेरी बात इसलिए हजम नहीं हो रही है, मैं ज्यादा स्पेसिफिक हूं, मैं पॉलिटिकली करेक्ट होने की कोशिश नहीं कर रहा हूं.
we are able to
अरे भाई, अगर लीडर टीच किए जाते तो यहाँ पे लोग सड़कों पे घूम रहे हैं दिनों से.
आप 70.
अरे इसके सर रुकिए सर, मेरी एक बात सुनिए सर. देखिए, कभी भी कोई आइडियल सिचुएशन नहीं होती है, राइट? हमें उसको आइडियल बनाना होता है और हमारी कोशिश ही वही रहती है, राइट? सो हमें लेट्स नॉट गो बैक इनटू पास्ट. जो है उसको हम कैसे बेटर बनाएं, दैट्स व्हाट द क्वेश्चन इज. खनेंद्र जी, एक मिनट. खनेंद्र जी, आप जो बोलेंगे वो विशेष व्यक्ति स्पेसिफिक नहीं होगा.
नहीं, आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट एनी पर्सनल.
नहीं, अरे मैम, आप ये मत समझिए कि ये लोग मेरे को मतलब टारगेट करेंगे.
वो मुझे पता है सर, वो मुझे.
हाँ, ये तो एक हेल्दी डिस्कशन का पार्ट है.
बड़ा लीडरशिप के परसेप्शन पर जो एसके बोल रहे हैं ना, वो जनरल इसमें बात चल रही है, और जो जागीर बोल रहा है वो केवल हमारी फोर्सेस के रिलेशन में बात कर रहा है, जहां पर कि दो वी आर मेड लीडर्स और हमारा सक्सेशन प्लान है. जबकि जो एसके बोल रहा है वो एक जनरल लीडरशिप की क्वालिटीज के साथ डिस्कस कर रहा है. बिल्कुल, वो अपना आर्गुमेंट को डिफेंड कर रहा है, दो इट इज अ डिस्कशन.
इसमें मैं ऐड करूंगा जो एसके ने जो बोला है द इनहेरेंट क्वालिटी मींस पोटेंशियल। जैसे मेरा पास पोटेंशियल था, दैट इज व्हाई मुझे ट्रेन जब किया गया, कोचिंग जब किया गया, आई बिकम ए फोर्स पर्सनल। अदरवाइज मेरे को वो इनहेरेंट क्वालिटी मुझे वो नहीं होते कि मुझे ट्रेन किया जा सकता है, तो मैं तो आई कैन नॉट बी ए फोर्स पर्सनल। देन तो मैं हायर कभी जितना भी कोचिंग क्यों ना करे, मैं तो चला ही नहीं पाऊंगा। मीनिंग देयर भाई मेरा पास ऑलरेडी वो पोटेंशियल था, उसको एक शेप देना जरूरी था और कोचिंग के जरिए वो शेप दिया गया है। दूसरा मैम एक और पॉइंट मेरा, जो आपने जो चाणक्य के बारे में बोला, उसमें मेरा एक पॉइंट है, आई एम हैविंग ए पॉइंट ऑन दैट इशू
प्लीज।
Chanakya was not only a coach, he was a leader also. That is his combination. He decided the goal for Chandragupta. He decided the goal for Chandragupta, then he accordingly coached him. And Chanakya was leading actually, although Chandragupta was executing, Chanakya was leading. So Chanakya in this case, ma'am, leader also. He is not only a coach, he is also a leader. I mean to say that.
Yeah. That's what I said, that he was not willing to take that name of a leader. Of course, at the back end, he was the leader. He was calling the shots. That's how it is.
Ma'am, taking name or not, that is a different, altogether different perspective. But he was involved in the leading. Definitely, he was involved in leading.
A lot, sir. I mean, more than what Chandragupta could think of. He was more of a strategist. He was more of a leader. I think, I don't know why, but people have not learned lot as a management or as a strategist, not have learned as much we could draw from Chanakya. Of course, the works are in public domain.
आज सुबह मैंने कोई एक बार देखा था उसको चंद्रगुप्त के बारे में, how he strategized, how he lead. एक एग्जांपल छोटा सा मैं देता हूँ मैम आपको, चंद्रगुप्त का ही है। तो जैसे ही चंद्रगुप्त को सबसे पहले वो अटैक करने के लिए, सिकंदर को अटैक करने के लिए एनकरेज किया, उसको बोलो भाई now we have gathered the troops so we can launch an attack against the Sikandar. So they went for attack, but their force of the Sikandar was so large that in front of the Chandragupta's force was not adequate. Ultimately they failed. After returning, they left their army also. Ultimately, they were defeated badly and they ran away. They ran towards the jungle, and in jungle they found a cottage where a mother was offering food to her child. So child was taking the food. So immediately child put his hand on the food, and mother बोलते कि तुमने खाने की सबसे पहले जो गर्म हिस्सा होते हैं वो सेंटर में होते हैं, वो आप हाथ गर्मियों में डालोगे तो जलोगे, और अगर साइड से यही चंद्रगुप्त जैसा मत करो, तुम खाने का सेंटर में ही डाल दो हाथ और हाथ को जला के वापस आ दो। इससे अच्छा साइड से शुरू करो, साइड वाला हिस्सा कंपैरेटिवली कूल होते हैं और वहां से आप खाना शुरू करो, so that you can have food and by the time you reach center it will also be cool down. So lesson what he want to give, that just yesterday I read that article I was going through. So lesson what he want to give, that where as a leader you need to act based on the situation, based on your strength, based on your weakness, and with a proper strategy how to proceed. That's it, ma'am.
Exactly. And that's exactly what, of course, we are not getting into the strategy part, but we are just trying to define as going forward, if you want to enhance your leadership skills, how coaching or how being a coach leader would help you to be much better and leave a legacy behind. That's exactly what the purview of this entire workshop is. And at the same time, how do you nurture your, under commandants or people around you to not look at the problem and seriously come to you to, ask for a solution? Why can't they have a solutions mindset? Look at a problem and try to find out a solution. Of course, probably for the solution part, we'll not have that much of time, but I would suggest, Dr. Kirti, if you can take this assessment and then we'll close for the lunch, and then probably we can take it some other time in some other lecture.
Yeah. All right. Of course, let's hop in after this discussion. That was, let's move to page number 20, wherein we have this small, quiz assessment part. And then we would be talking about the results, of course. So again, there are a list of questions which you definitely can go through, mark your responses, and then we'll be calculating the scores accordingly. So 5 minutes again. Page number 20.
I do not have page 20, ma'am. Here it is 173 onward.
Starts with page number 171.
Yes, sir, 171. That's solution mindset thing. Solution mindset.
Which page you are referring to actually? Because we have been given page number 171 onward.
Yes, so, it's from 171 to 340.
Yeah. May I know which page you are referring to, ma'am?
So give me a moment. Give me a moment. Divya ma'am, can you please help me connect, or else?
Yeah, just a second.
Just a second, sir. I'll just get to it. It's 181, I guess. Okay, so give me a moment. Give me a moment. I'll just help it out.
Any help you want, Dr. Geeti?
Yes, ma'am. We were actually looking for this. Yes, that's the page number. It's for me. It's 20.
It's 189, ma'am.
It's 189.
I hope so.
Actually, I'll read this first mindset quiz. It's the first question is: intelligence is something people are born with.
Yeah, 189.
189, 190. 189, 190.
189.
It's correct.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Kirti, you can also share a handbook. No?
Oh, definitely, I can. Now we have this this quiz that we have. I guess those who are failing to find this, we can have a look from here.
मैम इसको full screen कर दो.
Oh, definitely, so I'll just do that. I'll zoom it a bit. That works. Is it better, sir, anyways? Since it's not PPT, I would not be able to.
मैम इसको आप slide show में डालोगे तो वो better दिखने लगेगा अपने आप. ये side वाला हट जाएगा. This only portion will be seen on the screen.
All right, so I just try doing that. Since it's a PDF file, sir, वो slideshow पे जा नहीं रहा है.
Okay. ठीक है, it is better now.
Yeah, it's better, I guess. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And please let me know when I need to scroll down.
ये राइट वाला स्कोरिंग वाला नहीं दिख रहा है मैम कि क्या आप इस पे है क्या है.
Oh, I messed it up. I'm sorry.
Responses and CKO strongly disagree,
Yes.
agree.
1, 2, 3 में है क्या है? 1, 2, 3 में strongly के लिए 1 है, 2 है, 3 है क्या है?
Strongly agree के लिए क्या है वो? हाँ.
जी सिस्टर मैं बता देती हूँ. So strongly agree के लिए 1, disagree 2. So that's how you have to actually give it. I'll just share it again.
Ma'am, I think they are different from different serial number. वो लास्ट में पता चलेगा. पहले सिर्फ ये 3 लिखना है, response लिखना है.
जी सर. They're different.
Second page में है ना, scoring pattern अलग है.
Definitely, sir. That's different.
So you should write only all these things. Disagree, agree, or strongly agree.
Yes, Rao, you are right.
Scoring is from 0 to 3. Dr.
Yes, definitely, sir.
0, 1, 2, 3. Sure.
Scoring is from 0 to 3, and here, I mean, of course, we have this strongly agree 0, agree 1, disagree 2, strongly disagree 3.
Ma'am, I again differ, ma'am, because scoring and interpretation, you will see the instructions first.
Strongly disagree 0, that is?
Yes, sir. Strongly disagree 0.
Yeah.
Agree 1, disagree 2, strongly disagree 3. Strongly agree 0, agree 1, disagree 2, strongly disagree 3.
So, sir, this is your scoring while you are doing your assessment. Later on, when we are calculating the scores, we will consider reverse scoring and everything. But for now,
no, ma'am. May I be please?
I guess this is on screen for now.
Strongly agree. Strongly agree.
0.
Yes.
Strongly agree 0.
So,
yes.
Agree 1.
Agree 1.
Disagree 2.
2.
Strongly disagree 3.
3. Okay.
So, please let me know if you are done with the assessment. You can always notify when you are done so that we can actually talk about it. जी बिल्कुल त्रिपाठी sir. I guess as soon as we are done with this assessment, we would. Once we are done, we have written our responses. We can total our scores according to the slides that I've shared. There are 2 slides which would actually help us total our scores. So you can just calculate it and let me know if you're done. I guess few of us are done with the first part. So please help me know whether we are done or we're still on it. Okay, SK Singh has calculated the first section. Great, sir. I guess, okay, another 30 seconds, I'll move to the second section, second part. Okay, Ajay Tiwari has calculated. Thank you. Oh, so for the other part, the scores change. I guess since we are demanding for this break and we need to wrap the session up, of course we can keep calculating our scores and keep since you have this in your handbook. Now let's quickly talk about it. Now this is how we can interpret our scores when we actually are talking about whether we are being the right coach or whether we are actually having a specific mindset. So based on our scores, we can definitely calculate what sort of mindsets we have. So whether we have this strong solution mindset wherein being a coach, we help the candidate or help the individual figure out how they can reach their goals, how they can actually, yeah, okay, Vijay sir and Israel sir has written this quote. Thank you. Okay, so how they can actually, every individual can, what mindset they have and when they guide somebody, when they coach somebody, when they lead a person. So that's basically it is whether we are being very stern in our approach, whether we have this very fixed approach that, okay, you can do this either, or either you cannot do this, or we have this attitude that yes, with mentoring, with guiding, with motivation, by the right coaching, can we really help you reach your goal on your own. So that's the key here. I mean, after all this discussion, the key is, can we really guide an individual to reach to the solution on their own? So can we really be the right coach for them, wherein we have this mindset that yes, we are open to whatever skill set a person has, whatever ideas a person has. Are we open to that? And once we are open to it all, can we really guide them to actually, reach the final consensus, reach, the desired goal? So that basically is the motto of this entire discussion, coaching for solutions. So are we really coaching person to get the solutions on their own? Are we really playing that role? So that basically is the idea. Yes. If there are any questions, inputs, We are open for that, or else this is the right time when we need to end this session up. You can raise your hand if we have any deliberations to share here. Divya ma'am, can we really?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Kirti. I think it's actually a lunch time, so everyone.
Yeah, definitely. That's why I just quickly wrapped it up.
No questions at that lunchtime.
Very
Yes,
said.
that's really.
Let's actually go for a lunch break, and we resume back at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back, everybody, after this break. Welcome to the 7 second half. If you're there, just be on camera so that we know that you have joined back and we can proceed. Let's wait for a couple of seconds for everybody to be on camera. Let's see. Good. संजय जी, इतनी ठंड हो गई आपके यहाँ संजय जी, संजय सिंह जी.
जी मैम, गुड आफ्टरनून मैम.
गुड आफ्टरनून.
श्रीनगर में.
क्या टेम्परेचर है?
टेम्परेचर अभी तो 7 है.
Okay. Great.
-5 to 7.
-5 to 7. Great. मतलब ऐसे पूछ के हम अपने आप को दिलासा देते कि हमारा थोड़ा बेटर है, और कुछ नहीं है सर, इसीलिए मैं टेम्परेचर पूछती हूँ, और कोई ऐसा नहीं है. अपने को वो मानना जरूरी है ना कि हाँ, एंड गॉड इज काइंड विद अस. नहीं एंड बिल्कुल आपको अप्रिशिएट करेंगे कि इतने ठंड में भी आप बैठ के सुन रहे हैं. वेयर दैट्स आल्सो क्वाइट अप्रिशिएबल.
थैंक यू मैम.
Commendable. Yeah.
Thank you.
So in this half, we would be talking about what do we mean by how do we channelize stress? Stress, as we discussed in the first half, that it is now evident part of our life. We just can't say that we don't have any stress. It's the way modern lives are. So I'm joined by my colleague and coach, Dr. Shikha, who would be taking you on this particular topic. But before I hand over the reins to her, I'll formally introduce her. Dr. Shikha has accomplished her career demonstrating consistent success as an administrator and an educator at higher education levels. She has outstanding history in assuring successes not only to students but to clients. She is seasoned in guiding clients in their projects with their extensive background developing and implementing special programs as per the client need. She's an effective communicator with excellent planning, organization, and her forte negotiation. She has the ability to lead, reach consensus, establish goal, and attain results. She is part of AITD, and she has been instrumental in bringing this course or bringing this workshop into existence right at the content development stage. So over to you, Dr. Shikha, to take the cohort into this learning journey of channelizing stress.
Thank you, Vani. Thank you so much for setting the context, and taking the things forward is again, opportunity that I have to be with all the commandants today for at least 150 minutes of today. So welcome back. Good afternoon, everybody. I have been there very often, off a screen, at times on a screen, and today to discuss this topic of our today's workshop, channelizing stress. I'm sure, as Vani already stated, it has become very much evident in current scenario. So how the upcoming session would look like, we would be talking about what is stress, how do we perceive it, then what are the various stressors which are active at our workstations, then what is our stress personality that we would try to understand through some of the psychometric assessment test, how do we perceive the situation and how do we respond? That is, how do we react to that situation is again what we would be talking about. Then we would be discussing the disposition, how to channelize the stress, and the expectation versus acceptance, wherein we would be discussing about the set expectations and the realities that we think and how the roadmap takes the shape forward. So for this entire session, this would be our journey for next 150 minutes. And let me just set up the context I have, I think. Let me set up my screen so that I am able to see all the chats in the chat box as well. Okay.
Any issues, Dr. Shikha?
No, just a second, Mani. I was just setting up so that I can set my chat box as well on the screen.
Sure. Take it on.
And then I take the things forward. Perfect. Okay. Moving ahead. So since we will be talking about channelizing stress, I'm sure all the commandants sitting there at their workplaces, balancing out the things, being at work, and then half of the focus, in fact, I would say the full focus, zeal, enthusiasm that we see of all the participants in the cohort, that they are, attending these workshops with full zeal. So I just want to understand what is the level of stress that our commandants face as of now. Anybody who can just come up and share their thoughts.
Ma'am, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Vijay sir. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Main cause of stress is first is the zero error syndrome that is there in our job. That is the main cause of stress because to err is human. So it is very human to make mistakes. But if we have a zero error syndrome, that then the fear of taking up any task is always there. Because if there is a fault or if there is not a fault, if there is a fault on a part of your subordinate, then what questions will be asked? So that is the cause of, that is the primary cause of stress, is because they are not accepting errors from us. That is the main cause of stress. Secondly is the second reason of stress is because of the resources. Resource crunch we have basically in the terms of manpower, and then there is an achievement also. What targets we are given, sometimes they are not possible to achieve, and it is responsibility of the commander to give targets which are achievable. But sometimes we get targets which are absolutely not achievable in every aspect of our job. So even we are given that. Third cause of stress is that we have got basically what the main reason is that we are given so much of responsibilities. Being a commandant, as somebody has said previously also, we are doctors. Like if somebody patient is having some suffering and there's some inquiry, code of inquiry, we have to reflect it properly. We are engineers also. If we are making a building, we must have the exact specification time, and we are technocrats also. We are using IT technology. Plus we are we have to assess if somebody has to come, if somebody is undergoing stress, whether he's likely to commit suicide or not suicide. So that aspect we have to basically overlook with everything which we have, and resources we have none. So that is a primary reason, and reason of our stress as a commandant basically. That is the important. Then we have got 1,200 troops under us. So with so much of responsibility, there is stress for us.
Absolutely, Vijay sir, and thank you for sharing with us, because this is actually the crux and gist where all the commandants are facing. And since we have been listening all through the different batches, this is the entire thing where we are facing a challenge and ultimately leading to stress, because of limited resources that are there. And there is the zero tolerance, of course, and then high level of expectations, where you have to take the onus and responsibility of those 200, people who are under you. So you have to be a mentor and coach as well for them, so that you are able to understand their psychology and psychological well-being, which need to be taken care of. Of course, that is what the, a different, you can say, the different services that people are dealing in, they have different level of stress. People who are there at borders, they need to be at alert almost 24/7. They cannot take chance. And probably this is what we are discussing, to understand that where such kind of lapses are and how to overcome it. If you are having limited resources, how you can manage the things. If there is again a crunch, there is increased responsibility, accountability, you have to manage it. And that is how. But the question comes here, how? And ultimately, this leads to anxiety and stress among the commandants. Yes. Yeah, Kanin sir, you wanted to share.
Ma'am, it is basically the accountability of other section, which is one of the major cause of stress. I am accountable for everything of my under command. So anybody has done anything wrong, the onus goes to commandant. Why it has happened, how it has happened, what you did, and what was your instruction, everything will be put under radar. So that I feel one of the major reason why we are under stress. Say somebody fired indiscriminately 5 rounds. I will be answerable why he has fired. Why you did not counsel him? Why did you not know about him that he may commit such type of crime? Means everything. You will be accountable for everything and anything. And that is the reason हमेशा back of mind में रहते हैं. At the back of your mind, there will always be fear that something goes wrong. Touch wood, there will not be anything wrong. So that is the reason why it is there is stress. This is I feel one of the major reason.
And Kanin sir, I would say वो connect banana under commandants के साथ, so that you are aware about each and every step, what is happening, what is going on in that group and cohort. How the under commandants are feeling is again something where onus lies on the commandants. Absolutely. Yes, Raghven sir, please.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, just as regard to the stress, ma'am, it is everywhere, as we all know. But in our case, the things are entirely different, because apart from doing the routine kind of job or routine kind of duty, our tasks and role, they are slightly differing on day-to-day basis. And secondly, we are handling so many issues. It's not like that one issue you are handling. If I'll say, if I'm doing a kind of a job in some banking sector or in education sector, here things are entirely different, where the sphere of work is so big, and we are moving from one subject matter to another subject matter. Meanwhile, sometimes some issues comes which require immediate attention. So that again you have to handle. And fourthly, things comes which are uncertain. And fifthly, there is a time pressure. Some kind of things requires immediately to be handled. And due to the time constraints, that pressure starts building. So to perform within the time limit, it is a very difficult and challenging task. Maybe it can be deliberated and discussed, but as a person, I find it the challenging task, a task if it is given without time limit, maybe, and in our case, we have to respond in a time limit, and that will be in hours only. So that makes that increases pressure, and once your pressure increases, certainly the person will have to encounter or face the stress. So that stress level, and thereafter it is the individual who has to handle that stress and cope up with the stress, and he has to find out the ways and means to handle the situations of the stress or the pressure. You can say. Thank you, ma'am.
Absolutely, Raghven sir, and I second your opinion, because the pressure is really high. Within that stipulated time, you have to be a decision maker with your wisdom, with your knowledge, with all the protocol, following the protocol of your organization. And that again leads to certain amount of stress. Absolutely. And that is what we are talking about, how to channelize it, how to actually understand that whether it is always in a negative context that we are talking about, or there is something linked with a positive aspect as well. So here is one situation which we might have been often dealing with. Here is a situation where you are constantly receiving a phone call or email regarding one of the tasks that has been assigned to you. And every now and then, the chances are that you receive that follow-up reminder call or an email to meet the deadline. Though you are very much committed, you are closely monitoring that task, still you are getting those pop-ups as an email, or the phone bell is ringing constantly. This is the task, this is the deadline, you have to follow it. Aapko pata hai, you are already committed, dedicated, and closely monitoring. How are you going to feel? Aisa hota hoga. I'm sure everybody must be having. Raghvin sir, your voice is coming very less. If you can just come towards the mic.
Yeah, ma'am, I have to say that definitely it is disturbing while you are doing some work. It is a kind of disturbance. And secondly, no doubt it will again, while you are concentrating and focusing and doing the work, it is kind of creating the pressure of the time.
Okay.
Time will be kind of thing which they are reminding time and again with that particular time. Deadlines with sort of all kind of mails or phone calls. So you are focusing on the work and you are concentrating on the work, and other side you have to pick up the calls also, and you are, so that is interference. I will feel so it's interference. It's a great disturbance.
Okay, so Raghvin sir says there would be a distraction, disturbance, frustrating sort of a situation. Any other opinion? This does happen. Hota hai aisa. Mere saath bhi hota hai kai baar.
It may not be always like that. Sometimes, yes, if a difficult task has been given and they also are very aware that this task is not that easily accomplishable. Under that scenario, if you are being reminded again and again, why you have not completed it, what is the progress and what is the thing, although the individual is quite aware about the situation, why it has not been done, then definitely it becomes a kind of disturbing and frustrating also.
Absolutely. So if in case that is actually a crucial task, I think based on the high importance, it is somewhere acceptable that it's okay. They want to take a look how much we are progressing in that task, how much we are effectively taking it seriously, and what is the progress about it, because we really don't want to miss those deadlines. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So this is where we think that yes, such kind of a situation always have certain amount of stress. May it be anxiety, disturbance, distraction. It could be frustrating. It could be again where your superiors, higher ups wanted to have a look. What is the progress of the task? And then in this situation, if we just try to understand that these are some of the areas where it does happen, then what is stress? Now, we have talked about all these symptoms: anxiety, frustration, distraction, defocused. But what it is basically, what we can say, and it is how we perceive, that is what the definition could be. What is stress? Any opinion from the cohort I can have? Yeah. So what is stress? We have been dealing in our lives.
Feeling pressurized to get a task accomplished.
Yes.
Feeling or under pressure, feeling pressure to get the task accomplished. That is basically
pressure for compliance. Okay, fine. Well taken point, sir. Any other opinion from the cohort? What is stress? If I perceive stress as something where you are, I would say, coming out of, a situation where you are either trying to adopt or you are not trying to adopt. So probably this will create some amount of pressure. आप उस सिचुएशन को कितना कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं और कितना कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकते हैं. Both the situation, when you are figuring it out in your mind, I think that creates some amount of stress. Okay, so moving ahead, when we have already given a thought that stress is actually distributed in 3 dimensions. As per the research conducted by Harvard Business School, there has been findings that there has been 3 dimensions of stress. Stress as a response, as a stimulus, and as a transaction. Now, actually, what happens in these phases of stress? Now, basically, stress as a response is your physical and thought response. Whatever you get in your mind, it is somewhat is again a sort of a reaction that your physical body is going to respond to it, right? Say for an example, you get a news that somebody is not well, your near and dear one. And the moment you receive that call, there would be certain thought process that would be going while attending that call, and there would be some response of the body. And that physical response where you are just giving a thought and you are saying, okay, oh, what happened? And you have a bulging eyes, heavy eyebrows. There are fine lines on the forehead of tension. That is the stress as a response. It is basically a response to your perception of various situations. And then it comes to a second stage, second dimension, where stress acts as a stimulus. Means there could be events impinging onto the person. Say for an example, if I take this example and carry forward, that is again where the events which are whose evidence require a significant change in the ongoing life pattern of the individual. Now you have to adjust it out. आप हाफ डे लेके जा रहे हैं, आप लीव लेके जा रहे हैं, आपको immediately you have to attend your relative or near and dear one who is not well. That creates a stimulus. And then there is a transaction. Actual में how you are responding, how you are reacting to that situation, how you interpret that situation, it becomes the transaction phase. So every individual who is encountering any situation is going through all these 3 phases of stress. And that is how it is considered as a response, a stimulus, and as a transaction. Undertaking that previous situation, scenario, where we just discussed that, yes, it could be frustrated, it could be distracted. Now, suppose the similar situation is there, what kind of a statement you will choose to make your answer more prominent in the previous scenario that you had said? What made you feel so? Why did you felt in that form? As may it be distracted, may it be irritated, may it be, pressurized. Out of these 5 statements, which one would be the most suitable statement for your reaction and why? You can mention the option number in the chat box or on voice. Which statement do you feel that it actually gives that response? Raghavan sir says D. Yes. Okay. Any other opinion? Any other statement that anybody feels like goes best for their reaction that they have chosen for this situation? Even I feel that when anybody who is already constantly monitoring the task closely and they are on their toes to meet the deadline, probably it is where you yourself are working hard to meet those set targets and deadlines. And it might be possible, जैसे अभी last discussion में हमने discuss किया, and Commandants sir was also saying कि it might be possible कि कई बार हम जो हैं वो एक ऊपर से review करना चाहते हैं our higher ups, and they want to understand whether we are on track or not. Obviously, it could be a reason. So I think Sanjay sir is also going with D, Dinesh Pal Singh sir. Okay, Arun sir with D option. Okay, so most of us are actually going ahead in alignment with this statement D, that I personally hate to miss any deadline, but there is too much of work. Absolutely. Well taken, sir. So most of the options that we have dealt with is D. Okay. Coming on to our reaction. How do I perceive it? क्या लगता है सर आपको? How you take the situation? What is your perception? We discussed there is high pressure, there is zero tolerance, there is
lack of confidence of seniors on me. That is why he is so closely monitoring about my activities, about my progress.
Oh, great.
He is not confident, or he himself is not confident even. That may also be the truth. Both are means there. Once a person is not capable enough, he is having a reason to doubt everybody.
Yes.
Secondly, if a person is not confident on the person to whom he has assigned the task, then also reason to be worried like this. So there may be either way. Both may be the reason.
Absolutely, sir. And very well said, because it is the trust that is somewhat shaken at times. And that is why it could be a probability and possibility that they want to monitor. They might be having less confidence on that person whom the task has been assigned. Uski wajah se bhi ho sakta hai. Absolutely. And I think this is how, when we have been discussing about building relations, building trust, and how to, basically deal with our team members. And that is how our superiors, our higher ups are going to have that connection and that sort of established trust among us, so that such kind of things could have been avoided. Absolutely. Okay. So now moving ahead to understand that what the perceived stress level of all of us, we are there, need to understand that what is actual perceived stress level that we are encountering right now. And for this, we are going to have one psychometric assessment of perceived stress scale. Now, in the chat box, if you can just scroll up, or I may share it again, there are 2 PDFs that I have shared. I think let me share it once again for everybody's comfortness. So I have shared again a PDF of perceived stress scale. I would request the cohort to please open this, have a pen and paper along with them, so that we are able to do the scoring. And let me show it here as well. So let me stop sharing this. And
what is the page number, ma'am?
Sir, you may please don't refer to the handbook. I would request on the chat, I have shared one PDF by the name Perceived Stress Scale. We all may refer to that. I'll show it here also on my screen, so that we are aligning. I think my screen is visible. PDF is visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. So this is the perceived stress scale, which was developed in 1983. And it was a popular tool which was used to understand our situation and what kind of, perceived stress we are undergoing during that particular situation. So this was again a very interesting tool which gives us a very clear idea about our own stress levels. So here we have 4 scales on which we have to do the rating, starting from 0, where you think that it has been never been like that. You can assign 0 as a score, 1 for almost never, 2 sometimes, for very often, fairly often, you can just assign 3 as a score, and very often or frequently, you can assign 4 as a score. Now, these are the statements in front of you. These are the 10 statements, a situation of last month, past 1 month, that you might be recalling while undergoing these statements. You just recall, think of that last month situation, and whatever score you deem fit, you may please mention over here at the left side of these statements. Just mention those scores from 0 to 4. Let's take 30 seconds to go through these 10 statements.
Kindly scroll up back.
Sure, sir. Have we done the scoring?
Yes.
Okay. So please show me a thumbs up or green tick if we all are on the same page. We are through with the scoring of these 10 statements. Okay, great. Thank you, Tripathi sir. Okay, so once we have done the scoring, now we have a twist. We have to reverse the scores of these 5 questions. Question 4, 5, 7, and 8. So wherever you have mentioned the score of these 4 statements,
0.
For 4th statement, 5th, 7th, and 8th, we have to reverse the scoring. So in case you have mentioned the score 0 over there, replace it by 4. If it's 1, replace it by 3. 2 remains as it is. 3 becomes 1 and 4 becomes 0.
Which all are the questions, ma'am?
4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th. Okay. So, Jiten sir, is this the score that we have received after reverse scoring total? 17?
This is after reverse scoring.
Okay, great, great. So you have scored 17. Okay, Tripathi sir, your 11 score post reverse scoring?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, great. That's great. Okay, so we have received from Raghavan sir 14, Dinesh Pal sir 12. Okay, so I think most of us are there in the score ranging from 14 to 26, which says you are under moderate stress. And anybody under first score range 0 to 13? Yes. Arun sir is there, Dinesh sir is there. Sir, आप लोगों का stress level तो बहुत कम है. Managing very well, I guess. Great. That's great. Anybody at a range score of 27 to 40? Anybody in the cohort? 17. Okay. Israel sir says 17. That is again. Vijay Kumar sir says 29. Sir, high stress. Vijay sir, itna mat lijiye stress. I think this is the exercise that we do. You know, you never know in what situation other person is there, in what thought process he is there. कई बार ये भी होता है सर, क्योंकि बहुत सारी चीजें जब दिमाग में चलती हैं, we understand कि कहीं ना कहीं उसका इम्पैक्ट, उसका रिफ्लेक्शन आता ही आता है हमारे थॉट प्रोसेस पे. And fair enough, Vijay sir, you were very much upfront to share the score with the cohort. That's great.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, there are two aspects. One is the job aspect, another is the health aspect. So both adds up to it basically. And the job aspect is because I just got a recent posting, maybe because of that also. And health because I'm not able to suit with the climate presently. So that is why my score is a little high. And this time I deliberately wanted to be a little honest actually.
No, Vijay sir, I think we all are here to learn from each other. Why to hide anything when we are here to have an interactive workshop, which is again a two-way learning journey altogether. और सर ये आपका नहीं है, ये जब टेस्ट फर्स्ट टाइम मैंने लिया था ना, और हमारे I remember there was an accreditation which was going on. NBA का नेशनल बोर्ड ऑफ एक्रीडिएशन की टीम आने वाली थी, and we were working like hell, day and night we were working. And उस टाइम पे there was the score range that was, I was about at a range of 39. And you know why? Because reason being, हम लोगों को सर सैटरडे संडेज भी नहीं मिला था, and consecutively for 2 weeks we were on toes. We used to reach at 7, we used to leave at 10:30 or 11 at night, and that was actually a high stress. और बाद में सर ये हुआ कि ऐसा ना हो जिस दिन टीम विजिट के लिए आए उस दिन हमारी फैकल्टी और कोचेस वहां पर ना हो, तो somehow we managed to get at least a day off, which actually gave us a bit, you know, breathing space. और ऐसा होता है सर, if we are unwell, आप देखिएगा कभी ये करके आपका स्कोर जो है वो 100% थर्ड लेवल पे आएगा ही आएगा.
Yes,
and this is what we are talking about, different situations, different perceptions, and there are the differences in the stress level as well.
Yes,
I hope you all can save this, you know, perceived stress scale, download it, save it, and as and when required, you can just go through these statements and you can figure it out key where you have to stop, reflect back, and then you have to come up with full zeal and how you have to take care of your mental and physical well-being. Absolutely. So that's great, Vijay sir. Okay, so let's move ahead with our slides that we were discussing. So let me share the screen again. Okay, we have this. Okay, so we are through with perceived stress scale assessment tool that we have recently done. So these are the scoring criteria where we are dealing with 3 levels of stress. And now coming to stressors at work. As we already discussed in our initial discussion when we started the session, that what the particular situation, what the particular aspects that all the commandants are facing and going through, undergoing all these situations, create certain amount of that pressure onto us, where we have no tolerance level at all, and the onus of all the under commandants, maybe 200 or more than 200, lies on one individual, that is commandant, holding accountability of all those people all across. And here comes the role of stressors. अब वो different हो सकते हैं, आपके situation या किसी और की situation के according अगर हम broadly classify करें, so these are the stressors which play a crucial role at workplace. First is self-role distance. Self-role distance, जहां पर हम एक specific role perform करते हैं. You are performing a role where you are heading those under commandants, those battalions, And that is how you are somewhat not only working with them closely as a relationship that is developed between a leader and as a team member, but it is where you are having certain other responsibilities as well. आप कोच भी कर रहे हैं, आप मेंटरिंग भी कर रहे हैं, किसी को कोई पर्सनल प्रॉब्लम है वो भी कहीं ना कहीं आपको डिस्कस कर रहा है. You are giving them suggestions, you are guiding them, and that is where एक कहीं ना कहीं जो एक सेट हमारा KRA होता है या रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज होती हैं, वो कहीं ना कहीं इट इज सेल्फ रोल डिस्टेंस. हम अपने आप को उस रोल के अलावा भी बहुत सारी चीजों में इन्वॉल्व होता हुआ पाते हैं. Then there is role stagnation. Any individual who is working for, say, 5 years or 7 years at one designation, there comes role stagnation. That mundane task, monotonous task, there is nothing left which is beyond his boundaries. उसको पता है एक ही रोल है, इस रोल की ये रिक्वायरमेंट है और उसी को वो करता चला जा रहा है. Then at certain point of time he starts feeling stagnation, and that is again one aspect of stress. Then we have personal inadequacy, where one individual who thinks that he or she himself or herself is not competent enough to take that challenge. That is where personal inadequacy intervenes as a stressor. We have overload and role expectations. आपका रोल सिर्फ कमांडेंट्स का नहीं है, मेंटोर का भी है. आपका रोल हो सकता है कई बार उनके अपने कॉजेस को सुनने के बाद एक बड़े भाई की भी भूमिका निभाते हो. एज एन एल्डर ब्रदर, एज अ फादर, यू आर गाइडिंग सम ऑफ योर अंडर कमांडेंट्स जिसकी बहन की शादी है. तो वो इस तरीके की चीजें जहां पर ये भी कहीं ना कहीं एक रोल का पार्ट है, लेकिन कहीं लिखा नहीं गया, रिटन में नहीं है, लेकिन you are expected to do. And that is where we have these 5 different dimensions of stress. Moving ahead with our stress personality. Now, what this stress personality says. Sir, लगता है any stress personality could be, होती भी है कि नहीं होती? स्ट्रेस की क्या पर्सनालिटी होगी?
ये जो फिगर जो पिक्चर है मैम, ऐसा तो एकदम नहीं होगा स्ट्रेस वाला. इसमें तो कायदे से एकदम ठंड से बचाया.
सही कह रहे हैं सिंह सर, क्योंकि ये पिक्चर तो देख के समझ में नहीं आ रहा कि भाई स्ट्रेस में है कि ठंडी लग रहा है. ऑब्वियसली. परफेक्ट. तो अभी अगर हम बात करते हैं स्ट्रेस पर्सनालिटी की, सर क्या लगता है स्ट्रेस की भी पर्सनालिटी होती है क्या? सर यस प्लीज सिंह सर. मैम,
पर्सनालिटी में तो तब डेवलप होगा जब लॉन्गर ड्यूरेशन के लिए अगर स्ट्रेस है इनबिल्ट हो गया, पर्सनालिटी जाएगा. अदरवाइज तो मोमेंटरली और ओकेजनली उसके सिम्टम्स दिखेंगे. लेकिन हो सकता है, डिनाई नहीं कर सकते कि स्ट्रेस पर्सनालिटी नहीं है कोई, क्योंकि जब आप किसी को एसेस कर लेते हैं पहले से कि इसको अगर मैं ये बताऊंगा तो ये प्रेडिक्टेबल पर्सनालिटी जो होती है, उसमें स्ट्रेस वाले भी लोग आ जाते हैं कि अगर इसको अब मैं बताऊंगा, देखो अभी चिल्ला, तो मे भी हो सकता है. डिनाई नहीं कर सकते कि स्ट्रेस पर्सनालिटी होती नहीं है.
Right, sir. Okay, Khanen sir, you wanted to say something. Yeah.
How stress affecting an individual character trait, and that ultimately imbibe in the personality.
Right.
Say for example, if it is affecting my thought process, I lost my temper very often because of the stress, and that ultimately imbibe into my personality, that it is stress related personality. That personality, my original personality is not that, but it is because of that stress that is happening. So in that case, that may be what I perceive. It may be something like that.
Okay, right. So Khanen sir is saying कि कई बार we develop a short-temperedness sort of a attitude which becomes a part of personality at times. Okay. Sir, I think I would add on to this. Very often we encounter two types of people. एक होते हैं जिनको आपने कुछ काम दिया, उनको पता है responsibilities अपनी, they are very sincere and they start working wholeheartedly, religiously और वो काम में जुट गए. एक है सेम उसी दिन उन पे भी काम आया, उनको भी सेम काम आया, अरे हो जाएगा, कर लेंगे, होता रहेगा, हो जाएगा, इसमें टेंशन क्या लेना. और दूसरा बंदा वहीं पर वो लगा पड़ा है एकदम करने में कि कैसे करेंगे, कि किस तरीके से करेंगे, कहाँ सा डेटा गैदर करें, हाउ टू गैदर द इंफॉर्मेशन. ये दो डिफरेंट पर्सनालिटीज हो गई. एक जिसकी अप्रोच ऐसी है, हो जाएगा. एक ऐसा नहीं, हमें करना है, अच्छे से करना है, वी हैव टू परफॉर्म वेल, वी हैव टू मीट द डेडलाइंस, वी हैव टू अटेन दैट गोल. तो वहां पर कई बार वो स्ट्रेस लेवल तो सेम है, लेकिन उसको कैसे डील कर रहे हैं दो इंडिविजुअल, वो सिचुएशन अलग हो जाती है. सर एक वो कहानी हम लोगों ने शायद सुनी होगी, इफ आई जस्ट वांटेड टू रिकॉल, कि एक सिचुएशन क्रिएट की गई जहां पर दो भगोनों में गर्म हो रहा था पानी, एक में पोटैटो डाला गया और दूसरे में जो है वो एग डाला गया, और तीसरे में जो है दो डाले गए, एक में एग एक में पोटैटो. और आप देखिए कि दोनों की कहीं ना कहीं पर्सनालिटी चेंज हो गई. कैसे चेंज हो गई? पोटैटो जो हार्ड था वो तो सॉफ्ट हो गया बॉइल्ड होने के बाद, स्मैश कर सकते हैं आप उसे हाथ से, और जो एग था जो बहुत फ्रेजाइल था बॉईल करने से पहले, वो हार्ड हो गया. तो इस तरीके की सिचुएशन में हम कैसे डील करते हैं, दैट इज प्योरली आवर टेक, एंड दैट व्हाट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट आवर ओन पर्सनालिटी ड्यूरिंग दोस सिचुएशन ऑफ स्ट्रेस. यस खनीन सर.
जो आप बोल रहे हैं कि द स्ट्रेस दैट इज सेम लेवल ऑफ स्ट्रेस, द स्ट्रेस लेवल तो मैम बेसिकली आई थिंक इन माय ओपिनियन, इन व्हाट आई परसीव, stress depend upon the individual. The same for the same situation, I may have different stress, Sanjay may have different stress. It depend upon the personality. So yes, what is basically the stress? That is ultimately if it is visible on my trait. Say I am not actually getting angry normally, but because of certain task I have been given and I feel I am not able to, I am feeling pressure to accomplish that within a time limit, and that is why I got irritated. Say I got short temper, I got some trait developed. So that is the stress related personality. And for same thing, Sanjay may not have that character. He will be okay, fine, done. They say, as you have stated, okay, let us do it. We'll do it in course of time. But I am taking the stress because I feel that I must complete it within that stipulated time. I feel that I should complete it with the desired quality of my boss. I feel I must give the desired output. But that is the thing, and same thing may not be applicable to the other people. That is why he is not feeling the stress. So that ultimately converted to the personality, and that is why I feel it is related to the personality. Ultimately, it become a personality trait.
Absolutely, Khanen sir, and that is what very well put by you, that कि एक सिचुएशन लेकिन पर्सनालिटी के अकॉर्डिंग अपने अपने ओन थॉट प्रोसेस, ओन रिएक्शंस, ओन सिम्टम्स, somebody getting angry, somebody getting anxious, वो अपना अपना टेक है. Yes, if I talk about my personality, I am super duper, kind of a person who takes stress very easily. एक काम आ जाए और उसकी डेडलाइन आ जाए तो देखिए सर मेरी तो स्लीपलेस नाइट्स हो जाती हैं कई बार. So that is what where we need to understand कि इसको कहाँ पर we have to stop it. We cannot exceed beyond our limits where actually it is taking a toll on our health. So that is where we are just trying to figure it out कि हमें पता लगे which kind of personality we are belonging. Absolutely. And here comes one more scale where we would be talking about understanding our own stress personality. So it's 4 p.m. right now. Can we have a break of 10 minutes and then resume if the cohort allows? Let's have a break of 10 minutes. Sure. And in the meanwhile, I'll share the PDF of this assessment and then we will resume after 10 minutes. Okay, so welcome back everybody who were not able to sip up their tea, they can have their teacups at their desk. And while going through the session, we can have. Not at all an issue. Okay. So I'll request everybody to please download this stress personality document PDF that I have just shared in the chat box. And I'll share it here as well for the convenience of all the cohort. Let me open it. It's here. Okay. So let me share my screen. And we have this. Okay. So is my screen visible to everyone? Okay. Perfect. Thank you, sir.
थोड़ा सा जूम कर दे तो बेटर है मैम इसको.
बिल्कुल सर. अभी I think better. Okay, fine. Now let's interpret and have a look our own personality, that how the stress personality we carry and what are the influential dimensions or stressors that we talk about. So here again, we will be measuring on 4 dimensions, where 4 score stands for most of the time, 3 scoring for often, 2 for sometimes or rarely, and 1 for never. Now here we can see that there are total number of statements are 20. Against each statement, there are 4 scores which are mentioned. And I will request all the participants to take 30 seconds or even a minute to go through all these statements and circle the score or jot down in a plain paper against these statements, whatever score you feel like that fits the most. I'll scroll down once I receive the message from the participants.
Sure. Scroll up, ma'am.
Okay, great.
Bus.
Scroll up, ma'am.
Sure. Have we done these first 15 statements scoring?
Yeah, ma'am, it can be scrolled up.
Okay. So let's have a look on remaining 5 statements.
15 को दोबारा दिखाइए.
Sure. Okay, shall I scroll down?
Yes.
Okay. These are remaining 5 more statements.
I try to control my emotion. Yes. Very okay.
See my questions sometimes.
This city state with me because we have relationships. I find it difficult to balance between work and sometimes. Ma'am, ये number 4 point, can it be read out? I missed that.
19th statement.
4, statement number 4.
I find it difficult to express my unhappiness or anger.
Okay, ma'am, done.
Okay. So I think we are through with scoring of all these 20 statements.
Yeah.
Okay. Now what we have to do is, once the scoring is done and we have circled the scores, we here have the 6 dimensions. These are the 6 dimensions: work-family conflict, sense of helplessness, interpersonal conflict, emotional and financial instability, lack of purpose in life. We can see the statements which are mentioned among each dimension. In front of each dimension, there are certain statements which are mentioned here in column 2. Now, what we have to do is, we have to mention the scores of these statements. So, in this box, for first statement, 7th statement, and 20th statement, whatever score you have received, say for an example, for 1 we have 2 as a score, for 7 again we have 2, for 20th statement we have 4. So here you have to sum up 2 plus 2 plus 4, that comes to 8.
4, 36.
Only one thing that you need to be careful of is that sense of helplessness may 16th statement, or lack of purpose in life may be 16th statement has been repeated. So when you are doing the scoring, please assign the score in either one of the dimension for 16th statement, either for sense of helplessness or in lack of purpose in life.
That is 3, 9, 12, 14, 19.
I hope we are clear.
9,
In case of any confusion, I'll just repeat once again.
11. Emotional stability 4, 10, 17. 4 to 20 pass in art. This is 8. Financial stability 5. This is 2. Lack of purpose in life 6, 11, 16. 6, 1, 11, 2. 1 plus 2, 3. And 16, 3 to 5. 5 to 6, 11, 16. 6, 11, 16.
So once the scoring is done, I'll request everyone to please share their scores in the chat box or through voice. I think for 16th statement, we are clear. We have to mention the score either in 2nd dimension, sense of helplessness, or in lack of purpose in life. We don't have to keep this 16th statement score in both the dimensions. Choose any one. Okay, so Tripathi sir. No, I want the total score, sir.
16 is 5.
Okay, Raghavan sir scored 41. as a total score, grand total.
16 is 5. 16 is 5 means minus 2.3. So 8, 10, 11, 13, 15, 18, 21, 23, 26, 28, 32.
Jagir sir scores 36, Raghavan sir scores 41. Tripathi sir, आप grand total कर दीजिए please and then share the score. Sanjeev sir scores 35. Okay. 32. Tripathi sir. Okay, great. So here are your assessments in which category we are lying. So any score within the range of 20 to 29 shows that we are at our best, Ellie, with great degree of control and high self-esteem and identity. 30 to 49 says you have a healthy sense of control over your life, but occasionally one could become a negative self-talk that could cause the anxiety or the stress. Anybody who is lying in 50 to 69? I think most of us are, okay, Singh sir lies in, okay, score is 28, range 1. Great, great. Sir, आपने बहुत अच्छे से control कर रखा है फिर तो. Your personality is really at your best.
नहीं, कुछ बहुत ज्यादा और करने को नहीं, तो अपने आप को ही कंट्रोल किया हुआ.
सर, ये तो सिंह सर आपने वो बात कर दी कि होना चाहिए ना कि हम क्या कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं और क्या नहीं.
मैम इसमें बहुत सी स्टेटमेंट ऐसा है, इसको मैम प्रॉपर एक बार सोच के देख के देन ओनली यू कैन रेट इट. 30 सेकंड में रेट करना देख के ही स्टेटमेंट पढ़ के बताना मुश्किल है. यू हैव टू कोरिलेट विद योर वेरियस ट्रेट, देन ओनली यू कैन रेट इट अप्रोप्रिएटली. वो कोई बार इसलिए थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे होते हैं, हो सकता है.
सर खनेन सर ऊपर नीचे होगा, आई एग्री टू योर पॉइंट, पर हम इसमें बहुत ज्यादा टाइम इसलिए नहीं देते हैं क्योंकि जब आप बहुत गहन सोच विचार करेंगे ना तो वो आपका कहीं ना कहीं उसमें डेविएशन ज्यादा आने के चांसेस होते हैं. क्यों? क्योंकि आपने उस सिचुएशन को हर एंगल से फिर आपने स्टडी कर लिया. अभी हम वो रीड आउट कर रहे हैं कि अगर हमारा स्ट्रेस पर्सनालिटी है तो वो कहीं ना कहीं हमारा वो एक पर्सनालिटी में ऑलरेडी इनकलकेटेड है. तो
नहीं मैम, मेरा वो नहीं है. मेरा कहना ये है मैम, जैसे एक स्टेटमेंट है, उस स्टेटमेंट को मैं कोरिलेट करूंगा इंसिडेंट के साथ. फॉर एग्जांपल आप बोलते हो कि मेरा फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी, आई एम थिंकिंग कि कोई बार आता कि नहीं आता वो भी एक बार देखना है कि वेदर आई एम फीलिंग इनसिक्योर अबाउट फाइनेंशियल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, अदरवाइज ठीक है. कोई बार ऐसे नॉर्मली उसको जस्ट एक स्टेटमेंट देना मुश्किल है. एक बार कोरिलेट करना पड़ता है, कहाँ मैंने क्या फील किया, देन ओनली आई कैन ड्रॉ अ कंक्लूजन.
Got it, sir. Absolutely. और सर जैसे आपने फाइनेंशियल इनस्टेबिलिटी की बात की ना, तो ये वाला डायमेंशन जब हमने ये टेस्ट कॉर्पोरेट पीपल को कराया था, वहां पर भी जब वी एक्चुअली आस्क्ड द एंट्री लेवल मैनेजर्स टू हैव दिस टेस्ट, टेक दिस टेस्ट, उनका सबसे ज्यादा इसमें हाई आया था इस डायमेंशन में, क्योंकि वहां पर फाइनेंशियल इनस्टेबिलिटी बिकॉज they were doing private jobs and most of them were on the probation period, performance review में. तो वहां पर वो डिपेंड करता है कि किस हिसाब से वो पर्सनालिटी का अपना एक स्ट्रेस लेवल क्रिएटेड है, एंड दीस स्कोर्स गिव्स अस दैट रिफ्लेक्शन एज वेल. तो आई थिंक एनीबडी इन द रेंज ऑफ 70 to 80, यहाँ पर तो कोई नहीं है, गॉड फॉरबिड्स, nobody should lie in this scale. 70 to 80, it is actually where a high stage where a person is dealing with depression, anxiety, and they are on certain medical treatments for such kind of depression. So that is a very, very high range where life itself becomes crisis. Okay, so I hope sir ये आपको आगे भी बहुत फायदा करेगा. इन assessments को आप लोग सेव कर सकते हैं. You just store it, save it, and let's move ahead with our PPT. So That is how we have depicted our own personality. And now let's talk about the situation. हमारे केस में जो हमने अभी टेस्ट लिया, according to you, as per your assessment, which dimension of stress personality will help the most in feeling less anxious? Out of these 6 dimensions that we have talked about, work, family conflict, sense of helplessness, interpersonal conflict, which one do you think will make you feel less anxious? There is some comment in the chat box. Okay, Sanjay ji says frequent network disruption is giving stress. होता है सर, अब तो हमें आदत हो गई है with all the nitty-gritties and challenges of all the network that we do face. So from the COVID era, I think we all have been facing challenges, of course. वो भी stress देता है सर. सर सुबह जल्दी फ्लाइट पकड़नी हो तो भी स्ट्रेस हो जाता है कुछ अमाउंट का, तो वो भी है.
रात में नींद नहीं आती.
हाँ सर, बिल्कुल वो स्ट्रेस का पार्ट है, सीरियसली. लेकिन सर एक और भी इसमें पार्ट है जहां पर सपोज आपकी पोस्टिंग आपकी मनपसंद जगह हो गई, आपको ज्वाइन करने जाना है और यू आर सुपर डुपर एक्साइटेड, वो भी एक लेवल होता है सर स्ट्रेस का. So that is how
there's basically 2 types of stress, de-stress and eustress.
Oh, great, sir. Hats off, Tripathi, sir. You are making my journey easy. That's great. बढ़िया सर, अब तो डेलिब्रेशन करना है, डिस्कशन, that's it. तो अभी यहाँ पर कौन सा डायमेंशन सर एंशियस था? त्रिपाठी सर, आपके लिए कौन सा डायमेंशन सबसे लेस एंशियस फील कराएगा जो अभी हमने टेस्ट किया था? फाइनेंशियल इनस्टेबिलिटी, इमोशनल इनस्टेबिलिटी, आउट ऑफ दीज सर मैं आपको दिखा देती हूँ पीछे स्लाइड में, इनमें से कौन सा लेस एंशियस फील कराएगा सर? You can have a look from the score.
Work family conflict, madam.
Dinesh sir says work family conflict. कैसे सर? सर थोड़ा सा आप इस पे अगर डिस्कस कर पाए प्लीज.
जी मैम, अगर आप अपने काम के और घर के बीच में बैलेंस बना कर रख सकते हैं और अपने पर्सनल और प्रोफेशनल लाइफ को ठीक से मैनेज कर सकते हैं, तो इससे जो आपको लाइफ को पर्पस देने में एक दिशा हेल्प मिलेगी और अल्टीमेटली आपकी जो एंग्शियसनेस है या जो स्ट्रेस है वो कम रहेगा. अगर आदमी घर पे शांति से रह सकता है तो वो प्रोफेशनल स्ट्रेस को आराम से मैनेज किया जाता है. एट द एंड ऑफ द डे इट इज योर होम एंड योर फैमिली जो कि लाइफ में आपकी सब फील्ड्स में आपको ओवरकम करने में हेल्प कर सकते हैं, कोई भी स्ट्रेस हो.
दिनेश सर, यहाँ पर वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस नहीं है, वर्क फैमिली बैलेंस नहीं है, वर्क फैमिली कन्फ्लिक्ट है. वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट कन्फ्लिक्ट. तो वो तो हम अगर कहीं वर्क फैमिली कन्फ्लिक्ट चल रहा है वो तो और ज्यादा स्ट्रेस दे देगा.
मैम आपका कुछ सवाल एक बार दोहराओगे दोबारा मैम प्लीज?
सर अभी हमने परसीव्ड स्ट्रेस पर्सनालिटी निकाली. वी हैव ड्रॉन आवर पर्सनालिटी बेस्ड ऑन दीज 6 डायमेंशंस. What do you think out of these 6 dimensions, which dimension will make you less anxious?
Okay. मतलब for me, which factor is less effective as far as stress is concerned? That is the point, ma'am.
Yes. Yes. Ji Jagir sir, you wanted to say something, please?
Yes, ma'am. Basically, forces में जहाँ पे directly we are controlling so many people. इसमें interpersonal relation conflicts या interpersonal relationships का बहुत ज़्यादा importance है, क्योंकि अगर we are maintaining a balance with our troops and with all the under command या और higher ups के साथ में, so I think it has very important role to play. हम बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से effective तरीके से हम चीजों को control कर पाते हैं. So
okay.
This has more importance. इसमें मेरा जो I want to hear from you, मेरा इसमें जो individually आया था I got 10 points.
सर आपका टोटल स्कोर इन डायमेंशंस में सबसे कम किस में आया है?
मेरा सबसे कम है फाइनेंशियल इंस्टेबिलिटी में और लैक ऑफ पर्पस इन लाइफ।
यस, तो सर ये दो आपको लेस एंशियस पोजीशन में डालेंगे। क्यों? क्योंकि आपके पास फाइनेंशियल इनस्टेबिलिटी को लेके कोई खास स्ट्रेस नहीं है इस लेवल का, और कहीं ना कहीं आपका लैक ऑफ पर्पस इन लाइफ भी नहीं, क्योंकि यू हैव अ सेट डायरेक्शन। इसीलिए अगर आप स्कोर देखिए तो आपको कहीं ना कहीं वो चीज रिवील होके आ रही है कि ये दो डायमेंशंस में आप जो है लेस एंशियस होंगे, बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रेस नहीं क्रिएटेड होगा। जबकि अगर वर्क फैमिली की बात आ गई तो स्ट्रेस क्रिएट हो जाएगा। जैसे सर ने बात की इंटरपर्सनल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, हाई इंपॉर्टेंस, तो सर वहां पर आप चांस नहीं ले सकते। अगर वहां पर कुछ भी निटिग्रिटीज हुई, लैप्सेस हुए या प्रॉब्लम आई, यू विल बी परसीविंग हाई लेवल ऑफ स्ट्रेस, आपका स्कोर बढ़ जाएगा कहीं ना कहीं। सो दैट इज व्हाट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट। इन 6 डायमेंशन में से कौन सा आपको लेस एंशियस बना रहा है, that we will figure out from the score. We have 6 dimensions. We have done the total in front of each statements which are listed, and then we are talking about that how much score we have attained. तो जितना कम उसमें है जी सर।
In that case, financial stability, that is less stressful for me definitely, because we are sure what we'll get, what is I am having, so nothing much to be stressed out, nothing much to be compressed also. So that is why it won't stress me anyway. I know what will be the हाँ एक स्ट्रेस जरूर आता है मैम कि मार्च के आसपास आ जाता है कितना टैक्स काट रहा है और कितना मिलेगा अगले महीने, बजट मिलेगा कि नहीं मिलेगा। बाकी इसमें कोई ऐसे स्ट्रेस वाली फैक्टर नहीं है। एंड यस राइटली सेज, एक जो है ना कोई बार होते हैं ये जो इंटरपर्सनल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट एंड सेल्फ हेल्पलेसनेस, सेंस ऑफ हेल्पलेसनेस, ये कोई बार होते हैं महसूस, ये दैट विल डेफिनेटली स्ट्रेस समटाइम फॉर मी पर्टिकुलरली। सेंस ऑफ हेल्पलेसनेस कोई बार होते हैं, फिर इतना बड़ा टास्क है सामने, आई एम हैविंग लिमिटेड रिसोर्स, कहाँ से करूँ कैसे करूँ, कोई बार ये जरूर फील आते हैं। बट अदरवाइज बाकी तो ऑलमोस्ट ऑल आर इक्वली इम्पोर्टेंट।
Please unmute your mic, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for reminding me. तो हमें इन चीजों से कहीं ना कहीं एक रिफ्लेक्शन पता लगता है which dimension we really need to bother, और कहाँ पर हमें किस चीज को वहीं पर स्टॉप करके कंट्रोल करना चाहिए। जो
फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी वाला है तो लेस एनेक्सियस होगा जितने गवर्नमेंट जॉब होल्डर, आई थिंक, बिकॉज उनको सब पता है कि साल में क्या होने वाला है, अदर देन कि मतलब एनी अदर सोर्स ऑफ इनकम इफ दे हैव जनरेटेड अंडर द टेबल। Otherwise, over the table, में तो everybody knows once in a year they get increment, twice dearness allowance.
Absolutely, sir.
वो the less anxious part.
बिल्कुल ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में
ऐसा अंडर द टेबल कह के
तो हमें क्लैरिटी है,
गलत मत कहिए,
सिक्योरिटी भी है।
नहीं,
how wisely you invest your hard earned money is also basically the source of your stability.
Absolutely. Well taken, sir.
इन्वेस्ट तो वही करते हैं त्रिपाठी जी जिनको आगे का पता नहीं होता है, वही फ्यूचर की प्लान करते हैं, जिनके पूरा पाइप से आ रही है सप्लाई, दे नॉट बॉदरिंग अबाउट द स्टोरिंग वाटर इन बकेट। ओके
मैम, इसका ये जो फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी समझो के साथ मैं भी एकमत हूँ, इसमें एक चीज है मैम, जिसने शेयर मार्केट में किसी ने अगर लगा रखा है और अगर सेंसेक्स अप डाउन हो रहा है, उसके लिए जरूर इट्स मैटर ऑफ डेफिनेटली बेटर कंसर्न, मोर कंसर्न। अदरवाइज हमारा जैसे जो है ना बैंक पे रखते हैं, खर्चा करते, वही बचते जो है वो कोई ना कोई डाल देते, चलो कुछ किसी को दे दिया, किसी को कुछ कर दिया, तो उसके लिए तो एक रूटीन वर्क है मैम। फाइनेंशियल वी हार्डली हैव एनीथिंग टू मैनेज एज फार एज फाइनेंस इश्यूज गोज, daily expenses, daily thing है।
This is what Tripathi sir is also saying, and I think we all agree कि how you manage your finances is again going to be somewhat depicting your anxious level. आपने सारा का सारा पैसा उठा के आपने लगा दिया शेयर मार्केट में, you have no future planning, savings or anything like that. Your entire finance is on stake. तो वहां पर आप कितना रिस्क टेकिंग एबिलिटी में बिलीव करते हैं एंड हाउ यू टेक द थिंग्स फॉरवर्ड, दैट इज आवर ओन पर्सनल चॉइस ऑफ कोर्स. So now moving ahead, let's understand how do we react in a stressful situation. Do we burn out? Do we break from those situations that we encounter? Or we come up with flying colors, we convert those challenges into opportunities, and we, instead of break, we are having a breakthrough event from that situation. That is our pure call, how we perceive, how we react in that situation. अब अगर हम एक सिचुएशन की बात करें जहां पर these are very general situations, instead of assuming this, let's assume that there are under commandants who are working under you. You are heading that entire team, troops, and now you have been skilling few of the commandants, under commandants, for some time, maybe for 5 years or more than 5 years. आपको थोड़े दिन बाद पता लगता है कि उनको ट्रांसफर कर दिया गया है, या they were the strength of your entire system and they have been transferred without any specific reason, and top management वो एक decision लेता है और आपको बताता है कि अब वो आपके किसी टास्क में नहीं, वो किसी और टास्क में काम करेंगे. आपको कैसा लगेगा? How you are going to feel in that situation?
Definitely disappoint. That will definitely disappoint, because if I am doing well and still I have been removed, or I have been somebody has been placed to monitor me. If he is to assist me, it is fine, no problem, no issue. But if he is as part of say supervision or part of monitoring, for that he has been deputed to that, so definitely that will be a sort of discouragement for me.
Ma'am, in my case, basically, I would like to say that when such a situation happens, there are always, it is preceded by fillers, basically. You get to feel that this is going to come. So initially you have to get yourself prepared. And then what I do actually is that I try to exit as gracefully as possible, sit in the benches and wait for the opportunity when the other leadership and the leadership actually fails, basically, then to step in forward, and otherwise try to look for another appointment. That is how I deal with it.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine, Vijay sir. So basically you are focusing on how to control that situation, and in fact, if a decision has already been taken, then you are left with no choice, managing with the remaining resources. Possibly.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely. That is a part of the job. It is called occupational hazard. So that is a part of the job that we have to accept.
Yes. तो विजय सर, आप ये इसकी nitty-gritties में जाना चाहेंगे कि why such decision has been taken, or you are comfortable कि ठीक है, मन में आया होगा तो कर दिया?
I go into the integrities. Absolutely. I would like to go into the integrities. What is my fault and what is the fault? Basically don't see the fault in yourself. What is the fault? What is the requirements? Because people like me, we put in 100% and we try to see that every aspect is covered. Still, if somebody replaces me, then I think that what is wrong, basically, what was the wrong thing what was the wrong situation which has led it to my exit. And the best outcome is that it is advisable also to exit as gracefully as possible. Sit in the benches. That is a part of the job. Accept it, sit in the benches and wait for the opportunity to come. If it comes, hit back, join the force, do well, and otherwise you continue with the job profile which you have been given. That is the thing which I do basically, ma'am.
Perfect. Great, sir. Vijay sir. Thanks for your inputs. Yes, Khanen sir.
Ismail, I would like to tell one thing, what he has added, what Vijay has added. To that, I would like to add one thing. Basically here, as per input, I am doing well. The input is like that I am doing well. There is no shortcoming have been observed by me. Still somebody has deputed over me. Yes. Meaning thereby there is a trust deficit. I feel it like that. There is a trust deficit between leadership and me. That is why he has deputed somebody, so that the task can be accomplished appropriately or as per his desire. Whereas as per my assessment, I have already accomplished the task as per the given parameter or to the desired level. So there is a deficit between his expectation and I have delivered, where I am feeling that I have given more than 100%, rather 100%, and he is feeling that there is some deficit. So that deficit is there. There is a trust deficit. If I am communicated about that, it is fine, done. And I should be given an opportunity in that case. Yes, this is your weakness. You have to come up with this. Otherwise, somebody will be deputed over there. But without giving information, without sharing anything, somebody is just deputed to me, over me, and to supervise me, then I am having a strong reason to believe that there is a serious deficit in trust on the part of leadership. And that will definitely disappoint me.
Okay, fine, Khanen sir. So sir says ki in case there is no prior information, there is no such kind of communication, and if the higher ups take certain decision on the other commandants, then probably it is where there is the lack of trust that they have been seeing within the leader and its team. Okay, yeah, Raghavendra sir, please.
Ma'am, as per this statements, what you have given a kind of situation, there is a two kind of situation where you are as a chief manager or a subordinate. That is a different thing. I am looking towards this case study with a frame of mind of a subordinate, where your subordinate has been changed. In that particular scenario, because we are all working and managing in a crisis also, and we are very used to of change of the subordinates because of the various operational reasons or the personal reasons. So we take it in our stride and hardly we take it that seriously, that subordinate, if it is changed, it's going to make a much of difference. And with this, I just want to say one thing which I learned from one of my general 15-20 years back. He used to tell us, make yourself so much professionally and professionally sound that if your subordinate is not there, then it hardly matters to you. And but for your senior, you should be like that. If you will be going to be changed, then he should be worrying about it. It is vice versa. Yes. So it is your competency, basically, I want to emphasize, to be in particular that senior officer, he guided us in that fashion. You should be that much of sound, so that if your junior is going to be replaced at any moment of time, you can say, yeah, sir, it will hardly, because you can have an experience, you can guide the others to get the result. Whereas you should be different for your seniors, and your senior should think, if he'll leave the place, then how I'll work. That is what I have to say, ma'am. Thank you.
Absolutely, Raghavendra sir, and very aptly said that these are some of the changing dynamics that we encounter at our workplace. One has to be agile with all the decisions that are being made. But yes, wherein when we talk about the, as a subordinate who is being changed and how the things are being taken care of, it is our own self-worth that is created at the workplace. That's how we are being treated as an asset for that organization, and is a real worth is standing there. Somehow, if anybody is transferred, the leader or the higher ups are somewhat saying, okay, now he is going, so how to come up? So that worth, that zeal, that asset sort of a thing should be there, where the leaders are supportive and they are admiring our effort as well. Absolutely, sir. Sanjay sir, looking forward to hear you. Sanjay sir, you are muted.
Can you hear me, ma'am? So this network is giving me a lot of stress since morning, ma'am. So since we are here to manage stress, so Raghav has very rightly brought it out. We are in a system for the last so many years, and when there is a well-established system. So this chief manager, he should have taken in its stride. Otherwise, we are used to such a system that if new person, a new subordinate has been assigned to us, we take it in this way that nobody is indispensable in this organization. So everybody is competent, and that way, this thing now, this attitude will give this chief also very less stress. He will. We have learned this way.
Absolutely. The equality that is built up in the system, that all are treated equal, all are equally competent. It is how the leader manages their subordinates, and to make the best out of their competencies is again the art for a leader, that how they come up with such kind of a system which is treating everybody at par. Perfectly fine. Well taken point, sir. Great. So these are some of our thoughts that we shared, that if such a situation arises, then what could be the after effects? Here comes the reaction that we talk about. Now, here are the different reactions. How do we react in different situations that we deal at our workstations, may it be in our personal life. There is first stage, that is alarm, where you either fight or flight. Either you have a head-on encounter with that situation, whatsoever it may be, even if it's a risk, it's a challenge, you have to face it. Or there could be a situation where you are on a flight mode. Ignore it. Just simply ignore it. At times we say, ignorance is bliss. So how you are taking that situation, whether you are fighting, you are having a head-on impact on that situation, or you are simply ignoring and you are bypassing and surpassing that situation. Then we come to resistance. जैसे अभी आप लोगों ने कहा सर कि सिचुएशन कई बार हमारे पास कंट्रोल से बाहर होती है, तो हम क्या करते हैं, हम खुद को ही कंट्रोल कर लेते हैं. लेकिन जब हम उस चीज को अडॉप्ट नहीं करना चाहते, when we actually don't want to adopt, we resist ourselves, then there comes certain symptoms of stress. May it be frustration, anger, negative self-talk, irritability, anxiety. And at certain point of time, when we keep on struggling and adjusting, and we don't realize that the situation is actually which is beyond our control, and we still keep on fighting, then we lead to a last stage, that is exhaustion, where we are talking about where life has become actually a crisis. There is a toll on our physical body. We have high BP, we have fatigue, burnout stage, depression, all these symptoms which are leading to a very, very high stress level situation. And this was actually a model which was given by general adaptation to stress model by Gallup study that was conducted in 1982, and such kind of stages which were determined where an individual is undergoing through all these stages and how they react in this situation, that is from alarm, resistance to exhaustion. Let's have this particular situation or scenario. Name any 3 frustrations that you might have faced in past 1 month. It can be from personal or professional life. Any one adjective to describe that frustration, and why did you felt so? So for this, I think 1 frustration or 2 frustrations would suffice the purpose. Don't worry if you don't have 3 frustrations to discuss in past 1 month. It's purely cohort choice, but yes, I would like to hear and have your thoughts on this situation. ऐसी कोई भी सिचुएशन जो आपकी लगती है कि पिछले 1 महीने में this situation had actually given me certain amount of frustration level, और वो किस फॉर्म में था, short temper, anxiety, distracted, defocused, and any adjective you can use, discontentment, and why you felt so. And the best part is, sir, that this cohort is really very honest in sharing all your thoughts. Seriously. hats off to each one of you. How we discuss openly and honestly. So anyone who would like to share their thoughts? Past 1 month में any one situation from any area of your life that you thought that it was actually frustrating. If I talk about in past 1 month, I think at times I was very much short-tempered. And reason behind it was because there were so many things which were going on in my family. My maternal uncle was admitted and recently he expired. So because of lot of things which were piling up, it actually gave me that level of frustration where I could feel a sense of helplessness. Somebody who is in ICU and you cannot do anything, you feel really frustrated and helpless. So at times I was bursting out in anger as well. So that was my past 1 month experience where I encountered such situation. So anybody who would like to share on this? And did we actually encountered? Or our past 1 month was very cool, without any frustration, without any stress level?
अब कई बार तो लगता है मैम रूटीन का ही पार्ट है, इसीलिए रिकॉल कर पाना बड़ा मुश्किल है, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं कि इवेंट नहीं हुई होगी ये, लेकिन डिफिकल्ट टू रिकॉल क्योंकि बहुत ज्यादा मेमोरी पे इम्पैक्ट नहीं होगा. अदरवाइज तो ऐसा नहीं कह सकते कि पर्सनल या प्रोफेशनल लाइफ में मोमेंटम ना आया हो पिछले 1 महीने में, लेकिन इतना ड्यूरेशन होगा कि उसको रिकॉल किया ऐसे. प्रोफेशनल में ऑलमोस्ट वर्किंग वीक ही बहुत है, 1 मंथ तो काफी लंबा है. फिर
तो सर तो वीक में ही बता सकते हैं.
सेम फीलिंग है वो हेल्पलेसनेस वाली, बिकॉज एट टाइम्स यू फील दैट व्हाट यू आर ट्राइंग टू कन्वे इज नॉट रीचिंग इन ए राइट वे. उनका होता है, आपका अपना हो सकता है. दैट डिफरेंस इज देयर. तो ये नहीं deliberately from their side or from our side it has been done, but now it's a part of system. Generally we toe the line in second stage. First we try to express our mind and soul, but we know very well that it is not going to materialize in an organization. Second time we generally toe their line. तो एक बार ऐसा ट्राई होता है जरूर कि आप you have to draw a different line whatever is existing.
Absolutely, संजय सर, और बहुत अच्छा पॉइंट आपने शेयर किया जो आई थिंक आई वुड को रिलेट विद दिस सिचुएशन एंड इन विच सिचुएशन वी आर. लाइक यू सेड कि आपको लगता है इट्स पार्ट एंड पार्सल ऑफ योर प्रोफेशन नाउ, डीलिंग विद स्ट्रेस एवरी नाउ एंड देन. So it becomes as a inculcated in terms of personality where such kind of things happen. You cannot be untouched from these instances. तो वो एक रूटीन में आ गया है. बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं सर, बिकॉज I remember one of my cousin when she was going for medical study, and she was there once she completed her MBBS MD and she joined the hospital. इनिशियल उसको 4-5 साल इतना ज्यादा स्ट्रेस रहा क्योंकि उसके लिए वो वहां पर जीवन और मौत से जो पेशेंट्स जूझ रहे होते थे वो देखना उसके लिए बहुत बड़ी बात थी. लेकिन आज जब हम उससे बात करते हैं, इट हैज बिकम अ सॉर्ट ऑफ अ यूज्ड टू सॉर्ट ऑफ अ थिंग. वो प्रोफेशन का एक पार्ट बन गया है. रोज आते हैं, रोज क्रिटिकल केसेस होते हैं, पीपल are leaving this entire world. So it has become as usual. आपने बिल्कुल सही बात कही सिंह सर. लेकिन वो उस लेवल पे जब इनिशियल डेज में उसको इफेक्ट करता था तो कहते हैं ना कि वो एक पेशेंट जिसको वो बचा नहीं पाई तो वो खाना खाते टाइम भी रोती थी, उसके दिमाग में वही चीजें घूमती थी, हाई लेवल ऑफ स्ट्रेस. लेकिन एक टाइम बाद आज लगता है यार ये तो रोज ही होता है. What can we do? We can put our best. That's it. बाकी भगवान के ऊपर है. So absolutely well taken point sir. और वो चीजें कहीं ना कहीं आती हैं हमारे उसमें सिस्टम में. बिल्कुल सही.
That's why we always work on play, but keep our plan B ready.
Yes, yes. Plan B ready, and when to implement it with that wisdom. क्योंकि सर आपके प्रोफेशन में तो कहते हैं ना, राइट टाइम राइट प्लेस राइट डिसीजन, क्लिक कर गया और हमने एक्ट कर दिया, दैट इज which is actually required as per the critical situation that everybody is facing there being in the BSF. So here comes the expectation and reality. सर जैसे आपने कहा, हमने सोचा हम यहाँ से वहां तक जाएंगे. एक जनरल एग्जाम्पल लेते हैं. There was a party in Delhi. I commuted from Greater Noida. GPS ने दिखाया कि इतने मिनट में आप पहुंच जाएंगे. पता लगा रास्ते में गाड़ी पंचर हो गई, ट्रैफिक हो गया, या some XYZ प्रॉब्लम आ गई, एंड रियलिटी कुछ और हो गई. आधे घंटे में पहुंचना था, पार्टी वाइंड अप हो गई, हम बाद में पहुंचे. तो
ठंड लग रही है बहुत.
जितेंद्र सर, आई थिंक ओके, सो आई हैव म्यूटेड हिम.
मैम ये पिक्चर से ऐसे लगता है लाइफ बहुत स्वीट है, लेकिन जलेबी की तरह टेढ़ी है.
हाँ सर, जलेबी की तरह टेढ़ी है, पर जलेबी की तरह मीठी भी है सर.
हाँ वही कह रहा हूँ, स्वीट है लेकिन जलेबी की तरह टेढ़ी है.
बिल्कुल सर, और इतनी आसान नहीं है. आई थिंक सर कहते हैं ना, जब हमारा बचपन गुजरता है तो हमें पता लगता है कि सबसे अच्छे वही दिन थे कि बस खाना, पढ़ना और खेलना, और हमारी मम्मी कहती थी काम ही क्या है, सिर्फ पढ़ाई तो करनी है. और सर आज हम अपनी डॉटर से सुनते हैं, अरे मम्मा आपको नहीं पता कितनी पढ़ाई में स्ट्रेस है आजकल, आपको नहीं पता. तो इट्स लाइक यू नो अ सॉर्ट ऑफ अ शॉर्ट डिबेट दैट वी हैव. Every stages in life has their own consequences and repercussions. Absolutely. Moving ahead, sir, अगर एक असाइनमेंट है हमारे पास और हम अपनी टीम से करवा रहे हैं, consecutive second time we are not able to deliver the expected outcome, how would you react with your team? अब सर ये तो बड़ा valid scenario है. अंडर कमांडेंट्स नहीं परफॉर्म कर पाए, सेकेंड कॉन्जिक्यूटिव टाइम में नहीं कर पाए, एज अ लीडर आप कैसे रिएक्ट करेंगे? क्योंकि सर
आईजी साहब बहुत डांट मारेगा
है.
मैडम. अगर 2 बार काम नहीं किया, आईजी साहब बुला के परेड करवा देगा, डांट बहुत मारेगा हमको कि तुम कैसा कमांडेंट है जो 2 बार डिलीवर नहीं कर पाया है.
सर वो तो आईजी सर कराएंगे, आप क्या करेंगे? पहले
हम तो मैम यही बोलेंगे, वेल डन.
ये परेड करेंगे मैडम,
थोड़ा करो भाई.
ये
यस सर, राइट सर, वी विल ट्राई नेक्स्ट टाइम.
और भी उसको एक आध झूठी कहानियां सुनाएंगे मैम कि पास वाली यूनिट में तो एक ही बार में कर लिया था, वहां पे तो तुमसे भी छोटी रैंक का आदमी कर लिया था. एक आध ऐसे ही जहाँ तक कथाएं बताएंगे उससे, जिससे वो मोटिवेट हो.
संदेश ने, दीपी ने पहले ही बोल दिया परेड कराएगा, तो ये परेड ही करेंगे.
मैम एक बात है, हमारा जो सीनियर कमांडर है वो तो हमको बुला के डांट मार देगा, बट अभी पिछले 1-2 दिनों में या 1-2 बैच से आपको मालूम चल गया होगा कि हमारा जो कमांडेंट है या जो कंपनी कमांडर है, उनका जो सुपरवाइजर लेवल है सबसे टफ है मैडम. वो आप ये समझिए कि आपका एक अंडर कमांड अगर आपकी बात नहीं मान रहा है, आप उसको डांट मारती हैं, तो वो नौकरी छोड़कर रेजिग्नेशन देकर चला जाएगा. हमारा अंडर कमांड 24 घंटे 7 दिन 365 दिन हथियार के साथ है. अगर आपने ऐसी कोई बात कर दी जो उसके दिल को चुभ गई, तो जनरली लड़के हमारे ट्रेंड हैं, बट पॉसिबिलिटी रूल आउट नहीं कर सकते कि गन किधर भी घूम सकती है. तो आई मीन वी आर द बेस्ट मैनेजर और कमांडर इन दिस रिगार्ड कि हम ऐसे बंदों के साथ डील कर रहे हैं जिनका सोशल फ्रेम अलग है, जिनकी फैमिली प्रॉब्लम अलग है, जिनकी बैकग्राउंड अलग है, और जिनकी वर्किंग कंडीशंस दे आर द वन ऑफ द टफेस्ट. मैं आई वाज डिप्लॉयड देयर इन त्रिपुरा. जंगल इतना घना है, सिर्फ जंगल की बात कर रहा हूँ, देयर नो अदर दिस थिंग, कि आप उस जंगल में अगर आप पैदल चलते हैं तो वो कहते हैं ना कि देयर वाज एन eerie silence, समथिंग सॉर्ट ऑफ दैट, सिर्फ उसमें पैदल चलने से. अरे मैम इतना घना जंगल है, वहां पर लड़के खड़े होकर 24 घंटे ड्यूटी कर रहे हैं, तो एक स्ट्रेस तो उनके ऊपर भी है, उनसे हम हैंडल कर रहे हैं. तो ग्रेट थिंग, सैल्यूट टू आवर ट्रूप्स एंड आवर बैचमेट्स, कमांडेंट्स.
वो थ्रेशोल्ड लेवल पे मैम आप मान के चल सकती है, और कंट्रोल मैकेनिज्म ऐसा बनाया गया है कि आप खुद बताएं, आप तो एकेडमिशियन है, साइकोलॉजी भी समझ रही है. करीबन 50-60 गाड़ी जिनके 4 चक्के होंगे, यानी 200 टायर लगे हुए हैं, करीबन 1000 आदमी में से 500-600 एट टाइम वेपन के साथ हैं, और किसके दिमाग में, किसकी मशीन में क्या चल रहा है, only one person can control with his own software, that is commandant, और fully accountable for even चक्का बायां चक्का गिर गया और नाली में गाड़ी चली गई तब भी आपसे ही पूछा जाएगा, और किसी बंदे का पैर नाली में चला गया तब भी आपसे ही पूछा जाएगा। दोनों पे मशीन अलग अलग है, जबकि तो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनाई इसी तरह देती कि फर्स्ट रिएक्शन ही डिफेंसिव होता है कि नहीं ऐसा नहीं हुआ होगा, फिर भी देखते हैं।
Absolutely, sir. I think कहते ना केयरफुली केयरलेस होने का भी चांस नहीं है यहाँ। तो आपको जो बोलना है वो भी बड़ा सोच समझ के बैलेंस आउट करके यू हैव टू हैंडल योर टीम। एब्सोल्युटली, बिकॉज द
आपने मैन क्वेश्चनेयर बनाया है और हम पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं तो हम उसका आंसर कर रहे हैं। हमें तो एक आदमी खड़ा रहता है जो रिस्पांस ही नहीं देगा आपको, जो भी आप पूछे, जो भी आपका क्वेश्चनेयर के क्वेश्चन हम पूछे वो बोलेगा ही नहीं बोलेगा ही नहीं। मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको, अब कितनी अच्छी
आपने हथियार और बस के
मतलब आप बस गेस कर सकते हैं। केवल जो अजीत सुबह बोला था कि आप उन टेंडेंसीज को पकड़ लीजिए कि ये छोटे से बड़े नुकसान की तरफ न जा रहा हो, बस इसके अलावा कुछ भी आप नहीं कर पाते हैं। द बेस्ट सोल्यूशन उसको काउंसिल करना, उसे छुट्टी भेज देना, और उसके अलावा 2-3 चीजों के अलावा आपके पास नहीं है। अगर आप सोचे कि एक मैट्रिक और इंटरमीडिएट पास आदमी को एकदम पूरा मेंटल फ्रेमवर्क चेंज कर देंगे, जो ज्वाइंट फैमिली, न्यूक्लियर फैमिली में मोबाइल और सोशल मीडिया के इतने ग्रेप्ट मतलब सिचुएशन में है, प्लस जो नेचुरल हालात हैं वो डीपी ने अभी बताया ही, जंगल झाड़, कम्युनिकेशन नहीं, नेटवर्क नहीं, प्लास्टिक के कटी हुई बोतल में वही फोन टंग जाते हैं, वही सिग्नल आता है, बात कर पाए तो कर पाए, अदरवाइज नहीं। तो आप मतलब ये मैनेजमेंट की स्किल तो जो ग्राउंड पे है वही जान सकता है।
एब्सोल्युटली सर,
कुछ नया सीख लेंगे आप लोगों से, लेकिन अगर आप हमारी सिचुएशन में चलेंगे तो शायद आपके लिए लाइफ चेंजिंग वो मूवमेंट हो सकता है।
बिल्कुल सही कहा सर,
क्योंकि आपका जो व्यू, परसेप्शन और व्यू होगा वो उस चीज को समझने का थोड़ा अलग होगा। वहां तक जाने नहीं दिया जाता है आप जैसे लोगों को, आपको उन लोगों को हैंडल करने दिया जाता है जो आपकी बात को थोड़ा समझते हैं। जो ग्राउंड रियलिटी है वो तो हम जानते हैं कि आपकी इस क्वेश्चनियर को हम कैसे लागू कर पाएंगे, हमारे ऊपर जो है दैट्स फाइन, बट हाउ इट विल बी इम्प्लीमेंटेड उसके लिए जरूरी है आपको ये जानना कि वो कैसे रिस्पॉन्ड करेगा। कोई रोमन में वो हिंदी लिखता है, किसी को लैंग्वेज का दिक्कत, किसी का सोशल फैब्रिक कुछ है, तो और बॉन्डिंग का ये हाल है कि 1/3 फोर्स ट्रेन में और बस में ही रहती है, कोई आ रहा है छुट्टी से, कोई कहीं जा रहा है, कोई। तो बड़ा मैनेजमेंट जो है इतना इजी नहीं है जितना कि मतलब किताब।
सर किताबों में तो बहुत सारी चीजें इजी लगती हैं, लेकिन जब ग्राउंड रियलिटीज पे जाते हैं ना, दे आर एब्सोल्युटली एंटायरली, जैसे आपने कहा सिंह सर की, वो लाइफ चेंजिंग होता है। और बहुत चीजें जहां मुझे लगता है कि आपके अंडर कमांडेंट्स जो फेस कर रहे हैं, जो एक्चुअली वहां पर देख रहे हैं, आई थिंक उनकी मानसिक स्थिति, देयर ओन साइकोलॉजिकल एंड मेंटल trauma, or you can say the things that they have been facing, it's not easy. Merely passing on these statements or what we have learned and implementing it also requires much effort how to implement it. जैसे आपने कहा सर, किसी का लैंग्वेज बैरियर है, किसी का इमोशनल बैरियर है, किसी का कोई दूसरा बैरियर है, आपको वो सारे चैलेंजेस को ओवरकम करके उसको कहीं ना कहीं रूल आउट करनी है। उसका थॉट प्रोसेस क्या चल रहा है, यू नेवर नो। जैसे अभी आपने कहा उसके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है, वहां पकड़ लें और उस चीज को आप इमीडिएटली जो है एड्रेस कर लें। दैट इज व्हाट इज रिक्वायर्ड। एब्सोल्युटली। राघवेंद्र सर, आप कुछ कहना चाह रहे थे, प्लीज।
Ma'am, my this signals, they are unstable. I am audible, ma'am?
Yes, loud and clear, sir.
Yeah, ma'am, I am just restricting myself with this particular situation, what it has been given. I'm not elaborating all other factors, but definitely if I have been interested with a task and once we were not able to give the expected result, and second time also the team is not able to give the expected results, what is expected from us. Definitely it is a question where I am not going to appreciate my team as such. It is my resentment, definitely I am going to convey. I don't feel so. Maybe other commanders, they may not convey, but for myself, it is a thing where the resentment will come out, and that has to be conveyed and required to be conveyed to the team also, so that they'll not take it lightly for the third time or the fourth time. Because ultimately, every time the task will come and they will feel that this has happened, okay, fine, he will say nothing and next move forward for the second time. Second time also, they will not able to perform with your expectations. So what I have already told, ma'am, we are working in the crisis and with the limited kind of things. So that performance is the thing where we strive for, where we work for, and that's why once I am giving my 100% for that particular task, it becomes very difficult for me to accept that kind of thing that has not been performed in a befitting manner or up to the expectations. So somewhere your resentment is also required to be passed on to that particular thing. But yeah, it should be in a very professional manner. It should not going to be demoted. There is only there's the difference between that. If my resentment is where he's taking the team, if it is taking the team to achieve the goal in the next time or in whatever task, then probably that will be going to help the organization. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, राघवेंद्र सर. बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने कि कई बार हमें क्राइसिस मैनेजमेंट करना पड़ता है, रिसोर्सेज क्रंच होते हैं. वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड how to manage the emotions of our under commandants, and probably then how we can take the things forward. It hardly matters when we are saying that second consecutive time भी वो output हमें नहीं मिला, लेकिन वो efforts के कहाँ तक गए, कहाँ पर हमारे challenges आए, उन सारी चीजों को कहीं ना कहीं we need to be taking into consideration. Yes, कनेन सर आप कुछ कह रहे हैं जी.
मैम इसमें दो तीन पहलू है. नंबर वन, आई विल एनालाइज इन दैट केस द टारगेट इज, हाउ द टारगेट इज, वेदर इट इज रियलिस्टिक और अदरवाइज नॉट. Secondly, I will try to spot the black spot where the fault lies, whether it is because of shortage of resources or because of individual trait who doesn't want to contribute and because of which the task or goal could not be achieved. Thirdly, I will analyze my performance also, my perspective also, whether I am failed or my team member failed. Accordingly, I will take the course correction. That's
Great, sir. Kanen sir, now one question that I have in my mind, being so inquisitive, that suppose there are unrealistic target and now the teams does not attain the output as expected by the higher ups and they fail second time as well. Then what will be your take as a leader?
Ma'am, if it is not realistic, then I'll definitely communicate my team member. Then it is fine. Whatsoever achieved, that is achievable, and we have achieved that. And what is not achievable beyond that, it is okay. We'll just go ahead accordingly.
Can we be so upfront in sharing that these are unrealistic targets?
Yes, at least, ma'am. Yes, at least I used to share. I cannot comment about others, but I am very candid in this case. Yes, this is not possible and this is possible. Whatsoever is possible, I will do that. There is no requirement of following it up even. And whatsoever is not possible, I'll candidly say, sorry, sir, this much can be done, this much cannot be done. This is the problem, this is the limitations, and this is my limitations, this is my team members' limitation, and this is resource limitations. I'll clearly and very candidly, I'll communicate that. I don't have any hesitation about that.
That's great, Kanen sir. And why I asked this question, because once I was, having this session with marketing professionals, and they were the middle level managers, and having, the discussion was on, and the same scenario which was there, they said कि मैम marketing and sales में तो already वहाँ पर unrealistic targets होते हैं. आपको already इतना बता दिया जाएगा, आपका quarterly target यहाँ पर है जो आप सोच ही नहीं सकते कभी अचीव करने का, लेकिन उसके बाद भी if we do not complete, then we have to listen from our seniors. So that is the deliberation that we were having at that time, and it is where they are having those unrealistic targets. And then the curve that we discussed, अभी आएगा सर, हम लोग एक कर्व डिस्कस करेंगे, प्रेशर परफॉर्मेंस कर्व, जिसकी बात करेंगे कि एक्चुअल में वो अनरियलिस्टिक टारगेट्स या अनरियलिस्टिक जो हमारा एक गोल होता है उसको वो किस तरीके से सेट करते हैं एंड हाउ दे ट्राई टू हेल्प द इंडिविजुअल टू कम आउट ऑफ देयर सेट बाउंड्रीज। कई बार हमें पता ही नहीं लगता कि हमारी खुद की कितनी एफिशिएंसी है, हम क्या क्या कर सकते हैं, अनलेस एंड अनटिल वी ट्राई इट आउट एंड वर्क। जी खनीन सर।
इसमें मैम whatever you have stated, that in that case when unrealistic target is being set before any individual, the individual who set the target, he is also aware to which extent he can go. He is the target to whom he is given, so he is satisfied with that कि भाई मैं दिया हूँ 100 का है, but ये this is achievable is 50. So if somebody is achieving 50 or 50 plus something around that, he will be satisfied in that way. So that is it. What I mean to say, that is it. I basically mean that.
Yes, absolutely correct, sir. And that is why I just discussed this example and situation with you, because this is what कि उन्हें भी पता है और हमें भी पता है, but at some common grounds we do agree and we understand that what is realistic and what is unrealistic. Now here we come, how would you react with your team? Upward spiral or downward spiral? Hopes, again, where we are creating upward spiral, may it be gaining insights, realistic analysis, exploration that we have talked about, or downward spiral where we are cribbing, we are fighting, arguing, managing the conflict, complaining about all those things that we were not able to be successful second consecutive time. So this is how it is our own perception, how we take the situation forward. So coming on to the types of stress, as already shared in the cohort, that there are two types, eustress and distress. When we talk about eustress, it is where we are talking about positive emotions, the positive stress because of, that enthusiasm, that zeal that you have inculcated and you really want to grab that opportunity. It creates eustress. And then distress, when we talk about the negative stress, again, when we are talking about downward spiral. So just take an example where we are imagining ourselves to take on a new project that encourages us to leverage our strengths, our competencies. How do you perceive this situation? Are you going to accept those challenges, or you would be bit resistant to actually have such kind of, risk or trying on to the new project where you think that it's okay, whatever I'm doing, I'm fine with it, not to take any new project where I will be, working more hard and exploring and coming out of my comfort zone. How you will perceive this situation?
And at a certain level, you get to know the organization or the workload in and out. So whether you have been given new assignment or a new challenge, you have to do it. If in the line of duty, you have been assigned, you have to do it. Sometimes you may find it easy enough, sometimes you may find it difficult to do, but you have to do it. Your stress level, your other the things which extra efforts which may be required to do for that, it has to be done. This much clarity one is supposed to have. So why to get stressed? Yes, you can ask for additional bids, you can ask for additional resources or whatsoever is coming into your mind as per the plan you are trying to proceed ahead with that given task. You are supposed to, one is supposed to work it out and put it before the authority which has assigned that task. There is no point getting stressed. Certainly a new job, a new challenge will give a bit of, will take you out of your comfort zone. That is okay. All the time you are not assigned a new job. It is most of the time it is routine, but sometime a new assignment will be there which will be quite challenging. Better accept it.
Absolutely, sir. Points well taken, Changan sir, कि आप वो challenges को accept करेंगे and how to mitigate those challenges, whatever resources, whatever necessity of the hour is there, you are going to meet those things. Absolutely. Yes, Karen sir.
In our dynamics of functioning, there is no scope of denial. You have to accept. If it is being given, you have to accept. There is no option. We have to accept it. We have to do that. Yes, personally, I feel if there is a scope of growth, in that particular task, definitely I love to do that. If at all required to come out of comfort zone, that is, of course, my personal opinion. I personally love to do that. If it is so that yes, it may explore my potential, and if I confident that I can do that, definitely I love to do that.
Great, Karen sir. And I think जब choice नहीं रहती ना sir, तो कहते ना कि whatever comes, you have to be geared up to take forward those challenges and tasks. Absolutely. So there could be some things that may feel excited about the assignment. There could be some of the things which may make us feel anxious. सर नया टास्क आया अगर हमारे पास, आपको क्या लगता है, आपको क्या एक्साइटमेंट रहेगा और क्या एंशियस करेगा?
मैम इसमें as you have stated that one can prove his potential. Yes, I can do that. So far I have not got that opportunity. It's a kind of opportunity for me.
Yes.
To prove my potential. Yes, I can do it. So that will definitely excite me. Yes, I can do it. Let me try. So far nobody has done. I can do this. So that will definitely excite me, and that I will definitely prefer to do that. As far as anxious is concerned, new job, new task, new situation, definitely that will cause some degree of anxiety, whether I'll able to do that, whether I am having potential, although I am having potential, whether I'll able to accomplish or not. That will definitely cause a certain degree of anxiety for me.
Absolutely, sir. If we say an individual goes through a series of changes as per their competencies, the challenges they are facing, and most often they are very much excited to take those opportunities, but at the same time they are a bit anxious as well when they are coming out of their comfort zone or things which they have never done, and there could be a chances of risk of failure, risk of fear, or any sort of risk which is associated with those assignments. Certainly that is going to make you feel anxious. So is always a positive stress or UE stress is bad? कब हमें लगता है when we think कि this UE stress is bad? UE stress is positive stress. You are excited, super excited to take the opportunity. A person who is joining dream company, what he has thought of, वो join करने जा रहा है next week. Excited है, बहुत excited है. But do you think that this UE stress can be bad as well?
Yes, sometimes that may happen. Yes, that may sometimes happen because overexcitement and moving towards something unknown situation, and there may be a possibility of failure. Or overexcited, I am leaving the job behind and I am going for a new job, and that job doesn't work well with me as per my expectation. Then that may cause a frustration also in that case. So absolutely, that may be there.
Yes. So most often when we talk about, like if I say confidence and overconfidence, similarly, if I talk about being excited and overexcited, most often when we are overexcited, we are over enthusiastic, we are somewhere, creating lapses in our decision making, in our thought process. And that might create hindrance or boundaries where such kind of restriction may prevail in that situation. Coming on to the last segment of this entire session, that is channelizing stress, we come to this pressure performance stress curve. This is a curve model that was given by Robert Yaskin and John Dodson in 1963. And during that time, they have mentioned in one of their book where they have tried to introspect how the pressure is having an impact onto the individual and how its performance is being depicted. So on x-axis, there is pressure. They wanted to gauge. On y-axis, we have performance. That is again ranging from low to high, whereas pressure ranging from low, moderate, high to very high. Now, when we see this curve, it is where we are having different zones through which this entire curve is being going through, and it has been segmented into different zones. The foremost zone is bore out zone, where the pressure is low. Similarly, the performance is also low. And it comes to this stage where we say that it is a stage of bore out, where the individual has no challenges. A mundane task, a data entry operator who is coming daily to do the data entry from past 7-8 years, he is doing the same monotonous mundane task every day. He has no challenge in his area. That is a bore out stage. Then as soon as this bore out stage is being extended, or the individual tries to come out from bore out towards the comfort zone, then this yellow zone is known as a transition phase between the bore out and the comfort. And here the pressure starts to accumulate as moderate, and the performance also starts increasing slowly and gradually. So this lighter green zone is a zone where there is a comfort among the individual, among the employee, and he is going through a moderate pressure, and slowly and gradually it is reaching to a high performance zone, which is again an ideal zone. But as soon as the pressure is considerably increased more, then he reaches to optimal performance zone, that is a stretch zone. Here he is entering into a zone where he has to stretch his boundaries. He has to explore more to come out from the comfort zone. And here the pressure is extremely high at certain point of time where we have high performance. Now what happens? People understand that when an individual is given a pressure, he will perform better. But a certain stage comes where you are still giving more and more pressure. At x-axis, we are started increasing the pressure from high to very high, and we see that the performance curve is declining. The performance of the employee starts declining. And this yellow zone where the pressure varies from high to very high becomes a strain zone, where the employee is undergoing a strain. His performance has declined and pressure has considerably increased to a very high extent. And then comes the final stage where उसको काम करते करते ये पता ही नहीं लगता कि कम हम स्ट्रेन में आ गए और कम हम बर्नआउट की सिचुएशन में पहुंच गए. And at burnout situation, finally the performance is absolutely at a steep decline, where the pressure is at a extreme high level, and now the individual is exhausted. अब वो एकदम डिप्रेशन में आ गया, बर्नआउट हो गया है, उसकी प्रेशर आपने इतना ज्यादा हो गया कि उसकी परफॉर्मेंस जो है वो एकदम नलिफाई हो गई. And that is where any particular situation where the strain and burnout is existing, that is considered as a zone of delusion. So area which is hovering above strain and burnout, is the zone of delusion, where we need to restrict ourselves that in the inertia or in the motion of inertia, we are not stretching ourselves too much that we are completely exhausted and leading to a burnout situation. So this is the performance pressure curve, where we need to understand that when our performance would be high at certain point of time where pressure is also high, but yes, beyond that, we need to stop and reflect so that we are not completely exhausted and reaching to a strain or burnout situation. So here we come to the culmination of our channelizing stress session. So now I want from the cohort any one key takeaway that the cohort would like to share with me. Any one key takeaway. Any one insight that anyone would like to discuss that they are taking away from today's this session.
Ma'am, as there are many challenges of modern life and not in the forces, in every sphere, the stress is one of the factors which is affecting the relationship and health. So knowing the ingredient of those, working on it and making it a more affirmative, although the certain that resolved where you have to work with the stress, but within the limit of not burning it out, or those will certainly help us in long run.
Thank you, Singh sir. And I know there are a lot of challenges, lot of resources crunch, zero tolerance, stipulated time to take wise decision to go ahead with set targets. And yes, I guess this is very well said that you should be very much mindful that you are not actually entering into that strain zone or burnout zone. Absolutely. Great. Thank you, sir, for your thoughts. Anyone else who would like to share? Okay. So over to you, Vani. I can see Vani is there. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Shikha, for taking us through this learning journey of channelizing stress. Especially the last slide, which was talking about performance and pressure. Of course, it's part of the handbook, but I would suggest the cohort to look at it whenever they are free. That is going to give them a lot of insights about where their undercommandants or their team or member or themselves might, show a sign of a burnout. So this brings us to the end of day 7. What a day it was. We started with, of course, our usual meditation session. Then we had a session on thrive yourself, in fact. And then we had a session on coaching for solutions, where there was a great discussion between coaches, leaders, and coach leaders. And then the day culminated with a beautiful session by Dr. Shikha on channelizing stress. Tomorrow is going to be another day wherein we would be talking about leading through change. Change is the only constant thing, or change is the only permanent thing that we see in the entire world. And to talk about that, what it is, Dr. Tripuja would be taking that session. Post that, we have an expert in organizational culture, which is, of course, part of the 7 talents that is building or developing organization, which would be taken by Dr. Harvinder. She would be talking about inclusion and resilience as an organization, and of course, how you at a leadership position can build the organization culture or contribute in doing so. So this is the agenda for tomorrow. I would, as usual, say, my team, please share the feedback link. Kindly fill that feedback link. It is It is something that we keep on looking at it. And thank you, Divya, for sharing that. And before I wind up, again, I would say, be grateful for this human endeavor, this human life that we have got. You are precious. This life is precious. Take good care of yourself. Until we meet tomorrow, Shubha Ratri, Jai Hind. This link would be open for next couple of minutes. We go off camera. You guys can connect. Thank you. Good night. Shubha Ratri, Jai Hind.